Dance with me. Dance with me. soul. I got the acid in my 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 soul. I got the got acid.
On Flashpoint 2, it's our last chance qualifiers. And of course, that means the Grim Reaper is coming for two of our teams, sharpening his scythe, looking like he's LARPing in a field. Maui Snake, if you had to LARP in a field like this Grim Reaper, what would you LARP as?
My LARPing persona, or fursona, I should say. No, I'm not going to go there. I would probably just be the girl in the middle there. That looks fun, actually. The jump roping, I haven't jump roped like that for a long time.
I really wish we could get that shot of us with the flaming jump rope and the Grim Reaper for this one, or with the players, but we can't have lands right now, so goals for future Flashpoints, perhaps. But as I said, two teams will be going home today. We've already sent two home in the form of Cloud9 and Contact. And up today, it'll be two best of threes to determine which two teams advance to our double elimination 8-team playoff and which two teams will be out of our $1 million prize pool tournament. As you can see, those are the teams up in the upper right corner right there. All three of our third place teams from the group and our top ranked fourth place team according to our tiebreakers. In this case with Envy going all the way down to win percentage on rounds. So they will be competing versus our top third place team against Gen G, but that'll be coming up later because first off, we are going to have Forza competing against Dignitas Vi to start off with, and joining me are Thorn and Maui Snake, and we are going to discuss this match in just a little bit, but let's just kick things off with some predictions. Who will win and who will advance to the playoffs?
Good news is, I actually think that you'll see the odds soon. I think they've got it right. I think Forza will win this game, and more importantly, I want them to win this game because I think it's a great message to send to organizations within Flashpoint like Dignitas Vi, like Envy, which is if you don't make the playoffs of a tournament that your company literally has self-interest to benefit from in the long run and at this tournament and win prize money, I want the fourth best CIS team to come in, slap you around, send you home, and then win your money that you paid for. So great, sit back, get a Coke, have a smile, and shut that. You know what?
I think it is grim, especially
you
for...
didn't think it was going to start like that, yeah, but it does.
I think it is
like that.
It is grim, too, for teams like Envy that have put so much time into boot camping because, remember, all their players have been in Europe working specifically on this tournament for the last month. And they are going up against a roster that got here at the last moment that has two stand-in players. It's absolutely unacceptable to lose to that.
Yes. Don't worry, there'll be jokes coming later, guys. It gets a lot light-hearted later. But I was probably just going to give an analysis about the game, you know. Not really going to take any shots across the industry, but that's what I'm here for.
All right. Well, let's do some talking points about our fantasy drafts. So, on a brighter note,
here we go.
Today we're going to spend a lot of time digging around in the dregs of Flashpoint, kicking some of the lower teams home. But let's start optimistically, gentlemen. And by that I mean, let's talk about our rosters of the best and brightest of Flashpoint. If we could make teams with our pool of players from all 12 rosters attending. So, I'm sure both of you have some good ones. I've got mostly a funny one.
Are we going to have these on screen?
Yeah, I sure hope so. So let's take a look at our various rosters that we have drafted here. Oh, I guess we're going to do mine first.
Right, the premise, just so people are clear, is even though it's like a fantasy one, we're not actually playing a fantasy points contest, but we tried to sort of pick who are the people who already have shown us something in the tournament and who do we predict, like in the playoffs, they might be some of the best players. So I'm sure there's going to be some overlap, but also I'm sure there'll be some edge cases where, one of us rates this guy higher than the other one.
Yeah, and here's mine, starting off with here. Now, I've been loving listening to comms here behind the scenes from OG. It's been very entertaining. Alexi B would definitely be my IGL here. But what I've tried to do is just put highly mechanical players that will be silent and not talk to Alexi B, so they will do exactly what he said. So I call my team the Alexi Bots.
That's and my dream,
my four aim bots are Xantares, Yakindar, Bentet, and Acor on the op.
Pretty good. I will say, I didn't use the logic that it had to be a real team. Like, I don't have an IGL, for example. I'm guessing Maui cheated as well. Like, I just have 5 bangers and there's no IGL. But again, it's not a real team. But I get your premise there. Yeah, there was really more comment about Alexi being OG than it was necessarily if he's the best player.
Really, my take on OG, having been here, is that I really just want to free Alexi B onto another roster. Sadly, that's been my takeaway. So Flashpoint partner teams, please, give Alexi B that old buyout, put the bots around him, and let's go. Let's unleash him.
He has been performing really well individually.
Sure. Yeah, of course.
He was the reason they probably beat Cloud9, actually.
Yes, he dropped 30 in that one game. So definitely top fragging while IGLing. I really feel for Alexi B. I've learned to love him over the course of Flashpoint 2 so far. So those are my rosters. Let's take a look at yours, Thor, and explain.
See, so obviously I have some crossover. I have Xantaras, because let's face it, like, if you just saw that game yesterday, like his aim might actually be the best in the entire tournament. What a fabulously skilled player. And I also expect Big to go deep in the tournament. Of OG, I've taken Mantu because, listen, he just consistently puts the numbers up. He's an AWPer, but he justifies being an AWPer, unlike some of the people, maybe even in this match right now. But anyway, that's fine. Then we go to Brolan because, listen, Fnatic's going to do well. I know the easy one is to go with Crims because he's consistent, etc. But Brolan's just the young fragger. He's the guy where Fnatic wants to win the tournament. He almost probably has to perform. I've taken Yukinda because VP somehow just keep getting away with it. And, obviously he's Jesse within that equation, even though actually Jesse was the one saying they can't keep getting away with it. But who knows? That's how my internal logic works. And then finally, shock, I've gone with KNG. Because guess what? KNG was always a good player. I've always thought this guy actually is an outrageously good fragger. His issue in the past was maybe the cerebral side of the game wasn't there, and especially he was too much of a risk taker in the past. I actually think this is an example of a team where some of the other players are on the other end of the equation. So I actually want him to balance it out with some risk. I want him to be aggressive at times, and I think there's times on CT side where if he isn't aggressive, they just lose the game outright. So I don't know how far maybe I can go. I've kind of got them as a dark horse. I think maybe they could make top 6 if they get the right matchup. Probably more realistically top 8. Like I see them going through, of course. So I actually think this guy's going to be the best player on their team.
Fair enough. And Maui Snake, did you have any overlap here with
Thor
and C?
I'm sure.
I'm pretty sure I had the exact same lineup as Thor.
Wait, really?
We didn't confer on this, by the way.
Yeah, we'll see, and it's the exact same lineup. For similar reasons. I'm glad we all had Yukinder, though. I'm glad we're all believers in the CIS star, the Latvian. Feels like Latvia's just churning out players right now. I don't know where they're coming from, but they're all just really solid. Brokey as well, of course. So it's good to see him. Brolin, really just the most consistent player from Fnatic. You really, you don't even see him as much of a win condition anymore. You just say that, yeah, he's going to do well.
Yes.
It's just up to everybody else on Fnatic to actually step up in a match. Xantares, he is actually who a lot of big game plans are designed around. They throw a lot of flashes for him, a lot of utility goes his direction, and it enables him beautifully. Back to when he was on Space Soldiers, I mean, they just designed the entire team, it felt like, around him. He was playing spots that Operas were supposed to play because his skill was so high that he was so consistent. You don't even need to have the Op.
Yes.
Those kind of places. Like at Window on Mirage, they would just put him there with a M4 and somehow he's deleting everybody. So one of the best overall players in terms of mechanical skill, probably the highest at the entire tournament, is Xantares. Montu, just a consistent opera. I think it was a little bit confusing because KNG and Montu are both here, but this is supposed to be a fantasy lineup.
I was going to ask you guys, that was my next question, is who on each of your lineups, if there's a difference in who actually plays the op?
I mean, listen, KNG's not a terrible rifler. He's still got skills. That guy was a hybrid a lot of his career. No, that's the thing. It's not a real team, is it? I think one thing that's interesting, I'm actually shocked that there's a total overlap between me and Maui because he could have gone different routes. Like, you could have taken Crims instead of Brolan. You could take Jame instead of Yukinda. These aren't terrible choices.
Yeah, I think the only thing I may have changed if I wanted to make this a real team would have put Jame for Montu. I think Jame has shown a higher ceiling at this tournament, but Montu is just super consistent for OG. And again, he doesn't even feel like he needs to always step up for OG. It's just like you expect it. You expect him to do incredibly well. And KNG actually, even though his stats in this tournament aren't the highest right now, it feels like he's actually just the best opper, but on a team that's losing, so his stats just can't be as high because they're just not winning as many rounds. He doesn't have the op as much.
The other alternative option I had was I did ponder instead of Mantu, instead going with Valde from OG, but the problem is the style and seemingly like his mentality within that team, I don't think will allow him to be the main star. Like, he had a great series the other day, but I think that was a one-off actually, and if anything, that kind of shows like some overperformance from him. So just the positions he's in, Mantu is set up to be the star of that team.
Fair enough, fair enough. And we are going to hear our casters' teams a little bit later on.
There's going to be some ridiculous ones on this.
I know. I'm really looking forward to that. We'll be able to slam them for predictions and slam them for lineups at exactly the same time.
I can't wait to see Potter's Exapower just somehow squeaking into that one.
It's an Exapower Jame, like VSM line. It's going to be crazy. I can't wait for that.
All right. So we are going to come back in a little bit, guys, with our first matchup of the day and go over our predictions as well, and that will be Forza versus Dignitas Vi, and it'll be a battle in one best of 3 for who continues on here in our tournament at Flashpoint 2 and gets one of those final 2 playoff berths. So we'll be back in just a minute and dive into that matchup.
After the break.
Dignitas. Face off against Forza. See you in 3.
Straight fire. Nailed it. 10 out of 10.
It's time to take a more in-depth look at our first matchup of the day here at Flashpoint 2. We are still in Twickenham Stadium. There have been rugby games played while we were here. We can't watch them while we're inside, so 2 different events going on simultaneously. However, we're here to discuss our last chance qualifiers today, as 2 teams will advance into our 8-team double elimination playoff bracket, going for that first place prize of $500,000 US, and other 2 teams will be heading home, unfortunately for them. Now, later up today, we will have 2 NA rosters, or NA-based rosters, I should say, Gen G and Envious going up against each other. But first, we're here to examine the Forza and Dignitas Vi matchup that we will be playing first. Joining me to lend their insight are Maui Snake and Thorin once again. So let's talk about Dignitas Vi to start things off, because as you saw in our little break right there, we do have some pretty steep odds in favor of Forza. But when we take a step back and we look at their results, now both these teams ending in 3rd place, both of these teams ending 1 and 2 in terms of match wins. And interestingly, both of these teams, their only map wins have been against the 4th place teams in their group. So they would appear to be potentially a little bit more evenly matched than those odds might anticipate.
My problem with that is they didn't play the same opponents.
Sure.
So my main issue here is, first of all, Dignitas Vi going up against Fnatic and getting absolutely smashed is really, really bad for them in this tournament, because in theory they were supposed to have that psychological parity of, well, we're legends as well, and we've played them a million times, it's in a regional match. Like, none of that even applied. They just got straight dusted out the server. It didn't even matter that they were there. And obviously that means they're losing on their map pick, guys. So what is their map pool? The difference with Forza is this: they actually have a half-decent map pool. Their lineup has been together for a long time. They have their flaws, but they know how to play to their strengths. And so I actually don't really see where the advantages are supposed to come from Dignitas in this matchup.
I don't think Dignitas even know what their advantages are, or really what their win conditions are. far. Actually, for every time they've picked a map in any series at this tournament, they've won 6 rounds, 6 rounds, and 8 rounds. Yet they have actually won on opponents' map picks and a decider map against Contact. So this is a team that I don't think knows exactly what their identity is just yet. And that is standard for a newer team such as Dignitas Vi, but what we've seen from Forza is a lot of consistency over a long period of time. It feels like they've stagnated to an extent, but they know at least how they want to win the game.
Yeah, and I have to ask a question because we have been not talking about who should be the star player on this Dignitas Vi roster, because it seems like we can't see the forest for the rest of the Swedes here, right? So tell me, has he stepped up? Because Hallzerk has been really inconsistent over the course of Flashpoint 2, but Forrest has to be the guy delivering the consistent results.
This was the old argument people would make for Forrest. It went like this. Well, he does have some games where he carries, and you know what? He's playing against the rest of Tier 1, the top 10 teams in the world. They're the best players, all the top players, so how could you expect him to complete, right? All I'll say is this. Go back in time to when Kenny S was on the trash tier Titan, to when Nico had no help. He had Sprout players were the ones surrounding him. This guy could smash the best team in the world playing by himself. Forrest is playing against the 4th best CIS team, and he is in a team where, in theory, because we don't know their strengths and they're a brand new team, this is exactly where you're like, give me the ball, move out the way, I'm going one-on-one. But is he going to do that? I would suggest he won't, unfortunately. I think it's his usual. He sort of rides the wave of where he's going. If a game's going well, he turns on the pressure. If he doesn't, he'll just be a guy who's just chilling. He'll never be the worst player on the team. It's very rare that'll ever happen. But it says a lot that nobody had him picked on their fantasy teams as far as I can tell. Like, in theory, the guy who's supposed to be far and away the best on a bad lineup should be primed to be a fantasy player. He's the one who should be farming.
We really haven't seen him show up. It
No.
seems like, Dignitas Vi, when they're winning maps, it's because Hallzerk's topping the leaderboard, not because Forrest is the one there who's delivering all the kills. Your take, Maui?
Yeah, I think that Hallzerk probably is the win condition for this Dignitas team, but I do emphasize probably, because right now, I don't know exactly where Dignitas is trying to find a lot of their frags, find their information, who's the point guy in a certain round. I like to label it like a Dota, like a MOBA kind of way, where it's position 1, who's getting the resources,
Yes.
who's actually supposed to achieve something for them, and I would have to slightly point it towards Hallzerk, but at the same time, I feel like it's at the cost of a lot of their other players right now, because Hari, he was coming into this team as a star fragger for Nordovan. I mean, he was a really impactful entry fragger for them, and he has one of the lowest ratings, if not the lowest rating at this entire tournament, and that's something I just didn't expect coming into this, because I watched some of his games, and I thought he looked pretty fabulous, actually. The way his routes going into bomb sites, they looked really clean. He, in fact, had really nice pacing, his own timing. He had a good feel for the game on those routes, but over here on Dignitas, I don't really see the same Hare that I saw before.
Well, he will have to step up with their opponents Forza today as we take a look at their plays so far in this tournament. Worth noting that Forza's only map wins were versus Envy coming in here, so they have struggled, even when people thought that they might have an advantage. I mean, Thorn, you predicted them to win their last best of 3. Didn't happen. What was your takeaway when you look back on that series?
Well, the key thing about Forza, like I say, is their strengths and their weaknesses are so apparent and basically have always been there. It's why their interviews are so bizarre, because they're sort of complaining about things that if they've existed over a year into a team, you're never just going to fix it. Like, you've had a whole year. So my problem is this. Even the series they've lost, they actually looked pretty solid in. Against MIBR, they actually had a chance to win that nuke game. Against Big even, they had moments they were looking pretty solid. Like, yes, maybe Big played down to their level. I thought, well, it doesn't really matter if we lose this, but they played half decent. That's where I contrast them against Dignitas, who, like I say, got absolutely murked when they played the good teams and looked unconvincing on their own map picks. So the things about Forza is, when they play aggressively, when they do their gimmicky rounds, basically when they just believe in it, when they run like a juggernaut through the wall, they can do it sometimes. It is tough. They're kind of like a poor man's version of Fury in that regard. The strengths work. The question is, when they play against teams who have counter strengths, do they know how to switch it up? I don't think they do, and quite frankly, I don't think it works when they try and switch it up.
Yeah, I think Forza's style has changed a lot since last year. Last year, the way that Jerry was calling this team kind of reminded me actually of the last iteration of Cloud9, where he kind of recognized that his players aren't really self-sufficient in defaults as much. So a lot of set plays, a lot of just execs right out the gate, and Flit was kind of their X factor. And they've been playing a slightly different 4-1 style, which has really kind of faded away in Counter-Strike. People don't really like that style anymore because it's a little too apparent. It puts too much pressure on that lone lurker player, which would be Flit in this circumstance. And I feel like Forza right now, the thing that they have going for them is that they have played competitively against top teams at this tournament so far. Whereas Dignitas, when we saw them play Mad Lions, they got just blown out of the server. They couldn't even get involved in any of the rounds, and that was their map pick. So that really concerns me going into this matchup for Dig, but it actually is a bright spot for Forza because I think the individual skill should actually lift them above Dig.
By the way, just because we've got this background here, if we can go to a shot of this, I am actually pleased, though, to see my old friends Vander and Odo Amne from H2K in the team. I didn't know you guys had switched to CSGO. I didn't know you could speak Russian, but yeah, fair play. You're pretty good.
That's great.
Just a little Easter egg there for the League of Legends fans.
Let's head into our map pick right now, because I think that's going to inform a lot of this. And if we do get certain maps that both teams have favored, like Nuke might be a very close and exciting game if that ends up in our picks for this series.
Basically, there is overlap. Like one of the other weaknesses of Forza is it's like they're not actually aware that if the other team's as good or enjoys playing Nuke and Inferno, you might not always want to pick it. So they're almost certainly going to go into those things. I think the other interesting thing is Forza's a team who maybe second rotation will ban out an overpass or something like that. So if you are Dig, that's where I'm going if I'm you. You trust that they're going to pick a map you play, basically, and you want, in theory, head towards one of those ones where they're a little bit weaker.
Yeah, I think the one thing that Dig has going for them in this is that they should know what the veto is going to be coming out. Forza should pick out that Inferno, and Dig would likely be able to get that nuke. So we'll see if those picks come out. But yeah, Forza, they're just so predictable. And Vendetta, a player like him, and what we saw from Dig coming out last, it's very obvious
ridiculous.
What you're going to be seeing coming out of these teams. And because of that, I think Dig actually might have an edge, a leg up in terms of prep work. Because what we saw from them in Flashpoint 1 is that they did do their homework. They had so much nade damage. Their utility damage last Flashpoint was incredibly high because they knew the tendencies of teams coming into it.
Decided train, maybe?
Yeah.
Because if you look at how Dust 2 went, and so presumably Falls wants to stay. There's the thing, if I'm Dig, maybe I don't even care if it's train. Like in this scenario, like they've both basically just said, like it's Dig who picks now. I think they should pick Dust 2 actually, just from the way it went.
I think Dust 2 is actually probably where this should go. Okay, all right.
That was well done. Fair play.
I like that because Dig right now, I'm not sure if they exactly know their identity. Are they a more tactical team, a more kind of puggy team? And I'm glad they're going with Dust 2 because they have had success there before.
This is how you know it's the last chance qualifier, though, because both teams just said, listen, we both like the same maps, let's just play those. Handshake.
You know, it's funny looking at this because, I mean, I get why Dignitas might have picked Dust 2. Now, they're 0-2 on Dust 2 in this tournament, but you have to consider that Forza got absolutely bodied by Envy, 16-2 on Dust 2. Honestly, if I'm Dignitas, I'm not too upset with this. Like, I've won Inferno. You know, Nuke and Inferno are the only maps that Dignitas Vi has won so far, and they get both of them in the first two.
Yeah, that actually should pan out really well for them. The way they played against Contact was impressive. They were able to plug up the holes. I mean, they made it look, I'd say, like passable. I wouldn't say it was like, it didn't blow me away in terms of their performance on those maps, but they played it in such a way that Forza can't just play a normal set style and beat them because Dig has shown that they can tear apart teams like that. I mean, the Snappy-led Contact actually did lose to them on those two maps, as you mentioned.
Well, let's take a look at some more in-depth analysis with Alan, who is here to give us some insight onto Dignitas Vi's play on the Telestrator.
So this time we're going to take a look at a round from Dignitas here on the CT side of Nuke. And the best thing about this round is seeing Hulzerk with really great early mobility, getting some information, and then from there, Dignitas making some really great informed decisions. So let's watch this one play out and keep your eye on Hulzerk. He's the player at the bottom below Forest just there. So watching this one play out, we see Hulzerk on his AWP. He's going to throw this smoke. He's going to make his way to the left side of T-Red and go for this kind of aggressive peak. So let's just pause it here and talk about what is going on. Let's let those smokes bloom. There we go. So Hulzerk, what he's done is he's got aggressively to the left side of red. Just here, he's about to peek it a bit wider and get loads of information into all of this outer area. These three smokes here are terrorist smokes. Some people call these the OG smokes. That's what I like to call them. And what we can tell from here, from Dignitas' perspective, they know that Mad Lions are not going outer. Hulzerk will have all the information onto outer. And what we're going to see from here is them make a really great kind of reaction with that information they've got because of Hulzerk's aggressive play. And this is potentially something we don't see enough from Hulzerk. He's getting aggressive early and getting loads of information for his team. So let's let this one play out. Hulzerk there, he gets his information, and now we can see the rotates starting to come in. We see Forest going up there towards ramp, and Hulzerk is going to get himself up and into heaven. So if we just pause it quickly, what's going to happen in a second is Mad Lions are going to execute onto inner, but as we can see, Dignitas in a nice setup. They know it's not outer, it can only be ramp or inner, and that's why they've got this really great rotate going on. And watching this one play out, the player to watch actually on the execute is Hara, the one playing. He's on top of a hut at the moment, but he's going to have a really great fight. We'll break down that perspective in a few moments. So here, as they pop in, he's going to get 2 really nice kills on the entries. And although this round will actually end on B, it doesn't really matter from this point because Dignitas are in a really great position. And regardless, we really wanted to talk about Holzerk's mobility into some really great rotations. So jumping on board with the player perspectives, we're going to watch Holzerk so you can see exactly what he's doing. So that early smoke there, I like to call this the glaive smoke. It just allows you to kind of cross to this T-red area without being spotted. And now we can see he's peeking around the left side of outer, getting all this information. At this point, he's coming to his teammates, nothing outer. Let's rotate, let's stack the site. So now we're with Hara. We've stacked the A-bomb site now, and now Hara's going to play close to this squeaky smoke, get 2 really great kills. It's a great job dodging that flash. You probably heard it coming in. Those 2 kills really sealed the round for Dignitas. And overall, I really enjoyed the play on this round, and I hope moving forward we see more of this aggression from Holzerk, getting aggressive towards T-Red, all this information, because I feel like that's what Dignitas lacks a bit at the moment. So regardless of the map, I want to see this sort of play from Holzerk into some really great rotations. So I hope that was an interesting look at the play of Dignitas. Hopefully we'll see more of that later. Let's throw it back to the desk.
Thank you, Alan. Really helpful to see that. Do you guys agree with Alan that some of these more aggressive peaks and stuff that would power Dignitas 5 forward if Holzerk's willing to make those kind of plays?
I do agree. The problem is that it doesn't look like that's what Dig has in their game plans all the time. That round was a great example of what he can accomplish, but on the CT side in attempt rates, Holzerk only has a 14.5%, and everybody on his team is supposed to average about 20% if you just divide it by 5. So that's not a great look for them because it does show, and Alan has shown what that can accomplish. And it looks great. They were able to stack the bomb site, shut it all down, but they need to do it more.
All right. Well, let's revisit our Pinnacle leaderboard right now to see who is on top of our current prediction contest. It's me and Thorin. Where are you here, Maui? You were close to the
right
top.
beneath you guys.
You're right in the middle.
So just read it left to right. Don't read top to bottom.
Yeah. 2,000 points behind me, 1,300 points behind Thorin, and Bardolph still epically in the hole.
I will say, though, I'll never take any great pride in only being slightly ahead of Anders. Like, that doesn't suggest I was some sort of genius, reading the Matrix in that sense,
I did the math on this, actually, and I think everybody except for Haka and whoever's above Haka, they're the only 2 people that can lose to Bardolph right now, and they have to catastrophically fail today. So,
and Bardolph would also have to catastrophically predict upsets, 2 upsets most likely. I mean, I just find it funny that he is something like almost 4,000 points different between last and next to last place, which is larger than the difference between me and the next to last person. So, really goes to show that Mr. James Bardolph's predictions have been,
to be fair,
really bad.
His career has been defined by being proportionally much, much larger, greater difference than the person next to him. That's his entire career.
That's true.
That was the duo.
That's true. The margin there was quite large indeed.
Exactly.
Especially
but
in terms
he never
of
got
head
big
size.
head because of it or anything. So, that's all that matters. Cool guy.
He's still part of the 99%.
All right.
I'm the 1%.
Let's
He's
bring
playing
up
both fields.
Now, these are odds that we were predicting against last night. Now, they have skewed a little bit more in Forza's favor ever since that point in time. So 2.76 to 1.46 Dignitas Vi over to Forza. And to take a look at that, let's begin with our casters here and their Pinnacle predictions.
Go ahead and just bet on Dig in good faith. We're currently discussing our betting reasoning here right now.
We're sort of looking at the odds again. It's like, oh yeah, I can actually see the angle more for Dig now. Because I don't think I ended up that way.
You know what I think needs to happen, though, is that Monty narrowly dodged the clown last week. I think we should just pull a fast one on him today, and it's actually the winner, right? When he comes out ahead, you're the one who gets to put the clown suit on.
That would be on
this
brand
week,
for
Monty.
Flashpoint as well. You win the contest and
the
after
twist at the end.
And you know what? I would be a good sport and do it, too.
Okay.
I almost did the clown thing last week just for my own amusement because I don't have an issue with
It
it.
was a near run thing.
All right. Let's go with your fantasy draft predictions. Because I did promise those from the pre-show, but we do have a little time, and it's a good opportunity to talk about Semler, Crims, Brolon, Montu, Xantaras, and
Listen,
Kusta.
I like that genuinely, but you know that thing, like, one of these is not like the others. Is Moses, did he get a pick in this one, Samuel? What's going on with the last one there, buddy?
That's exactly the way I went with it. I got to give my shout out to my boy Moses.
Okay.
You know, Kusta, the faith burns eternal. He is the North American, let's say, eagle fledgling, and he's been making strides. You know, Gen G, they're a threat. They're not winning necessarily.
Well, here's
but
how you
they're
can
not
tell Moses
pushovers
is
either.
full of shit. Why doesn't he get Kusta on Team Liquid?
Sorry?
I said this is how you can tell he's full of shit. Why doesn't he get Kusta on Team Liquid at this point?
Don't
Who
give him
knows?
ideas.
You know, there's still time left
Team
in
Liquid
2020.
suffered
Let's not
enough.
get ahead of ourselves. But I mean, come on. I actually just originally I just said, yeah, actually just give me like the full roster from Fnatic because Swedish Master Ace, just get in there. Swedish
go.
CS dominance will return. But they said I couldn't do that, so I had to go with like the two rock stars on Fnatic right now, Crimson Brolon, Montu just because he's a god. Xantaras also peaking left and right. Too fast, can't be handled. And then Kusta just rounds it all out perfectly, right? Doesn't need to call too much, but just, brings the thunder. That's what I'm about.
Perfect, maybe a strong word. Anyway, Yumi, how about we look at yours?
Yeah, I don't think mine are much better. I tried to sort of angle as well for like predominantly players on the same team. I'm a big fan of Big, like Sirison, Quelloz, and Orper, so I think that's where that sort of role leads for him.
Solid.
What's Acor doing?
Yeah, what's
then?
Acor doing?
I
then?
actually have Acor as a rifler in this lineup. I actually think he's a strong rifler. I have Valde in-game leading as well. I'm sort of swapping up the
Were
roles
you an analyst for
traditionally.
North Academy? What's going on here, buddy?
I just think he's been around enough experience that he can kind of make it
Okay.
work enough.
He's not a bad rifler, to be fair.
He used to be a rifler, actually, 2 years ago. So
That was the
and before
joke.
then.
Yeah.
Thank
Just
you,
first
Val.
pointing it out.
Sorry.
All right, VSM. Let's talk about VSM.
I mean, he's just a high fragging rifler that can put himself in really troublesome spots and somehow get away with it. Like he's the strongest player, I think, individually on MIBR. I don't think he's the best
He's
player.
got very good aim, for sure.
But yeah, he's mechanically just got the aim to sort of provide that weird and hyper-aggressive style, which I really like.
He's got great teeth. I'll give him that.
That is true. Yeah, we've seen in the interviews.
Strong. Yeah.
All right, let's go into our pinnacle predictions now for you guys and see. I mean, there's really no chance. Basically, the odds are so low that James Bardolph can dig himself
He has
out of
to
this
do it,
hole.
though, at
He
this
has
point,
to do
doesn't
it.
he? Yeah, he has
he
to.
had to do the 750 on Dignitas. He's throwing the Hail Mary right
Fair
now.
play.
I'm right there with him.
Yeah, I think that's the only way you can slingshot out of the darkness, which actually has me a little bit worried because I think if there's anybody that can
Now,
maybe fall
listen,
behind.
now we need to have a conversation, boys. What is going on here? Hawker, listen, you're not even part of the meme crew. This isn't even on brand for you, buddy. What's going on?
Well, Haka's doing this because he's trying to metagame Bardolph, because the only way that Bardolph
I
can pass
see.
him is if
Yes.
Dignitas wins, so he's
Right,
basically
yes.
ensuring that he can't lose.
Yes.
So he's just a bad spot then.
Yeah,
By the way,
yeah.
I will say,
He's
that was
trolling
entirely my playbook last week, so fair play.
Yeah. He's griefing him
Maybe
right
he's
now.
smarter than I thought.
I see who's been sending messages, getting all of the votes ahead of time, getting that information.
I mean,
He's totally corrupt.
I
We do it
love
all
it.
along.
We said very specifically that these are not actual predictions. This is a game that we are playing amongst each other for fun. I'm sure if we asked Hawka who he thought was
Fun.
going to win, it would be a different story. And we'll have that opportunity maybe later today.
I think if there's anybody that could really throw the overdog story, I think it could be Forrest. I think it's the worry that comes with the odds as well when you had those sort of 2.76 odds for Dignitas. Because we, like you were saying on the desk, like, it's clear Dignitas do the homework.
Yeah.
Listen, Forrest, he didn't show up last time they played. It was looking a bit grim for him, But that's the thing. He rubber bands. The man is made of latex. He just goes right back into it, and now he's going to top frag.
Oh, he's made from latex because he's there as a shield while the rest of the team gets fucked. So you did that, right? Okay. Sponsorship idea there. Sponsorship idea. Stay safe with Forrest.
That's fabulous. Well, on that note, I think it's time to get into the game and see if Forrest can be the condom that Dignitas Vi so desperately needs in this scenario. Semler, Yumi.
Wrap it up.
Pretty sure that Forrest has wood. Yes, in fact.
So that's the way. We have to carry that into the game. We're talking about safe protection. Okay. Well, I think this could be an interesting one at the very least. We've got a lot of map crossover, like they were saying on the desk, and I think that I actually, like, even though my prediction goes towards Forrest, I think Dignitas have every possible way to win this. Like, you just take one map, and I think in a lot of ways they were sort of unlucky on Dust 2, where they just get outclassed individually. I think, what was it, Spinks dropped 40 kills on Dust 2, which was crazy. We also have the community poll. They're very split in the same way that we are here on the casting
Straight.
booth.
And I think that's it, dude. I'm very happy that you mentioned that. The individual performance of Spinks last time they played.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, okay, it's really hard to get anything going when you've got a guy dropping a 40 bomb in regulation on you.
And I think it was his highest ever HLTV rating as well.
Just playing completely out of his mind. So, let's go again. Let's try it again here, where maybe, they'll make up some adjustments. Vendetta sounded in the post-match interview like he knew exactly what went wrong as well in terms of strategy. So we'll see those adjustments get made here. It's not like Dignitas is their first rodeo. Far from it.
Yeah, 100%. They've got enough experience to sort of elevate those without it, I think, on Dignitas. But I think I was mentioning to you as well, just before we got into this, that Forza have been together now for like 2 years, and they've played close to 800 maps together, which is ridiculous. But we're straight into the pistol. Forza, of course, starting on that T side, and Harry's already been dropped, but Forza looking to get aggressive in response. Ooh.
That is unfortunate. That is worst case scenario. The only thing you can hope for there is that Forrest gets that kill instantly. Wow, they are peeking and dying just everywhere they go right now, Dignitas. This is as bad as it gets. Face crack nearly takes off Halzerk's face.
Yeah, just about. Well, the idea was there. They went to double cross towards Boiler. One of them got caught on the cross, and well, Halzerk and Heap will see if they can try and get anything going. And I mean, they're getting the opportunities, they're just not hitting the shots, and so Heap getting tracked down. Halzerk's is just on the other side of the map. So a really clean pistol here for Forza, and they're just trying to see if they can just add the extra blow.
Well, Almazer is just purely savage right now so far. Nothing but headshots from this guy. So strong start for Forza. They are looking for that extra $300. And also, if Halzerk saved a kit, he's got Kevlar, it's good to get those things off of him, force them to spend that money again in the next round. Man, if you're Dig, though, this is, that's just a really painful loss. No way. Oh, my. Almazer again! 4 kills on the pistol.
Yeah, just farming to start off. Really good stuff. And I think one of the interesting things I was looking at when I was kind of going into this game is that, like, Dignitas actually have the higher pistol win percentage. But if they lose the pistols, I don't think they've overturned it ever. So it should be a fair enough conversion round for Forza. Maybe this will be a first for Dignitas here at Flashpoint.
Yeah, it doesn't stop them from going for the force buy. Despite the odds against them, Dignitas Vi is still going to go for it. Deagles, Kevlar's few nades, so they will have an execute. And in the meantime, Forza working their way up second mid, going to get into apartments, looking for the close quarters action with those MAC-10s, hoping to just burst in on somebody close quarters. But it is going to be, I mean, they've set themselves up for success here, Dignitas Vi. This is a great read. 4 players alive on the A site. This is how you turn it around. Heap with the headshots. Already opening it up. Flit doing the best he can, but it's just not going to happen.
He kills his teammate as well.
Yeah, that's a rough life. But you got 2 AKs still alive here. If they start peeking like this, there is definitely a way for Forza to work their way back into this situation. One after another. They are just slowly and steadily turning this into a 1v1. Dignitas Vi couldn't just close the road on him.
Oh, Freiburg making noise. Exit Power knows exactly where he's coming from in the sight box. It's going to be enough cover just for Exit Power to remain hidden. Freiburg's trying to bait out a peek, expecting Exit Power to swing. And Exit Power is one of the best in the clutch here for Forza, so you couldn't ask for a more steady hand. But jumping around Freiburg with the MAC-10. Okay, Dignitas, they overturn the pistol. And it's team flashes, team kills for Forza. This collapse on A, Dignitas were in the right spot to capitalize.
Maybe really wondering what it looked like from Sex Power's point of view there. Because it feels like Freiburg should have been dead 10 times over. Unfortunate round, and well, now you've kind of like firsthand learned what it is to have a caster curse there.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, I'm fine by that.
They don't win, guys. They don't win these rounds.
I love everything that goes against the statistics, though. I mean, it adds a little extra element to it.
You just love chaos.
True.
We get it. You thrive in it.
I'll see if Forza can answer back, because they'll see if they can get some chaos going in their own respects. But aggressive peek by Harry. It's actually a 1-for-1 exchange in the end towards Banana. So although Dignitas could have maybe rotated off of that and felt a little safer towards B, they're actually going to entrust Harry just with the MP9 to do exactly that.
Yeah, and he's just going to be sitting there jumping around the wall. That's perfectly fine for now. Forza forced to use some utility to clear out some of these closer nooks and crannies. And this might be enough for Harry to start thinking, yeah, it's time to back off to the bomb site. He still has a smoke, still has a molly, so he is well equipped. Luckily, he was the one who survived. But 4 players for Forza, even if a smoke goes down, they could just jump right through and quickly overwhelm Harry.
It's cool for the rotate. A minute left as well. And Forza could do well to read into this as well, just because of the smoke timings. They've expended a smoke in their own respects. But no, they're going to double down. And this time, Freiburg's going to be in position to actually come in and support. So, not going early on the trigger. Forza may have made things a little bit more difficult towards B, but they'll start to collapse.
Well, this really, yeah, I'm loving that HE. Sick HE. Right on top of Harry. It's become so common, this boost above CT smoke. And I'd be amazed if they aren't checking it immediately, Forza, as they go past. Hug the smoke, be the first one through, and they are just barely going to make it. Harry probably playing himself there. He will eventually get a kill on Mazer, but was hanging back on the edge of the smoke, trying to play around it. Freiburg, nice catch there. Sex Power's out of it. And so it's a two-man advantage going into the retake here. Bomb is planted. Forza trying to hold on the angles, but they shouldn't be around for too long here.
Oh, Flit given the opportunity. Harry taken down. Could find an equalizing frag, but Flit trying to be a bit more conservative. Leaves face crack to the Wolves, and Freiburg will happily take that bite. Flit in a 1-on-3 where the bomb is being defused. There isn't a kit on the bomb, so that extra 5 seconds adds a lot. But Flit, he's not even going to peek for it. He's not even going to go for the round, and instead Dignitas just steal it right from under him. He thought maybe they'd go for the fight, go for the swing, but they knew that Flit had to make the move.
Yeah, very nicely done there. You know, you get the bomb plant in that kind of round. It's all right. You hold on to the AK Kevlar for the next round. Same thing. You can go ahead and invest in some nades, and maybe you get that hero Russian AK that just plows through everything, right? So I'm not opposed to how things went, but we're going to get a very early tactical timeout called here by Forza. So 1 of 4 possible for these teams to use.
There were a few curiosities when they actually went for the B execute as well. Like you pointed out, the fact that that boost has become a lot more common, and they just weren't really prepared for it at all.
What I'm wondering, are we going to get a full force buy here from Forza? Okay, then. This was enough. I mean, Flit will be able to afford full nades, and I guess that's just, they feel that that's enough to take a crack at Dignitas. Interesting. This could set Forza pretty far back if they lose this round.
And I almost think as well, by going with this route, they're angling for Exit Power to get the AWP in the follow-up round, should they lose it. I think they're expecting that they'll get a bomb plant. Because you can see he's hovered a bit more cash in the round, and then they're just going to keep reinvesting, I think.
Yeah, Flit as well. So they're getting bomb plants, and I guess that's what you're right. That's a good point to make, is that they're probably playing off of that bonus 800. Well, let's see. Does the gamble work here from Forza? So far, Dignitas, they've got a setup short as well. But first point of contact is going to be Halzerk holding. He's got Force to help him as well in the crossfire. And just a little bit of noise getting made here by Forza. Face crack waiting to go bursting out of Boiler.
Yeah, one of the problems for Forza is going to be that they have to be very conservative about how they use their utility. Of course, missing out on a couple of smokes does limit their options somewhat. They can't, say, threaten brackets control and then fall back after the fact. FaceCrack does find a nice timing on towards short. There's some information being gathered here for Forza, and so if they know that nobody is pressuring middle, maybe they don't have to expend as much. Just a smoke towards the arches, a nice simple flash. With 50 seconds left, this will leave Dignitas kind of guessing.
Yeah, they do. They've already backed all the way off on B site. They've used their last smoke on B as well. So this is going to be the full commit to the A site now, and Halzer going to spot him. 35 seconds on the clock. Forza now deciding it's time to get in here. Nice HE onto Almazer. He's the only one on short. However, it's going to be a wrap on long. Rifles leading the way. Halzer going to find the one. Jerry there. Nice trade here from Forrest. He doesn't know, however. He is able to fall back, and that is so key. The timing, the spacing here, not ideal from Forza.
Every single kill on the wrap. Almazer, though, with the deagle. A couple kills found. He's 6-2, could find 8 in the round, but Dignitas Vibe, they've split this out. Oh, that could have opened an opportunity. Heat peeking individually, but finds the swift headshot. That does get a little bit more expensive than it had to be for Dignitas Vibe.
That is a terrific round now from Forza. Almazer getting 2 kills and a bomb. That's all they wanted.
Yeah.
That is all they wanted going into this next round. Flit's got more than enough for an AWP, can drop that over to a teammate if they want. And it is looking like that's exactly what's going to happen here from Forza. Dude, Dignitas, that's the thing that's really frustrating watching Dignitas sometimes, is that they get ahead in rounds, and then they find ways to just let their opponents find wins that they shouldn't really be able to get.
Yeah, that peek from Heap at the end was nasty, but again, like you're pointing out, that could have been open door or like a slight crack for Almeza to try and capitalize.
It should have been four players surviving for Dignitas, and Forza not getting anything, out of that round.
Oh my goodness, the Molotov does so much damage. Spreading a bit further than they expect.
Yeah, the nade tactics right here on Banana. It's a guessing game every time at the beginning of the half as to how things are going to go. Like, are they going to nade? It's that's the joke that Anders was making yesterday, that they keep having to hold further and further back on T side at the beginning of the round. Pretty soon they're just going to be holding in spawn.
and that's the thing. I know a lot of teams do actually like retaking Banana late in rounds instead, because it can be such a death sentence at times trying to get these forward positions.
Surprise.
Halzerg.
That was lucky.
Yeah, peeking in at the right time. Heap as well, finding a frag. And Forza, that's the bomb spotted and dropped in front of the smoke. They may call to save here very early, but they need to recover that. Flick getting a kill on A does leave Dignitas Vi a little bit more curious. I don't think they realized that the bomb was at their disposal in this circumstance, and Dignitas Vi gave up the site.
Oh, but they've already got the cross, and that fresh smoke going down is going to burn more time off this clock. 40 seconds. And you're right. Flit is anchoring the A site right now for Dignitas. That's Freiberg just walking right into his death. But Forrest could be the hero. Oh, no, he doesn't realize. Does he not realize? Oh, that's so unfortunate. He has to turn back and watch balcony. There it is. Footsteps heard. And he still loses the duel. Forrest. That's agony.
Oh, such a painful circumstance, but Halzerg picking them out of the air with the boost. And Jerry's low. Forza not exactly the healthiest. They can't really escape either. They're prepared to swing off one another, and Heap going to be that first port of call here for Dignitas. Oh, creeping around the box, Jerry. A great swing. Halzerg left a clutch in the AWP in a 1-on-2. So much coverage on the site. Not looking likely. Forza not giving him really the chance, but Flit, okay. Was that a jumping shot for the final kill? Either way, Forza weasel it out.
Just do it all now, huh? Yeah, jumping shots. Why not? 5 out of 5 Callies.
And that was a 3-on-5.
Man, Dignitas. Again, just finding ways to lose rounds that they've got won. So,
yeah.
Oh, that's just agony. This kill right here where Forrest loses that kill against Jerry, that's so tough. And Forrest right now, I'm wondering, I mean, is he feeling just too much pressure on himself personally to come up with the goods? Because he wasn't necessarily hitting shots last time we got to watch them play, Dignitas. And well, here he's off to a pretty cold start against Forza. And you feel like that's a kill that Forza should get 100% of the time.
Yeah, he's one of the golden age players that has really superseded expectations. Typically, you see a fall off. I think he's been the most consistent through that period, but
true. I mean, he is legendary.
Yeah, it is actually kind of ridiculous. It is abnormal.
It certainly is, considering he's going through all of the things that usually lead to a drop-off in performance. Or he's been going, let's say. He's been going, even in the rough times for Dignitas Vi, etc. He still bought a house, has a wife, has a kid, right? All the things that usually lead to
changing responsibilities, that type of thing.
Yeah, and yet Forrest continues. It's only now I think that we're seeing the change. I don't think it's due to that. I think it's just due to him having to find his way in this new roster with their coach.
I reckon the beard gives him those powers.
Dude, I mean, he's a baller.
I'm unbelievably jealous. Can't grow facial hair to save my life.
No?
No.
Maybe someday, though. In the future, it just takes time.
No. I don't
You're not
hold
holding out. You just kind of written it off already.
Yeah, I don't hold that same hope.
Don't get my hopes up, Sam. Don't toy with me.
Exactly. I wasn't really holding my hopes too high for this round either for Dignitas Vi.
No, that's why it's a good time to talk about facial hair.
True.
It's all, the thing is, it's all about the stash, dude. Beards are one thing, but the real power play is a stash.
Yeah, I mean, you've had a few cycles of facial hair.
Yeah, it comes and goes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not doing the scruffy beard. I figured out how to cut it, how to trim your own beard, right? So you don't get ripped off by these barbers who are charging obscene amounts of money for that now.
People just get scared, even touching up minor things on themselves, I think.
Sure, but the nice thing about facial hair is that grows back.
True,
yours doesn't grow to begin with, so there's none of that, right? But if you do have facial hair,
you don't have to rub salt in the wound, man. I understand. I came to terms with this a while ago, but I feel like you're resurfacing.
Listen, it's only going to make you tougher. You're doing this for your own way. Just like right now, Forza, they're doing this for their own good.
Yeah.
They're winning rounds. They're getting kills. They're battering Dignitas.
And they haven't been really finding the same level of success on players like Facecrack, on sort of entry positions, or even the likes of Flit that can accompany. But they have still been able to get themselves out of some troublesome positions. And now Dignitas Vi are left with a decision. They'd actually brought that M4 forward into this round. They could have, of course, maybe got a bit more of a supporting cast alongside it, but the more conservative route, of course, they can afford up a full buy the follow-up round. We'll see if Heap can get something done. Freiburg alleviating some of that pressure, already finding 1 kill on the P250, and a drive by Dink on Exapower as well. Really good start for Dignitas Vi, given the circumstance, and Harry, oh, gonna be given the frag. What a shot on the Deagle, and Forza, a man down.
Whoa. Jumping shots now from Freiburg. They really want that gun. Was that police? Did they manage to throw that over the wall here? Are they going to be able to recover anything? I think Forza should have thrown it over the wall. So that's nice. So good detail there from Forza, being aware of what Dignitas are hoping to achieve. And it's looking like the rotation is going to come through here as Heap makes his way towards the A site. Currently 2 players still there. So there will be 3 on the defense here for Dignitas Vi. And, well, Forza, I mean, Flit, Almazer, sexy power.
Get a little picture-in-picture of the AK thrown over the wall.
Done. There you go. All in the details here as Forrest is waiting for his opportunity to pounce. And, well, it's a short-lived opportunity. Harriet is not showing himself in the pit, though. He could be the hero of the hour. Unfortunately, the bomb is not getting planted default, and so he has to move on in here. There's the first shot, looking for the second. He knows the second man is on the site itself. But now they're caught in a crossfire. He's just hoping that Freiburg is going to be the hero to help him out here.
Oh, just giving small little peeks. Harry not finding the opportunity. Creeping out of the apartments is Flit, though. And Freiburg, he recovered a Galil en route, but given the chance, not going to be granted. Flit knocking them down a peg. 4 kills in the round for Forza. That actually looked good to start. They were in a great position to deal with it on the A site, but it's these kills and the damage done by Freiburg and Harry that really forces them in this position. Harry, it almost felt like he should have forced the issue as well. He's just really unsure where that secondary player was for Forza.
He is, yeah, they're just trying to get their feet under him right now, Dignitas. Well, we've got a technical timeout getting called here real quick, so we'll have a little bit of time to chat. The players, however, shouldn't be chatting. Luckily, we have the cameras on them, but they are still talking. So
yeah, it might be just small things. So like, how's the kids? You know, like
yeah,
what'd you have for breakfast? Small little checkups like that. Doesn't hurt every once in a while.
What's the ideal breakfast, you mean?
See, I'm not much of a breakfast guy.
You don't start your day with breakfast?
No, actually, yeah. I'm kind of, yeah.
So you're on that fasting trend?
Yeah, I mean, not really a trend. I just
eat naturally fast.
I eat when I'm hungry.
You eat when you're hungry. Okay.
I think it's like that's the mantra I've gone with.
So lunch and dinner.
Effectively,
yeah.
or sometimes even just dinner. It just depends on what I'm doing. Like if I'm really exerting myself, like sort of like moving, say I'm like moving furniture with a friend or something, right?
Okay, yeah, really exerting yourself.
Yeah, then that's a 3 meal a day type of circumstance.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say that's a 2 meal a day kind of circumstance. I was like, man, okay, I need some of your discipline.
No, it's like you need the energy, and then like when I'm just at home, I don't know, watching Netflix, chilling out, just I don't need to eat.
Don't need to eat. This is. So
I don't know.
cool.
It's like I feel like I'd like to call it the chameleon diet, where it's just like whatever environment I've put myself onto.
You just blend in.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, that is pretty much how it should be, right?
Yeah.
Shouldn't be eating all the time the way that we do right now.
Habitual eating, I think, is
habitual eating when necessary. This is.
I'm not trying to convert people. It's just that's just the way my life leads at the moment.
No, but there's a lot of deep wisdom.
Yeah.
That we can learn from. Not forcing yourself to do things that you don't need to do.
Which felt like Forza did in this game at the start. Was surprised by some of the force buys they went for.
Yeah.
But it has worked out somewhat. They've now managed 3 rounds in a row. Dignitas Vi now with a bye, but also not going to have an AWP, just the AUG in hand. We've been seeing more AUGs and Kriegs this tournament. We've been seeing it more of late as well. I think people are realizing that the nerfs weren't quite as bad, but...
Do you think Brolan just went away from the Krieg, but then, just came back? It's like he got back together with Old Faithful.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like he's the only one that we're seeing on the T side. Is there anybody else really that's going for the Krieg? I feel like Brolan is just the guy that I think of going for the Krieg.
I think we saw MIBR pick it up
okay.
once
or
twice,
maybe. I like that, though. But the AUG, yeah, the AUG is seeing quite a bit of use, actually, CT side. So there's a good variety right now in terms of the weaponry.
Yeah, we'll have to just see how effective it is. Could be receiving a bit of pressure towards the archers, and that's where Halzerk is positioned. Another smoke thrown by Forza, taking more space away. Halzerk's going to be limited on information here. They're wrapping right through it. FaceCrack taking a bit of a risk by doing this, but could find an opening opportunity as they set up for a collapse on A.
Dude, Almazer is not messing around today. He is an absolute savage. He has just been hitting nothing but crisp, clean headshots. Harry, though, holding his own. Will find 2 from the pit. Once again, that pit position just lethal. But with 3 alive, Forza going to get a nice post-plant position here. And man, X-Power catching the Jiggle Peak heap. He is done. Freiburg, yep, not even. And unfortunately for him, those guns die out of reach. Although he probably could wrap to Library. He probably could wrap to Library and pick one up.
Yeah, it would just be such a big gamble to take, right? So
Get the AUG. Really?
Yeah. I don't know if it's that much more valuable.
Well,
It does
being
feel a little
told,
bit lonely for Freiburg, though. These A-site hits have been pretty hard to manage.
Yeah.
He's had a friend with him once or twice, but I actually think Harry's been really stepping up to the plate here on this map. He's been hitting the shots he needs to on the site progressions. And the one player that you actually don't expect to maybe go missing, I think you mentioned it before, like he had a bit of a quiet showing earlier on in Flashpoint, is Forest, where he hasn't found that same level of consistency. We saw that one A-side wrap where they actually found a decent level of impact, but since then, not too much substance.
Oh, he is truly struggling. It's a tough one for Forrest. It's weird to see as well because it really is. I mean, that's the reason why we keep harping on about it is that for years he just never seemed to slow down. He always just seemed to maintain his level.
And in elimination time now as well for Dignitas Vi,
yeah,
it's crucial that you get all the pieces there.
But he might be feeling. He might start. Without Get Right now, he might be feeling that pressure. Right, because Get Right was taking the heat for a long time, right? Oh, Get Right dropping off. Oh, he's holding the team back and all that sort of thing. And so, with all eyes on Get Right, Forrest could still just do his thing. Maybe now the pressure is shifted over onto him as as one of the few remaining members of the old guard.
Yeah, and has to be sort of like an advisory figure to a lot of these newer talents as well for Dignitas Vi, I'd imagine.
That could be the thing as well, where you're just there's a lot that you take for granted when you're playing with veterans.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you got to worry about these youngsters running around doing crazy things. And well, I mean, Ven is going to have his work cut out for him.
Agreed.
Fantastic mustache, must say.
And for a long time, we'd heard a lot about how Harry was this sort of great mechanical player for Nordavind when he was picked up initially. That was really what was harped on about. But actually, when Dignitas Vi first formed with this roster, he's the one that saw, I think, the greater struggle. Like the expectations were much higher for him than say Heap, but Heap has actually done, I think, a great enough job to find a level where he's still going blow for blow with some of these players, but he is still sort of trying to find his own identity and his own feet. It's a bigger step up. I mean, he was coming out of MDL, really no information by anybody coming into this team, so...
Listen, even if you're dropping 40 bombs, you can still lose, right?
Exactly.
Going blow to blow is all fine and dandy on an individual level, but you need to find success as a team if you're going to get these Ws. And,
Absolutely.
just ask Nico, or Kenny, or any of the other greats. So, I mean, right now, the duel. Heat going to get caught. Finally, rotations coming through. Harry on Forest trying to hightail it over towards the B site. Harry will be Johnny on the spot here as that smoke blooms. Could try and step through and get cheeky, or hope to get lucky. Unfortunately for him, he just gets a bunch of bullets. Oh, this is looking very good here from Forza. I like it. This time around, actual good spacing.
Yeah.
Between the players. That's usually in the...
Oh,
What is going on? Forest! There we go.
Just as you say, good spacing, they walk straight into a deagle. Unexpecting that Forrest will be in that position, and it's Harry. Man, I was harping on about just a second ago. It's done great work on the A site, but it's a retake on B that is really odd stacked up against him. A crossfire now established from CT. They actually give it up. Face crack on the flank, but Jerry's not even going to let him realize it. So the AWP recovered for Forza. Does get, again, a bit more dicey than it should have been. We saw a round like that for Dignitas Vi, but Forza will happily take that. Another round to continue the streak.
Yeah. And, well, they do generally, let's say, have good... They have good spacing there, too. It's just that Force is a madman. Sometimes good spacing isn't going to save you. You're just going to die. But what we talk about with good spacing when we mention that, it's a concept of just making sure that you're always there to trade for your team.
Yeah.
And so on anti-eco rounds like that, Forza with the rifles, you're trying to get that death ball going. So that, yeah, okay, maybe you lose the point man, but then you have a second, you have a third guy that are all there just to shut down whatever you're up against and stabilize it. So Forza so far looking fairly good on that. Halzerk realizes this is going to be awkward, and that is the easiest shot of his life. Sex power is gone.
That is so crucial as well that he gets that kill because they'd gone for 4 players towards the B site to start things off. So if Halzark fell, that would have been an open site for Forza to take, but it's back and forth trades. 3-on-2 as Dignitas Vi leveraged that man advantage that was found by Halzark. And now Forza, what do you do? What do you respond with? Actually going back towards the A site after giving up the ground initially. And Dignitas Vi, they're in position.
Set up Almazer for success. That's the name of the game here, dude. This guy doesn't seem to miss right now. It's crazy. Spots him close, and well, he gets the kill. This is Jerry, though, 1v2. He realizes that a man is holding close, and unfortunately for him, he gets kind of lost in the smoke there, and Halzark gets a freebie. So 2 players survive for Dignitas, and they finally put an end to the reign of terror here. Forza were able to chain 5 rounds together on the T side. Dignitas now finally putting a stop to it. 4-6, Dignitas trailing on the CT side. Forza, of course, though, they've got plenty of money. It's going to be a full buy for them. And as far as Dignitas are concerned, actually a pretty reasonable buy. Harry has to skimp and go for an MP9, but they're loaded on nades.
Yeah, I think it'll take 1 more consecutive round like this for Dignitas Vi to start feeling maybe a little bit more comfortable. But if you can get the production out of Halzark like he had the round just now, then that is perfect. Opening found on Flit. While it won't spot out the additional players here for Forza towards the apartments, obviously very good to have an advantage early on. He's actually moving towards the B bomb site as well, where Forza have been sort of leaning as of late.
Dude, how is he still alive?
Oh my, how?
Finally.
He walked out of the Molotov and then he jumped back when he got flashed.
Yeah, because he ate an aid. Like he ate an HE and then he walked back into the Molotov just as the Molotov was clearing up. That was just nades through and through. Just ruined.
He was just too hot.
Just ruined the X.
I think somebody in production made like a little sound clip of Maui just going, "Sexy power."
Really?
Yeah.
Can we just get that going over here?
I mean, that's kind of what I'm waiting for. I'm just hoping at some point it'll come up.
Listen, we just need that soundbite. Nice shot, Halzark. And that's a heavy hitter to take out as well. Almazer out. He's been doing a lot of the work for Forza. So getting rid of him, that bodes well. But yeah, I wish we did have one of those soundboards, you know, just hit the button.
Oh no, we're not entering the gimmick territory again, are we?
Gimmick? Who said gimmick?
I mean, it's just, you know.
Yeah, so it's for the radio viewers out there.
Ah.
For the audio only. This is like a straight up radio broadcast.
Do.
Welcome. We will get the 360 no scope, air horns, and Doritos. Oh, volleys.
Oh, that nade on Harry, so much damage, but just not enough time here for Forza to recover the round. Losing so many opening opportunities, and losing exit power to the Flames is an unideal way to start. And he's not been hot this map. Neither is Facecrack really so far. We get to see it from a third. Hey, he walks clear of the Molotov and he gets nade. He's just, oh no, I gotta get out of here.
Sexy power, or should I say, sexy power.
Oh, there it is.
Dude.
There it is.
My eyes. Give me a spoon. I gotta take that. Maui.
The thing is, if you had to rate him on a scale of 1 to 10 at the moment, right? If Maui's having to reevaluate exit power or sexit power.
Maui is a handsome devil.
No, I'm not. I rate Maui quite highly. I just usually exit power is kind of at the forefront of the Forza game plan.
The forefront of your mind. Huh, I see.
Yeah.
See where this is going. Well, listen, no use beating around the bush.
It's been rough.
I'm just curious how Forza managed to roll this back around here, because all of a sudden it's feeling like Dignitas Vi are starting to get some momentum going their way.
Yeah, and you'd almost think if Facecrack and exit power were having a bit more impact, this could just be a complete a 1/2 effectively for Forza, because they've got 6 rounds. You can see the level of fragging for Flit, Jerry, Almazer, all 10 or more. Well, it's only 4 for Forza between Facecrack and Exit Power. Halzerk, again, trying to go for an aggressive peek, and Exit Power starts off nicely. Going for a bit more of a freedom angle as well, as he's looking to get even more aggressive, but the smoke deters him.
Bit of a weak angle, really. Doesn't have the peak advantage there. So,
Oh, he wants the AWP.
ooh, not gonna get it. Has to back off, and it's looking like Forza are going to pounce. There's only an MP9 here. Rotation's coming through from Forrest. He might be too late. Harry, again, is going to pick up his 1 kill. Dude, Harry has been so consistent at whittling down this offense when they come to A. But with 4 alive for Forza, Dignitas on the edge of an eco, they really aren't even going to have anything to do with this. They've just relinquished the site entirely.
Yeah, and if maybe not for the fact that he had an SMG, maybe gets 2 kills in that position as well. But
yeah, that's unfortunate. But he's been doing very well on A. Got to give it to him.
And you wonder at what point Halzerk starts moving and gravitating a bit more towards the B site, and maybe just allowing the Dignitas 5 players to swarm A bit more. Or maybe when they go for an aggressive style push, because we have seen very few instances where that has happened, and if it has been through Halzerk.
Okay. All the details. The bomb, the AWP getting thrown on the roof, no chance. Almost kind of wish that Laser just held on to it.
I was actually surprised that the nade didn't slingshot the ult towards Forest, because I think it just sort of sat there. It's like,
Might have been the goal.
Yeah. He's just, I don't want to go.
Yeah, you know, sometimes CSGO physics, man.
True. Maybe
the nade just landed on the other side of a pixel, and there you go. The op actually took no damage. Just didn't even realize an HE was going off. 7 rounds now on the T side for Forza. 7-5. Looking very good here, Forza. And what an entry. Perfectly done. Facecrack lighting him up. Freiberg will fall, and he doing the best he can to back off. He does succeed in reestablishing himself here, but Forza don't need to pull what they just did on A. They can slow things down now. I think they've missed their window. But it's looking like they want to commit, or at least they're going to put Facecrack right through here. Dude, Madman, get out of here. No way. This would be so sick. No
when
way
does he pull the
come through
trigger?
here. Come on, do it.
Oh my god, this is so awkward.
Did they realize that he's in the smoke? They had to have heard the footsteps. Yeah, that's so unfortunate. Shot through, though, and now it is going to be still a man alive on the site itself. Heap going to do the best he can. He's got the help of Forrest, though. Forrest going to hold the line, and that sets it up for Heap. The 1-2 combo, and they're walking right into the grinder here, Forza. Unfortunately for them, this is not going to pan out, barring a big mistake.
Bomb's rotating as well.
Yeah, look at this.
Oh my goodness, Flit finally flushed out. And I think they may just realize what's gone on.
Oops.
Nobody coming into support. They haven't heard the rattling shots of Exit Power in some time. And a 1-on-2 that is certainly feasible. Again, one of the best in the clutch here for Forza. Worked out against him last time, but they're not expecting this. Exit Power taking the aggressive face. And he has a pathway to the site, but this is going to be a sight line that Exit Power can fully exploit. A smoke on the bomb. The AWP may not be able to line this one up. Exit Power, do you rattle off a shot? He doesn't think he's on it, but he flicks away! Scoped in initially on the right spot, but he just thought he was slightly miscalculated, and Dignitas Vi steal that one away.
That's going to be one that is going to haunt him, because he knew where he planted that bomb. And having an AWP in that position is just nightmare fuel. Unlucky that the guy had a smoke. If he doesn't have a smoke, it's an unwinnable situation. But with that smoke against an op, man, everything for Exit Power there. And he just flicks right off of it. He believed himself for a second, and then no, decided against it. Unfortunate turn of events, but Forza still have the money for a buy. They even have an AWP play.
Oh boy.
Well, it's Forrest pushed down mid, finding the first kill. That's Facecrack out of it, but that was the Mac 10. No cares here for Forza. He was meant to be sacrificed anyways. Flit catches Hauser trying to make a play, and Jerry on the other side removes Freiberg. Harry can't do anything. No. Dude, they are just dying all over the place, Dignitas.
Oh, dear. I like the idea, if that is any consolation, but Dignitas Vi just not finding that level of success. That only the one initial kill that was good, and then it's all trades. Well, 6-8. Dignitas Vi, of course, could have potentially won that round after getting a bit aggressive. Forza didn't seem that prepared for the fights, And you can see that Halzerk as well was trying to just alleviate the pressure that he thought his teammate was under just by peeking in towards second middle, which made things a lot easier for Forza to hit the shot necessary. It's pistols for the last round of the half here for Dignitas Vi, and we'll see if they can get it done.
Well, let's see now. Already, it's going to be 3 rotating hard. And this is Forza just going for the power play. They don't even care anymore, dude.
The flashes.
Oh, Forrest full flashed. Just not going to happen. Nicely done, though. Hauser spacing not quite right here for Forza.
Ooh.
They're getting picked off one after another, just not able to push in. That was necessary, though. 2 quick kills. Freiburg dancing on the edge of the smoke as Jerry does the impossible, dude. That is unreal that he manages to get both kills on the A site. It shouldn't happen. Freiburg goes down, and that's a 9-6 finish at the end of the first half for Forza on the T side. Phenomenal job from them after what looked like a bit of a rocky start. Just kept their cool and utterly dominated. It's Dignitas now that are going to have to dig deep. And you can see a little bit of frustration there from Forrest. Luckily for them, they've got a little bit of a break before we start the second half.
The second half, Dignitas Vi getting some early, are going off to a pretty bad start to start things off. We had Forza really recoiling after getting the pistol round overturned. And then now we switch to CT, where I think they'll have a lot more success. We'll see more instances where exit power can get involved. We'll see if Dignitas Vi give them that chance.
Yeah, that's the bigger question, right? I've got faith in Forza to get in there and get the job done. These guys are fraggers. These guys are hungry, and they are a roster that's been together for quite some time, as you pointed out, going into this series, Yumi. It's Dignitas right now who are just, it's like, are they going to get a chance or not? Are Dignitas going to give themselves a chance or not? Are they going to get in here and start having some confidence? Because they need that on the T side. You have to run and gun and get in here fast. And, well, Forza are setting up with 3 players towards B already here on their CT side, and they are going to have plenty of time
Yeah, they've just completely contained them. Exit Power going to hold the T-steps as well, so there's no retreat here for Dignitas Vi. They have to pass by the Sexy Power himself, and oh, he may just get a little bit over-curious.
Yeah, just wait. You know they're there. And they realize it too. Dignitas realized that, yeah, they've given up complete map control, so they're going to be watching, and they're hoping for the Sexy Man to go ahead and peek.
Oh, dear.
Showing himself is a big deal. If he starts hitting headshots, though, this could get out of control fast, and he is backing off.
They're on the hunt.
He needs to stay alive. That's what Dignitas are hoping for right now. If they can kill him, they could wrap A quickly. And, of course, Forza realizing this, have rotated Facecrack and Flit back to the A site. This is all over the place.
Yeah, 30 seconds left now as well for Dignitas Vi, but better circumstances. Now that Forza have had to honor that they could have go towards the A site. Freiburg, Smoker leaved, and Jerry high ground with the dualies. We'll see if this is going to be as successful as it could. The first kill is instant. Almazer in the distance, but Jerry not finding the secondary kill. Almazer's gone checked though, and actually missing the opportunity. Harry bailing them out. Low time though here for Dignitas Vi. Get the bomb down, and that was the priority. Now a 1-on-2 for Freiburg.
Yeah, Flit, it's all right, dude. Yeah, exactly. Hold your horses. No need to charge in here. Freiburg, no Kevlar, has to take this fight and has to hit nothing but headshots. They're going to go together, and he does. What a brilliant headshot. Takes Facecrack out of it. 1-on-1, and this heavily favors Freiburg now that he's got the bomb. And Freiburg is a veteran. He's going to take full advantage of that bomb ticking away. And right now it's a 2-on-1 as far as Freiburg is concerned. Realizes that Flit was just going for the fake, of course. If he had a kit, it would be done by now, and there is just no time left. Flit is going to lose it, and Dignitas Vi will pick up the second half pistol. Bonus 300 possible here, and, well, it's going to be for Flit, not Freiburg.
Not a single surviving member in the pistol to end things off. What a wacky way to start things off as well. So many advantages for Forza to start, but like you said, Dignitas recognizing they gave up so much map control that they're able to get it done in time. Actually, a transition shot for Flit to initially deny the plant. That is a bit crazy.
What a shot from Freiburg.
Yeah. It's like perfect tracking on the kill as well.
But this is just, man, Sexy Power, man. He's going to be really kicking himself. If he just stays put and doesn't peek, you know?
I feel like we're just ruining the guy's branding by permanently referring to him as Sexy Power, but he pulls off shots like that, so I mean, it may be on brand.
That was pretty hot. That's a scout headshot if ever there was one.
Well, pistol one, man down. Forza bringing Exit Power over towards that B-bomb site. Another scout opportunity. And a tag received. Shot rattled off for the scout, but not a hit. They may just go, again, for this initial presence. Just bleed time. And make Forza sort of guess which way they're going, because they're actually playing a very conservative game here on the CT side thus far. Ooh. Really just taking their time with this one. I'm surprised that Forza aren't getting aggressive on any of their players with the pistols in particular, just to make more informed decisions here on the CT side.
I think they learned their lesson from the last one.
Yeah.
We win that hands down if we don't get aggressive. Now, however, it is going to be that push coming through here from Dignitas Vi with 25 seconds left. They are running right into the blender. It's a crossfire of Deagles, and it's an utter disaster for Dignitas. A brutal way for it to go in that round. And yeah, that's Forza playing it correctly. Just sit and wait, and they walk into our crossfires. We shoot them in face.
Yeah.
Look at that.
The thing is as well, like, the smoke isn't hit correctly for Dignitas Vi. Like, it's a little bit deeper than it's supposed to be, which gives Jerry a better sightline in. But they go to clear it. They actually know the player's up there, but they just expect him to have fallen down. So they don't clear it the second time, and it just works out so much better for Forza.
Oh, look at the shot. I thought he got a collat. I thought that was a double headshot line. That would have been sick. Woo-hoo-hoo, what a shot. Sexy Power. Gets the body shot on Freiburg as well. He might be in trouble, though. Never mind. Flit's there to get his back, and Jerry's helping out. Ooh. Sexy Power was just getting these body shots after body shots. Facecrack with the MP9 going to get caught with an 8 in his hand, but he is going to find that kill. 11-7. Forza stabilizing on the CT side.
Yeah, Facecrack almost goes down because the nade actually masks where Force was at the end. Could have been a much more expensive one, but Forza are doing well to keep their numbers high. So we've seen both pistols won by the T side. I actually forgot to sort of notice this, but the second round lost by both the T sides that won the pistols. So interesting one to note. Forza happened to turn this one around. Of course, they came into the half with the advantage, and we see Dignitas Vi on just pistols. And the nades that may follow up, they bombard them initially, but Almazer holding his ground, keeping Jerry a little bit safer. But the Glock, the dinks are good, and Dignitas are trying to collect themselves to collapse, but Flit from the back. Make sure that that doesn't happen.
That's enough of that. He's like the parent showing up when the kids are just ruining things,
what?
you know, just
What
running
on
around
earth is
crazy.
going on over here?
Just slaps left and right. Sit down. It's bedtime. All right, Forza, 12-7 on the CT side, looking very good. And yeah, I mean, this is just confidence. They should have confidence in this matchup. They are heavily favored. We saw that in the odds provided by our sponsor Pinnacle. But I mean, also the eye test and just everything else. Forza are going to be the team that have a heavy edge in this. Dignitas, though, never give up hope. Not with legends like Forrest on there.
Oh my dear, they have absolutely no idea. Forrest isn't going to clear for it, and Flit, it's like aggressive peek down middle, works out for a 1-for-1. Some information gathered, some tags done on Holzerk as well. And this may lead to a bit of paranoia as well. They may feel like they have to work mid-control if you're a Dignitas 5, but if they're losing numbers of Banana, the options do become more and more limited as time goes on.
And that timing just does not work. But hey, Sexy Power's here. Oh, preempts the shot. Doesn't quite make it. Setting up for his teammate, though. Sexy Power right now, the one-man army, and FaceCrack just needs to trust. But he's going to go for the peek. Finds both remaining kills. And Dignitas Vi trying to speed things up onto that A site. It just completely backfires on them. Thought for a second that, you know, that Power would get that, but wasn't quite there.
And again, he's usually one at the top of the scoreboard, really, for Forza. Middling performance thus far, but it's been Flit, Jerry, and Almazer that have really been delivering the goods here on Inferno. And that can be one of the things that we can touch on. I mean, you talked about on the desk, the individual capacity is there for Forza. It's usually just some odd decision-making that leads them into some rough games. But see if they deal with the anti-eco. Freiburg, Tech9, Almazer able to double up for a couple. And, well, Almazer just cleaning house. Holzerk all that's left.
Yeah, that is usually why you don't see rushes like this on B anymore. Or, well, yeah. I mean, three on B for Forza at the beginning of the round. It's pretty much just the end of times there for Dignitas Vi. But maybe that's what they wanted. You know, if it works, it works. If it not, you get that round over with quickly, and you get into the buy round here. Full AKs across the board. Decent nade count as well for Dignitas Vi. But Forza are currently on a 5-round win streak on this CT side, and they do not look like they're going to be slowing down anytime soon. It could very well be a 16-7 scoreline here.
Yeah. Well, ooh, exit power. Again, a missed shot as they peek him in through middle. And Forza only a couple rounds away. Only the one round won by Dignitas Vi in this half so far. And they really need to get a win under their belt. The AKs, oh, Harry taking that first face, immediately taken down. And this is one of the problems that we're starting to see now surface. We've seen a few rounds now for Dignitas Vi. They are spacing themselves out and taking some of these individual fights because I think they want to leverage a bit more of the individual ability.
Well, everyone's trying to be the hero right now for Dignitas. And that's where things start to fall apart. If everybody's just taking fights and you don't win those fights, you can see how it gets a little bit problematic. You're not helping the team anymore, you're hurting the team. So, a bit of a struggle here for Dignitas. Crossfire is established, however, for Forza. Smoke goes down, timing is there, Sexy Power catches Freiburg, and it is still going to be 3 remaining players here for Dignitas. FaceCrack has got this nasty angle, though, going to be able to spot balcony and short. It's going to cost him, but the power still, whoa, just looking completely off to the side, and this is actually now set up for a perfect situation here. Dignitas Vi finding both kills on this A site. Not a whole lot you can hope to do here now if you're Forza, unless somebody makes a big mistake. Or you dunk this HE perfectly. Oh, it goes by just a little bit too far.
Oh, I thought that was going to do so much more damage. Oh, another nade? Okay, no, Force is repositioned. So this is not a concern. These post plants there, they're so difficult to deal with here if you're Forza, and they're not being given the opportunities. Dignitas Vi holding true to the don't peek, bombs down, focus on the objective, and Forza unable to get that retake underway. Dignitas break the streak.
Oh, does he survive? Oh, so close. Now that that bomb's getting planted over in the corner there.
It's like penguins in a storm.
It's just enough. Yeah, huddling together for warmth.
Yeah.
And then it got too warm, too warm, too warm. And for an instant there, it's a little uncomfortable. 14-8. Forza.
Oh my goodness, you see the odds?
Yeah, that's understandable though.
Yeah, absolutely.
But those are crazy odds. I mean, but that's why the odds are the way they are. You know,
Yeah.
it's just the way it looks right now. It's looking a bit grim. But they do manage to actually stop Forza. There was that streak developing, 5 rounds in a row, and now, well, Forza. Oh, the gun barrel. Spotted.
Oh, what a tease.
Yeah, Forrest is just wishing, oh no, not going to see him now. And well, Harrop, in the meantime, the angle is being held, and this is going to get really awkward. But what a shot from Exapower! That was beautiful. So fast.
Yeah, he's really trying to revitalize himself.
He's doing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you hit shots like that, I don't care if you've got a low score line. If you're hitting high-impact frags like that, do it. That's Almazer hesitating, talking about revitalizing yourself. That was him not trusting in himself. You gotta trust. Shots are through. If he picks up that second kill, we're looking at a totally different situation here. Now, it's a 3-on-3 retake for Forza, and this is riding on face crack. Moving up Banana. He needs to get in here, he needs to stay alive, and the timing is going to be critical. But if he can catch Heap, this would be big. Forces Heap back onto the site, needs to win the duel, and he's not gonna do it. And that's gotta be the end here. 3 alive for Dignitas. Exapower and Flit are going to be hard-pressed. They're going to be very hard-pressed to make this happen now.
But they're going to try nonetheless. Freiburg Molotov out of position. Flit able to finish him off, and Exapower peeking in from the arches. He jumps on the shot. Unintentional at that, of course, but Flit not going to be given any more room to work with. Only an exiting kill. And well, Heap may very well go down to the bomb or a bullet, but... Okay, yeah, Flit needs to prioritize saving his life, but he's not even going to accomplish that.
Wait, dude, how can you survive on A site and not survive there? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he was far away.
He was a fair distance. I need to get the meter stick out for that one.
Felt like he was far away, and then he was going to get that op blown towards him.
And but the thing is, the chances were there for Forza. Initially, that kill that Exapower could have lined up, it wasn't exactly like the spray was that clean from Dignitas Vi.
Not at all. But I think I might have cursed face crack there, unfortunately, for him. You know? Just because he needed to hit that shot, and he didn't. Halzerk, once again, going to catch him. Or Exapower, same exact thing.
Oh my god, the timing's exactly the same as well. Forrest just emerges and just like, wait, where is he? I don't see him. That was a great last round from Heap. We were talking about how the Harry-Heap combo came into this Dignitas Vi roster. And Harry's actually kind of slowed down. Heap doing a bit more in the past few rounds. Exapower, once again, he really wants to force the issue. And they're holding for this peak. They know what he wants to do, and Halzerk hits the shot.
Yeah, just the execution. The firing squad ready and waiting for him. And well, now, what do? You're down a man, and it's going to be gamble time here. And Forza right now thinking that this is going to be the A site. They've rotated a third man over here. Could be second-guessing themselves, and it's looking like it. Flit with the AWP heading back towards B.
I think this is...
Yeah.
Sorry, I think this is one of the differences where, like, you look at A-Core as an aggressive AWPer, he's at least got someone with him, but, Flit moving in with that secondary AWP, or with the recovered AWP, sorry, and Almazer's able to triple things in towards Banana. The nade as well from Flit, so well placed, and Halzerk, count him out of the round, 30 seconds. Sure, he's got the bomb and an AWP, but money's really not looking good here for Dignitas Vi. I mean, he kind of has to go for it if they want something to potentially leverage a later round. Forza's money could be weakened, and he's actually picked the correct site, but time is really against him here.
10 seconds on the clock as he rounds the corner. Halzerk is going to be hard-pressed so long as there's patience shown here by FaceCrack. FaceCrack could have let him start it. I mean, whatever. He gets the job done there. The main thing for FaceCrack is that he doesn't peek into Halzerk. So that does not happen, and it is map point now for Forza. On their map pick, it's worth pointing out, this is Inferno, and Forza feeling pretty comfortable here. But a 6-round lead and a 4-spy coming out of front. Dignitas means that it's going to be pretty grim for the Scandies.
It's interesting that we see the ult change so many hands on Forza. Typically, Almazer is the secondary ult player, so if Exopower does lose his life, you'll take up the reins. But he's just been so good on the rifle this map, and you can see why. Getting so aggressive as well. The confidence really brimming through from Almazer in particular. And the nade, oh, it hits him dead on. Harry, slowed down by that, can't chase the frag down, and Dignitas Vi, they may just be contained here to single digits on this first map. Forza hoping to close this one out. They seem to have a pretty good indication as to where Dignitas Vi are going. A stack towards A.
Whoa, and they line up through the smoke. Jerry gonna gun down 2. They don't even see the bullets. Flit takes them out, and Heap is gonna be the last man alive. 1v5. There's always hope. There's always a dream, but with a minute on the clock, he can hope that they run into him one at a time. That would be very kind of Forza. That's one way to do it. Look at that. Flit even gonna oblige with the peek. How kind. Not going to find it though, unfortunately for Heap. It is going to be 16-9. The final score on the first map, Inferno, between Forza and Dignitas Vi.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be a lot more of a close endeavor. Of course, this wasn't a map that Dignitas Vi are picking into, and you look at the circuit, they talked about on the desk the fact that the map pool is so similar and that there's going to be a lot of crossover. So the opportunities were there for Dignitas Vi to really get things going. We saw some nice individual plays, but it just really, that CT side is really where things started to fall apart. But we're going to throw ourselves over to a break. We have a nice little documentary to segue us into the desk, or rather the second map, and we'll see how they get on Nuke.
Adam's strength has always been that no matter what, he doesn't really give in. He is never the one to kind of admit that someone's better than him. The mindset for him is that he's better than everyone else, and he wants to go and prove it.
I grew up with my family a bit outside of Gothenburg. My cousin and my uncle, they were both professional football players. We have like that in our family, in our blood, to be competitive, to win.
Adam har alltid varit en väldigt aktiv kille när han var liten. Allt inom sport intresserade honom. Och det var ju både fotboll och innebandy. Och sen så fastnade han ju mest för ishockeyn som han höll på med tills han blev 18 år.
I love sports, I love competing and like the team environment. I don't think I would be able to play like a solo game. Like I love the team aspect of sports. I started playing Counter-Strike back in 2005. A friend of mine bought Half-Life 2, and included in that was Counter-Strike Source. We finished playing Half-Life 2, and eventually we said, oh, we have another game here called Counter-Strike. We both sat down and played it, and we were like, wow, this is a great game. My parents hated seeing me in front of my PC. Me and my brother, we had 1.5 hours per day in front of our PCs. The rest of the time we had to do homework, meeting friends, or doing other sports or, activities.
I samband med att han satt mer och spelade vid datorn och var mer och mer orörlig, så blev både jag och Adams pappa oroliga att han satt för mycket vid datorn. Och det var ju inte bara det att han satt vid datorn, utan det här spelet som vi då inte förstod vad det var ju ett väldigt intensivt spel med ganska höga ljud och så vidare. Och gick man in och tittade så såg man ju bara som förälder hur de sköt varandra. Så att det var ju ingenting som vi tyckte någonting om, utan vi blev ganska oroliga. Vad ska detta leda hän att sitta och spela ett sånt döda spel?
It was hard to convince them to let me play. I could be sitting and playing in a game and my parents would just knock on my door saying, hey, you have to get off the PC. And I was like, wait, I have like 2 rounds left, I have to play. But I think the main thing for me, why I was allowed to play, was basically one of the old owners in my team, which I played with, had to call my dad to tell him, like, you need to let Adam play more, like we need to let him play the matches which we have scheduled here.
Och förklarade då också då att bara så att ni förstår, så just nu så är Adam rankad nummer 16 i Europa i det här spelet, och det är ett helt lag som spelar, så att det är inte bara han utan hela laget är beroende av att Adam är med. Det var ett litet uppvaknande.
After I finished school, I was still playing semi-professionally, and eventually I got an offer from Fifflaren to join his team.
I'll be honest, he used to be a little shithead. He talked a lot of smack. He was super cocky for what he believed to be, he thought he was the best player in the world, even back then. There's obviously a lot more to Adam than what first meets the eye. I think it went really fast from, okay, he's a cocky guy, but it was for a reason. In terms of having the winner's mentality, that's really Adam in a nutshell.
Back in Source, when I played with Fifflaren, we were one of the best teams in Sweden, if not the best team in Sweden. When CSGO was released in 2012, we had the beta keys from Valve. We started playing and we were like, yeah, this is pretty close to CS Source. And we heard some rumors that 1.6 players were also going to move over to the new game. And I knew that they contacted Fifflaren to create a team together with him. There were 4 people. It was Exist, Fifflaren, GetRight, and Forest.
And then Freiburg was the last piece. And Freiburg was really someone that I was at least hoping that they would pick up, knowing his mentality and knowing how much effort and time that he puts into making sure that he's one of the best players in the world.
I literally spent every woken hour of the day to play CS, to try to convince them that I was the one they should choose to be the 5th player in the team.
I was really hoping that, the guys would see that. And, the more they played with him, they kind of saw that too. And I think eventually, right, we kind of just locked ourselves in on Freiburg, and that's really how the team was formed with the 5.
We had a pretty good start to the team, obviously. When we started playing and we were winning tournament to tournament, it was fun.
NIP had probably the most impressive win streak in the history of any esport I'm aware of. In their first 87 offline maps of Counter-Strike, they won all of them.
It feels weird to talk about, but I was never actually, never got tired of winning. It was super satisfying. Being there, lifting a trophy, winning, just feeling like you're on top of the world.
We never really knew what we were bad at when we kept on winning everything. It was very hard to improve when there was nothing to improve upon, so to speak.
I think it was the 2nd or 3rd tournament that we actually started realizing we haven't lost yet. I think it became a bit pressure on us, but I remember losing the first map against Virtus Pro. I just remember Forrest just applauding us, saying, okay guys, this streak was really, really, really awesome.
The first team in history to beat NIP on LAN, they must be feeling happy. If only we had a shot of the Kiev arena at the moment.
Having a good mentality and having a good chemistry in the team made us having the NIP magics, as people call it.
He is very much an anti-fragger. He's very much a space creator. Yeah, he's very much the happy, energetic kind of player that brings everyone up. But first and foremost, he's never the one to kind of give in. He's always the one to, yeah, I keep on dying here. Bring me in again. Just let me at him.
He hits the shot. JW downed it. What is this? Triple kill for Freiburg.
Freiburg finds his 3rd and 4th. Beautiful shot with the bait. With Tech 9, and that's got to be it. An ace from Freiburg, all with the Tech 9.
He's going to be walking up. Spots Pronax here in the corner. Takes him down, turns around for the 180. Still 15 bullets left. Freiburg crunches it. Are you kidding? It's going to be a double. He does it again and again and again.
I was very aggressive. I wanted to be the guy who got all the frags. And how did I get all the frags? Yeah, by running in first.
In most cases, this is not something you can actually teach. Because it takes a lot on a player to go in and die 15 rounds in a row and not really give a damn. For Adam, it's natural. He just does it, right? He's not gonna, even if he dies 9 rounds in a row, I ask him to go in for a 10th round, he will still do it.
It wasn't bad to be an entry fragger when you know that you have Forest, GetRight, Exist, and Fifflaren behind you. If you would fail, at least you would get info to your team, and to walk in first and die, take a bullet for Forest isn't too bad.
You win as a team, you lose as a team. I think Adam has really, really lived and breathed that for most of his CS career.
I became famous on playing Banana on Inferno. I mean, it was just one of those positions which I was really comfortable at, and I managed to do a couple of highlights.
Make it 4 Freiburg! Excellent defense there on Banana.
That was fun, like then seeing the memes or like the nicknames coming up, like the King of Banana. It was more fun for me. I didn't really think about it, but it also boosted my confidence a lot playing there. NIP created King of Banana ice cream. It was basically like a banana split, so like an ice cream with like banana and chocolate flavor, and they named it King of Banana after me. And I think that was pretty cool to have like something named after me. I think one like highlight or scene from me playing that defines me is probably my ace against Fnatic in the 2014 Cologne final.
Back, Ulf find the shot on Exist. Freiburg does return, picks off Pronax. He's still here though, and he's going for more. 2 big frags. The third man is here, however, and Freiburg has to back up. But Freiburg somehow opens it up single-handedly.
Rotation, Freiburg. All he has to do is stay alive, and it's going to be great. Oh, he picks up a quad kill. He could do even better than staying alive. And that's it, that could really work. Then Freiburg comes in, he sprays, Freiburg misses, and it's the ace!
It was obviously pretty important round since we ended up winning the final and the major.
I think winning that event meant a lot, and I think that I think that for everyone it was super nice to kind of get that major win with the core 5.
Och då ser vi hur de står där vid den svenska nationalsången och sådär, och det var ett otroligt starkt minne. Då var man stolt och är stolt fortfarande.
Also winning in front of our home crowd in Malmö 2016, that was one of my favorite moments in my career. Coming out of our booth and walking out on the stage and see like the thousands of Swedish fans who screamed out their joy was that was something I'll remember for the rest of my life. When I was replaced in NIP, for me it wasn't too bad. Like obviously it was sad because I wouldn't be playing with my friends anymore, but we had so poor results that year that we all felt like we needed to make a change.
I think for me, Adam is a guy that is very hard to replace on a team. He brings a lot, and I think that once you lose a guy like that on a team, you lose a lot of your identity.
I never really thought about quitting. Like I had it like, should I keep on playing? Like who could I play with and everything? Like, you have a lot of thoughts when you get the decision, but I still felt like I wanted to keep on playing. Basically the idea just came back to my mind. Like in the beginning I wanted to create like a young Swedish team which I would be captain of, which I could basically teach how to play CS. Then eventually when I found out that Exist, Get Right is available, I'm available, Fiflarn is available as a coach, and we started messaging Forrest saying, hey, what's up? Do you want to play? I always wanted to give this team another shot with the old lineup, and I'm so glad that we did it. Even though we've been playing with each other for many years before, it was like a new team. We have to really get used to each other in-game again. It was rough. Like we had to go from the bottom and work our way to the top, and in the beginning at least it went fairly well. Eventually, like we had so bad results that you felt like there was something in the making. We tried everything. Like we tried changing positions, we tried changing basically everything we could have changed, but we still couldn't make it work.
What I saw for the first 7 months, it was a lot of damage that we were doing to these guys, right? Instead of, it was supposed to be a good time back. We're supposed to be winning some games. The guys are back. It turned into instead, I think, a lot of pressure to kind of get the results. And when the results didn't come, I think there was a lot of just anger that was getting built up.
I want to still prove that I can still play at the top level, and with the 2 new players in our team, I'm fairly sure that we will be a completely new team. Like we tried bringing back the old players. It didn't work, but now it's going to be a new beginning for Dig CSGO.
He's learned a lot for the past few years. I think that the development now, when he did end up leaving NIP, he joined Optic, he joined Heroic. I think he got a lot of experience, and I think he got a different mindset into, how does the actual game progress? How does it work? And I think he spent a lot of time in actually working on that, in becoming a strategical mind.
I have a way which I see the game, which I love, obviously, and I feel like I can read the game fairly well. And I think the more I played with our team now during 2020, I felt like I want to get my input out a bit more and more and more. And eventually it came to the point where Robin asked me if I wanted to try in-game leading, and I said yes.
From 5 years ago to now, I think the development of Freiburg has been absolutely tremendous. I'd say that there has been a remarkable kind of turnaround for Adam in the sense of where he has chosen to kind of put his efforts at.
I want to be a good in-game lead. I want to feel like my team, I want to let my team play the way I want them to play, and the way that they want to play the game as well. Because when people are playing in comfortable positions, which, you know, when teams are feeling confident, everyone is doing their like A position, the A game, that's when they're at their best. And I just want to make sure that my team is like feeling super comfortable, because I think then that's when we're going to get results. Being one of the older players in the scene, I think I have a couple of like obligations, especially to the younger players, to teach them how to play CS. Like, for example, if we pick up a young player and he's never been to a big LAN event, I think it's my obligation as an older guy in the team to try to comfort him, try to tell him how it's going to be, prepare him as much as I can, and also like teach him basically the way of how it was for me when I was young, like talking from my experiences and trying to help the younger players in the scene.
You know, I kind of see myself in Adam in some sense as his mentor, you know, back in 2010 when he moved to Ireland, both in-game and outside of the game. And I see Adam doing exactly the same thing. You know, I think Adam is super smart. He is one of the nicest guys you've ever met. He's super loyal. He means well. He doesn't tilt easily. He's good at explaining, you know, his thought process and what he wants. And I think that once, you know, the more he picks up this in-game leader role and the more experience he gets in that way, I think that I can definitely see Adam playing this game for a very long time still, and still keep on developing new Swedish talent.
I keep playing because I'm super competitive. I love competing in the game. Obviously, playing in front of a crowd, it only adds fuel to the fire for me. It's the best feeling in the world, and lifting a trophy, like standing on stage and feeling that you are the best team in this tournament, you won this tournament. That's everyone should try that feeling. It's great, I promise you. For me, it's super important that you have faith in your team. I'm here to compete. I want to go to events. I want to place good. I want to be a top 10 team. I want to, you know, go to tournaments and have the chance and the feeling that we can win this tournament, because otherwise it's not worth it.
Well then,
yeah,
we're about to find out if it's worth it or not here for Dignitas. It is the redemption time. Second map, their map pick, Nuke, coming up next. And if ever they were going to come alive, well, it has to be now.
Yeah, the big question is whether Dignitas Vi will Dignitas die here on that second map or not. This is a big one. The expectations are set a lot higher. You said you saw it in that little documentary. It's good. This is supposed to be a new beginning with newer players. We'll hopefully get to see those players shine. We saw good things from Harry and Heap on Inferno, but just not all there in the right places at the right times for Dignitas Vi. We'll see how they get on the T-side pistol. Good amount of utility here for them. A lot of flashes, and they've made some progress towards outside. Heap to lead the way, and the timing is perfect.
Brilliant. Looking for the shots, and they are going to trade it, but Force is there, and they are swarming that A site. Sexy Power is looking for an angle, and unfortunately, it just does not pan out for Jerry. He got spotted in the vents. Life's going to get real difficult for him. I don't know how he gets out of there. He needs Power to create some space, and Power finds one headshot, so now it's on him continuing to apply pressure from this side of the bomb site. Never mind, Jerry is dead, and so it's all on Sexy Power. If ever there was a time for him to come alive, it's time to, nope, die.
Yeah, Heap just hovered over those vents like a cat looking at a wall.
Yeah, that's a rough one for Jerry. Unfortunately for him, he's just a split second off if he goes up that vent a split second earlier.
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, this is Dignitas's map pick. So I do expect them to have a plan in the pistol and a plan going forward from here. The Force Spy, I expect every round to be thought out here now from the Scandinavians. They need to come together, and they need to show Forza a united front and not let Forza continue to bully them. So now all eyes on Dignitas.
I like the idea to start. They nade open the door, they try and pre-nade in towards Mini. Just in case Forza were going for an early peek. Capitalize on maybe a vents dive Could be the idea for the CT side to try and punish. Freiburg probing towards ramp. Flit is on the other side with a Deeg. Freiburg as well, just pretty much by himself. Does have Heap to support at a distance with the rifle. There's a whole lot of information being gathered. Meanwhile, Forrest holding towards lobby. Does find Forza getting aggressive. Ooh, I like the bit of pace and space that Freiburg is creating. And the chance to flank this A site is just a missed timing here from Forza. Freiburg lining the first one out, the first drop, and underneath exit power falls. A great round here for Dignitas Vi, all stemming from that aggression towards ramp.
That is as good as it gets. Unreal. Freiburg wins that. Hauser gets another as well. So a single kill goes away of Forza. But yeah, that's as good as it gets, that they open the pathway for you all the way up to heaven like that. It's not every round that happens. So luckily for Freiburg, it pans out perfectly, and he's able to just gut that upper defense. Very nice round there for Dignitas Vi. And Forza, I think that they've got enough experience to shake that off. Just be like, right, that's what happens sometimes, you know. Not going to take it too seriously. We're just going to go ahead and invest a little bit in this round. A couple of, or just at least a nade picked up, a couple of pistols as well. Where's that nade going to go? I'm curious. Vent drop coming in from Harry. So already now Forza know that the bottom side has been compromised.
You can see Flit rotating into position. May not expect that Harry could be at this timing so early. Oh, the Deagle not getting the shots. The aim punch definitely a factor in that regard, and Harry just continues that long-range peppering. Rotating through the vents, they may just give him so much cash. Of course, 600 a kill with these. Exit power does eventually stop the madness towards that lower site, but Dignitas are still converging.
Yeah, they should. As well, they should. They know that this is now just an eco essentially coming in here from Forza. They have the superior firepower. They have the advantage of numbers. Just get in here as a group and just deathball your way onto the bomb site. And so, nice attempt there, you know, from Sexy Power to get a kill with that MAC-10. But it's not going to happen, and it is all going to be now on Forza with this buy, their first buy, rather. So, Dignitas Vi, 3-0 in the lead. And Forza on CT side now. This is where it gets fun. What is going to be the preferred strategy right out the gates?
We'll see if they try and get into slightly more disruptive positions. I think when we saw Dignitas Vi against Contact, being aggressive on that CT side actually worked really well for Contact to get quite as many rounds and actually make things a bit more interesting. But that's not really typically the Forza game plan. Very content to sit back and wait to be reactive. Dignitas may not give them that chance, and they're creeping forward towards the safe site. Keep is so close in that smoke. Holzerk as well, finding the angle on Mazer. A dropped body in front of Face Crack, but he's undeterred. A 1-for-1 exchange, but they're just falling as they rotate into this site. Flit and exit power, this may just be a call to save, especially because they just got exit power on the AWP, and he's found nothing so far.
Yeah, no presence in yard that he can tell. This is brutal. They've all just gone straight into upper, and now they're just going to be sitting here holding as well. Flit does catch Harry looking the wrong way, so a little bit of a lucky break there. One more kill would be nice, at least to put a dent in Dignitas' economy. Force somebody to actually spend their money and full buy. Now Dignitas now should, considering they're still holding lobby, or they should be holding lobby, they'll have a way out of here, and we shouldn't see any more guns die on their side. And Forza, of course, the name of the game is for them to just hold on to everything they've got here.
Yeah, I know it's still early days, but Jerry, quiet as a mouse. Owls, of course, natural predators.
Fair enough. He is just frozen in place right now, terrified, you're right. Nicely done there by Halzerk with the opener. Yeah. That is clever use of the smoke. And the smokes, man, it's just so brutal if you're dancing on the edge. You can just lay waste to that defense. We've seen it time and time again so far. But we've got a technical timeout getting called here, so we'll see. One of the players needs to reconnect. Dignitas Vi in the lead 4-0. And I mean, man, are we just going back to basics here on this T side? Dignitas Vi, they haven't even touched yard yet. So is it just focus on upper, focus on ramp until they teach us otherwise, and then we can start throwing things out there on long? Or rather, you know, long yard, open, the open area.
I think the only time they actually went and explored yard was when they had pistols on Forza. So Nothing that could really fight them at a distance. But yeah, it has been interesting that these past few rounds have been not only exploiting a timing, I think, that we saw towards ramp, but just collapsing on that A site that Forza can't really deal with that. And maybe that's to try and bypass what Exit Power is trying to get going as well, especially because they know that he wants to sort of play towards outer, see if he can find impact with that AWP. But I mean, a great start here for Dignitas Vi. So many players on 4 kills respectively. Only one that's lagged behind has been Harry, but he's been fulfilling a very entry position.
Yeah. You know what else is going to get entryed this round? The crack of their face.
Oh, God. The XM.
He's got it, dude. What's better than a Nova? Obviously an automatic shotgun. And you're just waiting. Oh, smoke gets in. Oh, dear. Oh, and he lands on him. This is awkward. Oh, it could not be worse. And yet still a couple of kills. Halzerk is pinned in the corner. He's just going to get overwhelmed. And now the remaining 2 players for Dignitas Vi, it is known where they are playing from. Jerry going to be able to back off in the nick of time, staying alive. And they need to maintain this. If it is a 1-on-2, Forrest on the hunt knows that he needs to find a kill here to create the space. And unbelievable. Jerry barely makes it around the corner in time. Jerry has no idea where Forrest is playing from, though. And so Forrest, man, he is so patient, just taking his time with it. Doesn't rush, collects that kill, and now this is where it gets real fun. Where does Forrest decide to go? He's got all the time in the world, more than a minute, just now a minute left on the clock. And Sexy Power is rotating, looking like he wants to get up into heaven, as do we all. But Forrest is going to be ready for him.
Yeah, Molotov in. It lands as well. Having to wait this one out. Exit Power on the other side of the flames. May just find a timing. Forrest. Advanced position. The AWP can definitely be lethal at this range. Forrest, this is a must-hit shot. Such a committed position. And Forrest, of course, closes it out for Dignitas Vi. A 5-0 start on this T side.
Yeah, Forrest and Nuke. They just go so far back, man. You know, some of the matches, this was one of the best maps rather for NIP back in the day. And I mean that back in the day. Some of the most epic matches we've had were on this map. And, well, Forrest just coming into his own. He knows how to play these situations. Really surprised that there wasn't a jiggle there from Sexy. But
yeah,
this is going to be it.
He's a confident guy.
I can't believe they still have this much money left, Forza. 5 rounds in a row loss, but they have enough for rifles, Kevlar, and they even have an AWP on Sexy. And there's Face Crack again with that auto shot. He's going to get traded by Halzerk. They learned their lesson. Dignitas Vi continue to just punish this upper site, though. And Almazer going to drop to the side as well, trying to bolster his teammate. Freiberg going to go ahead and roast Jerry. That's an opening. But Almazer on the site itself will be there to trade. Forrest, the hero of the last round, has been laid low.
And there may be more twists and turns here for Forza. Harry in heaven, but no. Comes out the other side of the duel, worse for wear. 12 HP remaining on Flit, and they find Halzerk as well. They had a clutch from Forrest, one of the veterans. Now it's Freiberg, called up to the plate. A 1-on-3 timing is fantastic on Almazer. Flit's low HP as well, so just showing a bit more than enough here for Freiberg and Exit Power. Surely, a 1-on-1 now with Freiberg that could end up in a 4K for Dignitas Vi. Can they continue this string of rounds? So much time available, and Freiberg looking to reposition.
Yeah, no way does he see Sexy Power there when he jumps. Ah, this is unreal. He sees the gun barrel. Oh, and he gets the headshot. Oh, they cannot lose a round right now, Dignitas. 2 clutches back-to-back from the legends themselves. Sick.
Unbelievable.
That's how it's done. And what fantastic pressure you got to put on this upper site. It's relentless right now. They just don't stop. But one after another there from Forza. That is not how to play at 1v3.
Yeah, I think the great thing that started that round off as well for Dignitas Vi, even though they do end up in a 1-on-3 that Freiberg has to bail them out in, is that there's a level of that preparation kind of showing through. And it's just, it is basic stuff, but Forza, even in the Vito, we were talking about how they can be a bit predictable. They don't really adapt their game plan too much. And Dignitas Vi do a great job of reading into that. I mean, they throw a flash, a molly as well. They could have just eliminated him by that alone. I mean, all the small touches, exploiting the potential to flank towards Heaven as well. Those are opportunities that Dignitas Vive identified here in the Forza defense. And now they're just down to pistols. That money that seemed to be unending for Forza, even though they are 0-6 down, does eventually crack.
Yeah, they eventually have to tap out, and so it will be Pistols and Kevlar, and Dignitas, for the first time, it feels like, are heading out into the yard. Little Molly intentionally checking the corner, and so now all they have to do is worry about stairs, and, well, there does happen to be somebody sitting in secret. So we'll see, is Sexy Power going to get a kill or not? Forrest is finally peeling off, and he is just being oh so patient. There's the Molly, and he is deciding to give up the ground. So full yard control here for Dignitas Vive. And well, now, I mean, all the options.
And again, they're just moving towards... Once they take yard control, they are able to just get towards Hell so effectively. Now they'll leave Freiburg in a lurking position. Harry up top. They are prepared for a swing like this, but Freiburg gonna find the first. And oh, the timing is just perfect.
Can wrap on upper. You can go lower. They haven't killed anybody yet. They need to find Jerry. He is gone. Flitz now. Did they hear the footsteps? No, didn't quite hear it, but they're going to check vents, and Halzerk just wallbang down. Just wallbang down.
That would be something special, wouldn't it?
That would be so sick. Dude, 7-0 from Dignitas on their map.
And they looked better on the CT side than they did on the T side when we saw them last time on Nuke, which does leave a bit of a concern.
Makes you wonder.
Does a little bit.
What's going to happen? Once upon a time, if we were going into Nuke first half, you know, T side, 7 rounds, you'd kind of just be like, well, you know, it was a fun map, but we can just go ahead and get this over with real quick, boys. You know, it's
you're talking like 12-3, 13-2. Like, that's a decent scoreline.
yeah, 12-3. All right, they got something to work with. You know, they pick up that pistol, and well, we'll see how far they go. Here now, well, obviously now, you know, the way things have gone, it's a different game, but 7-0 on the T side of Nuke for Dignitas Vive.
Yeah, everything changed when the
just
economy
loving life.
attacked. Yeah, really good vibes coming away from a map loss.
I put my points on you. Let's do it. Let's go the distance. 3 maps. We need to see James Bardolph win.
Again, I had a lot of hesitation putting mine on Forza. This is a map that they have, do definitely play, so to have things go so wrong so early is a bit of a concern, but it just seems like the timings, the internal ones for Forza, are just off to what Dignitas Vive are offering. Those small little details. Exapower giving up the angle. Jerry, a good kill to find at the start, but he's going to be locked in at this position, and the flash is good.
You can tell he's just like, I kind of want to go home now.
Yeah.
He's just stuck there.
Somebody get me out of here.
Nothing he can do. Yeah, very well done there by Dignitas Vive, constricting on that position. Whoa, the spot! Oh. 9 health, and we lose Almazer in the meantime. Halzerk with a shot on him. Face crack going to catch him looking the wrong way, though. That's Freiburg in the open, gone. But we could exactly get that rotation up to Heaven, and the crossfire setup as well. Heap with the double annihilates both remaining players for Forza. 8 rounds in a row for Dignitas Vive on the T side.
Yeah, and this is, I think, a case of Forza, their internal timings being off. They're missing some crucial shots. We get some exit power misses and opportunities. Even this round was really, really scrappy, but they're still able to get the round win. You can see that the kind of Forza are kind of on edge. Like a player is rotating behind Face Crack. He's turning, whipping to the vents because he thinks he's getting flanked. So a timeout is definitely worthwhile here for Forza.
Yeah, it's appropriate. Appropriate. Very curious to see, though.
The odds are even in a circumstance like this.
Well, consider this as the series, right?
I think that's the map odds, though, which I think has me. That leaves me a bit curious.
Sorry, hold on.
Either way, 8-0 start for Dignitas Vive is really, really nice. They haven't really been. I mean, there have been a couple of threats. The Forest 1v2, Freiburg a 1v3. They've had some bailouts to keep this one rolling. Forza can catch a break.
That HE getting hooked up there.
Yeah. Oh my, they don't clear the close angle? Okay, getting
He
2
even gets
kills.
Yeah, they even get another one. Face crack. 2 kills there. That's obscene. And, well, good job making sure that the rifles get chucked over the fence. Don't want the CT side to pick any of those up. Nice little detail there by Dignitas. But at this point now, you need to get together with Heap and just stick together. Now it's all about just moving together as a killer unit. The only reason that didn't spin completely out of control is you had so many bodies on the outside.
And Facecrack missed his opening shot, I believe, so...
What I would really like to see from Dignitas Vi now is that now that they've conditioned Forza in these past few rounds to worry about the outside, is for them to just go back to inner.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like, cool, now you've got guns. Cool, now we're just going back to inner again. And just run right through them again, you know? Put that pressure on. Would be loads of fun to see. I hope it happens. For now, at least, we're just going to be watching Dignitas Vi taking their time, clearing the angles. 35 seconds left. It's starting to get a little dicey. Flit can be the man. Oh, no way does he check that angle. And he gets a kill still. So close. Sexy Power, can he make it?
Oh, it's still so doable, but the Molotov very well placed to keep him away from the door so the bomb can go down safely.
Ooh, just barely waiting it out. And now Halzerk is in here. There's the first shot. Spots the second. Nicely done. Good trade. Hal Mazer has no way of knowing that Forrest is going to be holding close right, though. And so the Mollies, yeah, he's worried about all the little tricky spots, and Forrest is just going to be waiting right here at ramp, ready to shoot him in the back. As soon as he comes around the corner, boom, easy. And recovering the AWP as well. 9 rounds in a row on the T side of Nuke, Yumi.
Yeah.
That is not a common scoreline.
The closest they've gotten have been these man advantages where the clutches just keep going Dignitas Vi's way.
Yeah.
I think you said it earlier. They just cannot lose around right now.
It's very, very cool to see, actually, considering how, you know, Dignitas, it's been real rough for them so far this tournament. And since they made these roster moves, since they made the integral changes to how the roster works. And I thought they were going to do as I said and just charge upper. Oh, but they were ready for it. Halzerk, point blank, gets the no-scope, takes face crack out of it. And he even has the awareness to throw a shot into Decon. Is that Decon now? No, it's like trophy room. What's it called now?
I mean, there's a vending machine there now. I mean, I kind of just go with like radio.
Yeah, radio is the way you know, that's how we usually call it.
Yeah, the legacy callouts.
Yeah. Do they ever change, really?
Yeah.
They do?
I mean, sometimes, yeah. People are like, oh, it's barrels now at Top Banana, not car. It's like...
Get out of my face.
Yeah.
What even is that? Nope.
I mean, they're not wrong, but they are wrong.
Well, I mean, now they're making their way to Volcano. Out in the yard. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, well, there's all sorts of other fun names that we can't say. Or people get very angry at us. So, CS. Good times.
Well, Fort Knox being explored at the moment by Dignitas Vi. So make their way down towards the waterfall. I'm just making up callouts. A lot of pressure being applied towards the safe side at the moment by Heap, and it's going to keep Forza busy. Nobody even close towards B at all. And so this is an open plant, an open bomb site. Dignitas Vi are kind of confused. Like, oh, okay, they're just giving this to us? Fine.
Surprise, surprise. Flit is still waiting, boosted up. And ramp. Oh, man. They can't get anything to go their way right now, Forza. 2 opening kills, and Dignitas Vi will get into double digits on the T side of Nuke. Outrageous scoreline. Now let's see, they're going to try and push lobby together. Heap, nicely done. He tries to spray transfer. Oh, Flit boosted up though. He's going to find one. No way. Oh, he gets the second as well. Nicely done.
I think what hurts the most is that, okay, you're getting all of these exit frags, but they've won 10 rounds in a row here for Dignitas Vi. So they've got money to spare.
Yeah, when your Opper is starting with nearly 16,000 in the bank, and he saved his op, you've got a long road ahead of him. It's going to be a rough one.
Yeah, having to relive that Halzerk 2K at the start, that's really, really difficult.
Dude, that was sick.
Yeah, Exit Power legged them as well.
Yeah, no, Halzerk is no joke, dude. And what I'm happy to see is that Halzerk's got a bit of a chuckle going as well. You know, he looks so grim when they're losing. Seems like he's really taking it personally or really getting down on himself. And so a real necessary situation for him here to get something going their way here, Dignitas. If the beatings just are relentless, I mean, eventually you're going to break. So now's the timing, and Halzerk is starting to feel it. Perfectly timed peek from him, gets a kill, and the whopping headshot on Jerry. What a shot. All right, Halzerk now. These are the big kills.
Oh, my days. Nothing going wrong in these rounds, really, for Dignitas Fine. It's a ladder attempt with the XM. That's nothing. God, what you even call to save in this circumstance for Forza? You just need to get something, anything on these rounds. Another miss by Exit Power on the AWP. And it's been talked about a number of times before. When we've seen Forza games, the desk is sort of an agreement, I think, primarily on this, is that so much of the game plan revolves on getting him the AWP. He's often spoon-fed it by all sorts. And it's so difficult to now look at this and say, okay, Forza, you can find a way back into the map, because Exit Power, he's been given the AWP, but now, I mean, he has doubled, he's finding more and more kills, sure, but these are 0 impact. So long as he holds onto the AWP, that is the biggest thing. And okay, Forrest not going to be able to deny that.
5 HP, survives with 5 health. He was going to hold on to that AWP. He was not losing that AWP. That was just the way it was going to go.
I don't know, man. We've seen a lot of misses.
Dude, 11-0.
Yeah.
Is it? You know what? No, we're not even going to mention it. We're not even going to mention it. It's 11-0 right now, the score. And Dignitas Vi, well, they certainly are redeeming themselves here on Nuke. And we will get some of the nades outside as well. A little bit of pressure put up here just to keep Forza guessing. Is this going to be a ramp rush? Are there going to be any shenanigans? As in the meantime, Dignitas are powering their way through Yard. Looked like an HE, yeah. HE attempted through the smoke there. Jerry, not quite sure if anybody else is there or not. But you can walk your way down to the lower site now if you're Dignitas Vi and have a ball.
Again, just bypassing as a result of all of those smokes outside. No aggressive faces really from Forza. But a good shot to open things up here for Exit Power. Oh, the double lady boost again? Oh dear. Pulling out all the tricks.
That was sexy. What is this? How many ops did they have? Now we're going to get another one. All right, so Flip, Exit Power, both ops at ramp. And, you know, ops not the best weapons to retake with. And in the meantime, working through from the other side. Okay, at least Exit Power is going to find Heap. That was the flank gone. It's going to create some room here. Double peek coming through. Wow, Halzerk just whiffing. Whoa! Sets it up for a 1-for-1, but that is not good. It's all on Harry now, and he is going to be hard-pressed to hold unless, again, they peek him one after another. Had he hit that shot, life would have got real grim for Forza. But Forza succeed in breaking the streak. And I have to apologize to Dignitas Vi. I think I might have cursed him. You know, I was about to say, like, is it possible to have the flawless map? I haven't seen one in ages.
Like, you had the thought. You didn't finish it.
I had the thought, but...
it's enough.
It's enough. It's enough to curse it. I'm sorry, Dignitas. Another time.
It's so crazy to see them boost not once, but twice in those angles as well. You rarely get enough space to do that, but... It does feel like Forza are playing it a little bit more scared. It was good to see that they were actually going for a faster retake as well, recognizing that they actually had equal numbers to do so. And they did kind of clue themselves into where Dignitas Vi were positioned. There may be hope just yet. Exit Power, another impact frag to start off a round here for Forza.
And because that's the only guy they see out there, Forza is they're just going to maintain the rest of their positions. Freiburg, however, will find the kill on Flit at ramp. So no longer having to worry about that. Do have a man on lower right now, so the ramp entry to B is covered exactly by the powerful sexy man himself.
Yeah, and they're entrusting him to just hold this one down. Dignitas were at least slightly concerned about a lobby reaction from Forza. Not going to be the case. I actually hear a player drop on towards the A site as well, and this may be their time to strike. Exapower giving up the angle as well. That was a prime position to get one and maybe fall back, but that angle above the doors is dangerous. Exapower, another. And Forza can start to react off of this. A 4-on-3, and they get Heap as well. Really looking good for Forza as the bomb's planted now for Dignitas Vi.
Post plants, though, here. This is by no means done. Oh, Halzerk didn't spot him, but Sexy Power saw Halzerk. Still, Halzerk going to find face crack, traded immediately by Sexy Power, and so it's all on Forest now. 1v3, if ever there was a time to shine Forest, it is now. Going to catch the first one? No, not even that. Sexy Power survives with 17 health, and we will get a defuse coming in for Forza. And so, 2 rounds in a row for Forza here at the very end of the first half. Desperately needed. They need the remaining 2 if they're going to be competitive going into the second half.
And it feels like it stemmed from Exapower and Almazer in the past couple of rounds. We get Exapower getting, I think, 4 kills in the end. Yep, the 4th one at the tail end. But finding and actually hitting the shots, I think, has been a big thing. He was given a few opportunities at the start of this game, but missing out on those. And again, that's one of the win conditions for Forza, giving him those opportunities as many times as possible. The money's run a bit thin here for Dignitas Vi, so they take a step back. As it could be a step forward here for Forza on the defense. Flash is over. Harry actually killing his teammate, but he makes up for it, trading 1 for 1 and never. What in the world? Harry, the quick 180! And face crack does put an end to the madness, getting another set of kills on this A site. Halzerk with the D gets nothing, and Forza a 3rd. What in the world was that?
Oh, I want to see that again, please. That was ridiculous. And then he misses the easy shot, though.
Yeah.
That's the painful one, right? He hits crazy openers, and then just that 3rd kill would have done it all. They would have had that upper sight instead.
Like an instinct kill.
So he kills his teammate. Fair enough.
Nah, stop.
Well, he plays low sense. You can tell. He had to go for an extra swipe there just to get around for the 180. Yeah, that's a painful one. And so, well, here we are. 15th round. End of the first half. 11-3 for Dignitas so far. On the T side of Nuke. And, well, Jerry full flashed. Face crack as well. This is going to be tough. They get spotted early. Halzerk gets dropped on, feeding him the gun. Man advantage for Forza going into the post. And, well, yeah, this is going to be very nicely done there. Good stabilization by Forza at the end of the first half. 4 rounds recovered.
Yeah, an 11-0 streak that is definitely recovered. You said it best. Forza, see if they can bring this forward into the second half, because this CT side was not anything to harp on about. We'll see if they can get it done in the second. Well, a second half that could go swimmingly for one or the other. We need to see a really great T-side from Forza if they want a chance to bring this and stop us from going to a third map. That would be Dust 2. But we know Dignitas Vi, they can be devastatingly good on the CT side. And, I mean, Holzerk already off to a great start as well. He was the main man to look out for. We had Alan, I think, pointing it out on the telestrate as well. He's showing just how dynamic he can be and reactive that Dignitas Vi are on CT.
Oh, yes. But let's see now, Dignitas Vi, are you going to get that lockdown going on this CT side? Another pistol round, perhaps? We're going to see more heroics from the Legends. Might be. About to be the action here on the upper side. Flash is going in, and Freiburg kicking us off strong with a kill. Needs to get another one, and he is going to find a second, looking for a third, and he finds that one too. Going to finally get flanked, but he's done the damage. He's done the work. Heap and Harry now the last two alive for Dignitas. And, well, Almazer, the terror of Inferno, not for long. Thought he would have a chance, but it's just not meant to be. 12th round picked up for Dignitas Vi, kicking off the second half strong.
Oh, Freiburg just does so much on the site. The fact he's able to get multiple kills in that circumstance where you typically just get rushed down and traded effectively, just really difficult to flush out into the open. I mean, this third kill is what really makes this possible. I was surprised that Harry survived for such a long time. He's like, ugh. Full just butt clench and heap. Brilliant. So many clutches for Dignitas Vi.
Yeah, it does feel, I mean, they've had what? Out of like the 5 clutches, they've won 4 of them or something?
Yeah, I think it's something like that.
It's crazy for it to go that way. Well, I mean, that's how you wind up with insane scorelines like this one. Yeah, just it's doing everything correctly. And, well, we are going to get the force buy out of Forza. They did not get the bomb plant. And so it's going to be a little bit of a skimpy sort of situation here. Sexy Power trying to prioritize that AWP. Force with the spot out in yard. Nice headshot on Almazer to kick things off. Dude, taking long-range duels with FAMAS. Only Forrest.
And you can see he's spotting players out. He's like, yeah, actually, I don't want to shoot at that guy right now. That is not my priority. Sexy Power's movement has been peculiar, to say the least, in these fights. And, oh, the Deeg missed, and Holzerk plugs up the hole.
See, there's the difference between the new generation and the old generation. Old generation will fight you from halfway across the map with a FAMAS. Holzerk, he's got to scope in.
Yeah, that is true. I swear it's supposed to be the other way around. You know, your eyesight's supposed to deteriorate.
Yeah, your eyesight's supposed to go. You know, Forrest should be the one with the AUG, right? Still a kill for Freiburg at the end with the MP9. A little bit of bonus cash. They even managed to pick up some deagles of their own. 13-4. What a map so far from Dignitas Vi.
And we don't have that same safety net of them getting bomb plants like we saw in Inferno when Dignitas Vi started well on their CT side. So, again, because prioritizing the AWP is something that Forza like to do, they actually don't fully commit again, and it can be a bit curious.
It's weird. You're going for another one? I guess you're just trying to, I mean, obviously you want to win this round to keep Dignitas off of 14. So just a little bit more room to work with. Freiburg getting flashed, though. This is going to be so difficult for him to hold. He's still managing to find one. Holzerk has got his back as well, and Harry, everybody coming in here for Dignitas Vi. Jerry does get a run and gun headshot with that Tech 9, but that is it, the extent of the damage, and it will be Dignitas getting up onto 14 rounds. No bomb plant again for Forza, and you know what the answer is? Glass cannon AWP.
And just like
Let's
no
go.
utility as well, which is...
They just want to get this round. Dude, the thing is they just want to get this map over with, Forza. They're thinking, okay, can we run it back on T side this entire way and waste energy, or do we just, you know, just get this map over with and get onto Dust 2? And just start fresh on Dust 2,
And
right?
based on the amount of utility that they have, it feels like they have to pressure yard, but exit power just shut down by a nade stack.
That was sick.
Oh my goodness.
They're in your head.
They are. And if we start moving into the third map, they may be getting that accommodation for free. Face crack. Good kill with the AWP, making up for lost bodies.
Yeah, got legged. Holzerk hit the shot, but it is not a kill. So we're back into a 4-on-4. Still face crack. He is low. Oh no, it wasn't a leg. How did he get hit? He got hit, so I guess he got tagged through the edges of the container or something. Because face crack took damage from the double nades at the start, didn't he? Huh.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
just tough break there for Holzerk. Doesn't get it. So it is still Dignitas Vi very much in contention here. And Jerry, oh, looking. Yeah, stomping around. He's making noise. But this is part of the plan right now because Forza, the rest of his team, they are currently up in lobby, exactly, trying to clear this out. And if you draw the attention down to the lower site, that can open up the upper site for business. Seems like that's the name of the game. Are Dignitas going to take the bait? They have not seen the bomb. They don't know yet.
Still. Just holding towards that B-bomb site, trying to force rotations, and Freiburg hasn't moved off the angle. Takes the fight, the nade, the double combo, and Almazer a 1-on-3. 14 seconds left. There's no time. He can't get to the site. And the 15th for Dignitas Vibe, but he may be able to save him to the AWP. Oh, if Harry gets that kill, that would have been devastating, but no. Gonna be able to keep his hands on this one.
Well, nicely done. And that actually is getting, it gets a bit expensive for Dignitas, obviously, but Harry is starting the round with 10,000 in the bank, so they're not too concerned about that. Map point for Dignitas Vi, and it could put us onto a third map here in this series. And yeah, that's just a monster. That angle is so sick. And he did get hit. So Halzerk hit that shot first. Halzerk still down.
Yeah. Greedo shot first. Little known fact. Or opinion, depending on who you discuss it with. Well, last chance to try and save face. Maybe just get a bit more confidence underneath you. Just hope that there isn't as much preparation, because it has been apparent that Dignitas Vi have come in with a level of preparation into this map. For Forza specifically. Just so many lost duels. An opportunity over towards the ramp. No real damage accomplished. And Heap's not been forced back. Sometimes players will simply just fall off the angle, give it up, and just play from the site instead. But Heap's denied that level of sort of mental mind game.
Okay, well, let's get the lineups, boys. Smoke wall outside as they get to Big Red.
They're taking their time.
Ooh, right through the smoke. Well timed. Takes Face Crack out of the picture, and it's a man advantage now for Dignitas Vi. Flit going to be stepping into the open here right outside, and the question is who is going to run into who, and there's your answer. Forrest catches him looking the wrong way. Opening shot here for Halzerk, going to find it, and it's Jerry and Exit Power, the last two alive for Forza. And, well, not much hope to be had for them, if we're going to be fair.
Yeah, a 2-on-5. When it has really counted, Exit Power has been Exit Powerless. 16-4. Dignitas Vi bounce back on map 2. It's their own map pick, which does mean that Dust 2 is on the horizon, and that has me excited. We've seen great stuff from Halzerk. We saw Exit Power starting to get more engaged as the game went on. But who actually takes it? That's a bit of more of a coin flip, and I'm interested to see whether Dignitas can fully bounce back. We're going to go over to a break, and then we'll go over to our desk as well. But the third map could be the most interesting.
Welcome back to Flashpoint 2. Dignitas Vive versus Forza, all tied up after a dominant Dignitas win here on Nuke, which was their map selection. Before we get into Nuke, let's talk a little bit about Inferno, because we didn't get a chance to do that. Did you guys have any initial impressions of Forza's win?
This is the strength and the weakness of Forza, which is they just do what they like to do, and they don't change it based on the opponent almost ever, as far as I can tell. Like, even if they've evolved as a team, they just decided to do that. So the reason why they pick into Inferno so many times is I think it's the only map that suits them on both T and CT. On the T side, they can do those very simplistic plays, but you run in and hit your shots, it will just work. There's not really a lot of extra rotations after that. You can see in post splits, they're not even good on their own map. CT side as well, they just try it. Essentially, gamble stacks where they don't attempt any information on the A site whatsoever. They just sit back and say, unless you come all the way to where I am, basically halfway into where CTs play, then I don't know if you're on A or not. But somehow they make it work for themselves. Like, I actually think on that map, I look at Dig and I say, how did he not exploit any of that? Like, did he not even try, like, faking? Like, there's another thing. Considering Force is a pretty decent T-side and Inferno team, have they ever heard of a fake? I'm not sure they know what one is. They think a fake is when you go in, you wait 10 seconds and you go, I'm going in again. Like, that's not a fake. That's the opposite of a fake.
Yeah, there was a round where they did get stopped by every single nade that Dignitas threw, and they decided, we'll just wait for these smokes
Their joke
where
was,
ours are
no
gone.
more nades left.
Yeah, exactly.
There's always a logic.
It's a fair fight at that
The
point.
logic tree always works out, you have to understand.
I will give credit, though, to Exipower, because he was taking a lot of initiative on Inferno, and it was actually pretty spectacular to watch him. That dude just peeked down mid at least 4 rounds, and he was punished a couple of times, but he also found advantages for his team as well, and that's the initiative you really want to see from an Opper, where he probably is the best player in the server right now, today at least. It feels like it at least.
Yeah.
So to see that, and to actually go to Nuke, actually, I really like the initiative that Halzerk was taking, especially on the T side. That guy was finding openings constantly for his team.
Well, that was something that Alan pointed out about Dignitas Vi's play heading into our pre-show when he showed that telestration. Is that the same kind of play we saw from Halzerk this time around?
Well, Alan's was on the CT side, and actually, he was opening up stuff on the T side as well, and that's something that I think Dignitas, for some reason, hasn't really been using as much, despite in Flashpoint 1. It was a shame he wasn't there, because, of course, Guardian had to fill in, and he was just kind of filling his role, whereas Halzerk has been an explosive opera for them in the past. In online matches especially, he's usually a clear win condition for them, and he goes above and beyond for them in a way that their game plan doesn't even always have to involve. It's just him taking so many risks, but they pay off because his skill is actually quite high when it needs to be.
Yeah, Thorin, one thing that I want to revisit is you have been justifiably critical towards Halzerk, saying that he hasn't really lived up to the heights that many people claim that he often plays to. Now that we're most of the way, potentially through Dignitas Vi's run, depending on whether they win the next map or not here at Flashpoint, what is your evaluation of Halzerk so far, now that you've seen a few of these best of threes?
I would give him B-, C+. He's in that sort of range. He hasn't been a carry every single game. It's one of the reasons actually where sometimes they got smashed. It's not always certain that he'll actually be able to match up with the opposing AWPer. Like I said, I actually think in this tournament, I could pick 4 or 5 people I think are better AWPers. But I do think that Dignitas Vi, the team, isn't very good. I think they've had a lot of, like we said before, where are the strengths in the team? He's supposed to be one. In this game, he was. So crucially, when he turns up, they start to look like a team. They start to look competent. I also think Forza definitely helped them on this Nuke game, though.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Taking a look at Halzerk so far on the map stats, I mean, impressive stats from one map, but then again, it has been up and down. It feels like feast or famine for him. He's either right on top of the Dignitas Vi leaderboard or he's directly on the bottom.
Yeah, Forza is the type of team that can't always necessarily counter an Opera as well, because like Thorin said, they really do just kind of run their game plan, and if they hit a brick wall, which was in the form of Halzerk this game, it's tough for them to find a way to adapt. They don't really have the depth at times that they need to in order to neutralize a player like that, which a lot of Tier 1 teams will do. So it's nice to see that Halzerk does capitalize when he is presented those opportunities, though, and he was finding picks in some pretty spectacular ways at times. The mini shot through smoke, through a wall, in the face of one of the players, like, that's just something that he's creating on his own, and there's really nothing that even Forza, even if they tried to game plan,
didn't do anything wrong.
There's nothing they could have even done about that shot. So good for Halzerk on capitalizing there. And at this point, I really am actually pretty hyped up for the Battle of Oppers on Dust 2, because that is a map, of course, where Oppers can just dominate the entire map.
Well, before we move on to Dust 2, though, we do need to take a look at a couple specific rounds, and I'm going to put you in a time machine, Maui, because we're going to see some clutches here from Freiburg and Forest. So walk us through these rounds here on Nuke.
Yeah, so these were just some great clutches. Forrest rolling back the years. Look at this shot at the end. Perfect crosshairs placement. Doesn't even have to move it at the end there, and X-Power just walks right in. And after that, actually, it's Freiburg who's able to win a massive clutch for his team as well. And
this was nice. He kind of mind-controlled him here.
Yeah, the fake plant right there to actually get flit out, and he doesn't
It's a shame we didn't see the creep, because actually the way he crept around, he really was just like inside the guy's head, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was really good positioning. I think he spotted the barrel of X-Power at the very end, so was able to just lock in on his position. Just really good stuff from Freiburg and Forrest, showing their experience in those moments, not getting overwhelmed by the moment. And those were positions as well where they're up 0-5, 0-6. And so some players in there, they kind of relax. They're like, okay, we're ahead at those points, but they know how grave the situation is for them. They know how serious it is. They know that they have to try to will their team, and it really at that point just propelled them. It slingshotted them to a huge dominant half.
That's actually also where, watching the third game, that is where Dignitas actually does have one advantage in this series, which is when they are in the post-plant situations, specifically a Forza post-plant, they actually are the better team. Like, they will vaguely play correctly, cover angles, peek together. The Forza players, they are up there with some of the Zantaras and Keto ones we were talking about before, where they are unbelievably bad in the post-plant. Like, they've never met a peak they didn't like. There was one on Inferno there where Jerry, with low health, just peeks wide out and then crouches, where, like, if he doesn't hit that spray, he's dead 100%. But they won the round, so he doesn't even learn the lesson from that. Like, maybe not the right play to make. The difference is, the guys from Dig are trying to play proper Counter-Strike. They're just not that competent at it.
A brutal, brutal judgment, considering that they just dominated that Nuke game. Now we can, however, as you mentioned before, take a look forward at the third and final map that will be determining which of these teams enter the Flashpoint 2 playoffs, and that is going to be Dust 2. Now, this was a map that was effectively chosen via the last ban by Dignitas Vi, and neither of these teams have been spectacular on Dust 2 in this tournament, but there is the caveat that maybe Forza was a little worse on it. They did get absolutely destroyed by Envy. We had talked to Jerry after that map. He was really disappointed in their performance, but it was also the first game of the tournament, so maybe coming in a little bit cold. What are your thoughts on who is going to be winning Dust 2 and why?
Well, one thing I want to ask Maui about is, I know from talking to some of the other analysts, like, they actually think the reason why Forza sucks on this map is they just don't understand long control at all. So the question basically is, can Dignitas capitalize on that?
I think Dignitas actually, if anything, it's something like long control that they've prepped for this kind of matchup. So having a space like that, of course, offers you a lot of options. The thing with me is that I think Forza can also just rely on getting cat control as well. And for a position such as that, a lot of it does come down to just which opera is faster, who's peeking the angle in the effective way, who has the dominant angle, as a matter of fact, in that right eye peak versus the left eye. Those kind of things, I've noticed, I feel like X-Power is edging just a little bit for me. I feel like his mechanical ability right now is just a little higher than Halzerk's, because Halzerk, he was doing incredibly well on Nuke, but at the same time, I feel like the moments that X-Power has been thriving in have been a little bit more technically challenging for me, but that is a pretty big generalization, so it is just going to be coming down for that to me. But I do agree that I think long control should actually favor Dig here. I think their nade procedures have looked a little bit more solid.
All right. Well, we are going to go into game now and see who is going to take this map. And of course, Yumi and Semler will be back on the cast.
Thank you very much. Yeah, exciting to see two AWPers duke it out on Dust 2. It's a classic battleground for such an occasion, and we've seen some ups and downs from both of them. So who actually comes to form? Who comes to show?
I think Halzerk. He's just had a very strong map on Nuke. That's going to give him the confidence. In an op v op duel head-to-head, it's all about confidence. That's the only thing. Because everything else is pretty much equal. Speed, accuracy, all that. It's just who's going to impose their will on the other opper. And while Halzerk, there was a lot of grinning on Nuke. There was a lot of laughing, a lot of grinning, a lot of happiness. And that all bodes well, going forward into Dust 2 here for the Scandinavian opera. You need that kind of atmosphere for the team. And so Dignitas right now, I think if they can keep their cool, they may be able to salvage this tournament. It's well within their grasp.
Yeah, I think what Maui was sort of saying is that the challenges that X-Power has kind of been put into but still found a relative amount of success or actually thrives in some certain scenarios, it bears true in this series. You've seen how often they've not actually gone towards X-Power, that it's a bit more difficult to actually find the impact, because if they're not going towards his sights, then he's then put into predominantly clutch or man disadvantage situations or having to rotate in, whereas Halzerk felt like he was more a part of the action and actually instigating quite a lot of it.
Well, these guys are getting ready. We're going into the Knife round to determine sides here on the third map of this series. And a little bit of the dance, the do-si-do going down over at Long. Who is going to get it? It's looking like Dignitas. So Dignitas get to pick which side. Which side would you go for right now, Yumi, if you had the choice?
I think to piggyback on the point that they were making on the desk is that long control is something that Dignitas probably have a down more to a T. We've talked about how the CT side is so important, but I would actually put them in the T side to start. I think that's where you can put Forza in a real back burner if you find
control
that
the pace.
space.
That's
exactly.
the idea. You control the pace, you set the pace, you keep pressing.
Yeah, precisely. And the fact that they come away from such a dominant second map, you don't want that pace to slow.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. But it's looking like Dignitas are going to do the exact opposite. So, nice try. Sometimes you get it right.
Yeah,
sometimes
it felt like a coin flip.
Doesn't quite happen. But it is going to be Dignitas Vi on the CT side here of Dust 2. Forza on the T side. And Forza wasting no time at all. They're going to go barreling straight out Long. No fear. Only dreams. And Al Mazer, they should have been close enough for the guys playing Catwalk to hear. And we're going to get a push into Upper Dark just to confirm from Dignitas Vi. Yep. Now they know what is going on here, Dignitas Vi. Should be clear as day that this is the long take coming in from Forza, and we're going to have a retake scenario here from Dignitas Vi shortly.
Oh, tapping through the smoke, not finding anything so far for Dignitas Vi. They're really hesitating here on Forza. Unsure if there's a player maybe towards Gandalf, arising from behind the boxes, but nothing happens, and so a full 5-on-5. There's a kit available here on Freiburg and a couple flashes that could be lined up, but he's deep towards CT spawn. It may actually just come down to whether these flashes hit or not, and Freiburg will throw them in towards the site. Jerry, gonna be this first point of contact, but they're progressing, and nobody on Forza is peeking. Halser gets the kill. Freiburg as well finding more, and it's now just Exit Power and Face Crack. Face Crack, decapitated. Exit Power trying to make it work with the P250, but it's not planted for him. He has to swing into the affair, and while he gets the kill, bomb diffused right under his nose. 4 kills for Exit Power, but no round.
Unbelievable that they managed to pull that off. I was going to call it that this is done. 5-on-5 retake post-plant for Forza. I mean, come on, how do you lose that? But just getting Freiburg with a kit, having the kit. If there's no kit, it's done.
Yeah.
Sex Power wins that, and it's over. But Dignitas Vi, again, the clutch goes their way. I mean, that's the thing. The clutch gods are still smiling at the Scandies, and it's a 1-0 situation now for Dignitas Vi. We will get the Force Spy coming out of Forza after that bomb plant and all those kills. I mean, just Galil's, an AK, and a Scout. But it's mirrored on the other side with Dignitas Vi not skipping anything. They go for rifles themselves. It's only Hera sporting the MP9.
Well, having to work a man down. Exit Power does take some space towards middle, as Dignitas have prioritized the sites and some control around them. See them progressing towards Long.
Wow, this is perfect for Forza, though.
Yeah, such a big hole in the defenses.
Oh, this is going to be really brutal. Do we get spray? We need... Oh, no. Come on, Heap. The Molly going to be whiffed completely. His teammates are going to be in a dark position now. Look at this. The double from Freiburg. That was so key. Not going to get the third one, but he made it possible now for his teammates. The long-range shot. Heap gets it done. And Heap, a double kill of his own. Dignitas, how do they win that round? That looked so good for Forza, but Freiburg, what a hero play.
Yeah, just swinging out from window and getting that double. Dropped the bomb, and that opened the door right up for Heap.
Unbelievable that Freiburg gets that double there. And yeah, Heap as well.
And I think
tilt off the planet if you're Forza.
I actually think Heap has been the revelation of this series. He's come in with a bit more confidence. I think that's one of the criticisms that we may have laid on him to start, especially as a newer player.
Yeah. I think it gets overlooked. That Dignitas, they've got 2 players on here. I mean, this is $1 million tournament. You're playing against some pretty elite teams. And this is pretty much your first big performance on that kind of stage, that kind of pressure, that kind of money on the line. It's a lot to ask. And so Dignitas, if they can win this series, that's going to be working wonders for the new blood on the roster, building them out. Well, they should be able to get the bomb plant here. Oh, they AG over the top.
Yep.
And yeah, nicely done. Forza sticking the bomb plant. That's exactly what had to happen in this round. Bonus money galore, and we should get a full buy going into the next one.
Yeah, rather easy one. You can see they weren't feeling pressure to take any specific fights. Just allowed Forza to get that room. Of course, that does mean that they have a very, very healthy buy coming into the first gun round for them. First real one at that, as we talk a lot about exit power on the AWP. Not going to be one on the CT side to combat him. So he should have a decent amount of room to work with. I'm interested to see where Harry gets positioned. See how he can best make use of the MP9. We've seen him towards long frequently, so again, maybe the goal. Exit power by himself at Forest. The flash is perfect. Wow. Exit power just completely gone, just done.
Wrecked. And at that point, he's going, "What team? Where is everybody?"
And the thing is that Exit power likes to go for that peak as well. It is a tendency when we see them on Dust 2.
Well, let's see if Almazer can get some value out of this AWP. Halzerk's pretty sure, yep, he spotted the hand. HE goes in, does a little bit of damage. That was a crucial spot. And in the meantime, 2 players, Crossfire established here for Dignitas Vi at long as well. So if Forza, if they go for the late long take, which is looking likely, the setup is ready. Dignitas Vi should shut this down. Flash over the top, Heap is turned away. No second flash either. Heap gonna find the one, and Harry's gonna wreak havoc. Fantastic hold here from Dignitas Vi.
Is this gonna be the way things start again? It has me a little bit worried.
It could absolutely happen here, dude. I mean, CT side Dust 2 has this way as well, where it can just start spinning faster and faster. There's a little bit of luck involved on CT side Dust 2, but if, you know, if Lady Luck is winking at you, wonderful things are possible. So now the bomb, well, I mean, Flip.
Yeah. He's actually just going to try and hide in the smoke? Is that his plan?
Are you trying to draw somebody out? Well,
just like, somebody kill me, please.
Just go get all the AKs right now. You should be canvassing the map, finding the rest of them. You know, I want the 3. Okay, you got to pump those numbers up. Where's the 4th AK, Halzerk? Come on, buddy. Time is going to run out, and Halzerk is not going to get to find himself an AK. He's looking around, kind of like, come on, everybody else has got an AK, guys.
Yeah, but he's going up now.
It's true, he's got an op now, so Harry is the one who has to get the short end of the stick.
You've been demoted. Good job that round, by the way, but give me that.
This is great, though, for Dignitas.
Absolutely.
Going to be the buy.
Well, we know that he's capable on the scout. We saw some good stuff earlier on. Headshot found. AWP or not. Goodbye, Halzerk. But Forrest pushed in towards the tunnel. He gets the double.
That's outrageous. And oh no, and he's even going to be pushing in here for more. He has no idea. Freiburg has to get in here fast. Otherwise, Forrest is going to be in a tight spot. Yeah, that's just really unfortunate. How are you not clearing out that cubby? Freiburg cursing the day that he let his brother die. But now there's a chance. Forza bringing it back to a 3-on-3, upgrading their weaponry as well. It's looking up. Make some noise over here and really try and spread the defense out. Dignitas Vi, though, trying to control the middle. Trying to control the center line so that they're ready to go either way.
Oh, Harry taking the face. A 1-for-1 in the exchange, and Freiburg plugs up the gap initially. Heap's getting aggressive as well, and Almazer's never going to predict that. The bomb dropped. Exit power left on a 1-on-2. 50 seconds left and a full belt of utility. This is certainly still doable for Exit power, but they are containing him ever so slightly. One step made, and that will be enough for Dignitas Vi to go off of, but Exit power, Freiburg's looking the complete wrong direction. And now there's a real chance. B-bomb site open. Heap has to go on the hunt right behind him.
This is where you're overthinking things. I'm pretty sure he got spotted as well. So now Exit Power is going to have the angle. Heap 1v1. Will another clutch go the way of Dignitas? Yes, it will! No way does he hit that headshot. Gets the AWP. Dignitas can do no wrong right now.
Oh my days.
Even with Freiburg, looking the other way, playing himself. Let's see this. I mean, this is Forrest. Just that outrageous that he gets a second kill there.
And the thing is, with that whole tunnels push and Forrest getting caught in the back, that actually could have been so much worse for Dignitas Vi if they sort of lingered in the tunnels. because they didn't clear it, but Jesus. Heap has been, again, like he's had such I think, an overperformance this series. Doing a lot to sort of change people's minds, I think. And this map is, I think, at the forefront of that at the start.
Well,
Thank you for production.
Ignominious death.
Yeah, I reference it, and they're like, oh yeah, pull up the round.
Yeah, pull up that round real quick. Let's just
Appreciate
relive that. Forest, turns to Freiburg. Why? Why have you done this?
Check
Why have you
your
left me to die?
corners.
But 5-0 lead for Dignitas on the CT side. Now, Forza do have enough to buy thanks to the bomb plant. That's actually not too shabby. Light on incendiaries, of course, but the timing just barely off. So close for Exi Power there.
So again, Dignitas Vi will take some long control. Forza setting up in a default. We haven't really seen them explore the default for too long in these rounds. Quite often jumping the gun quite early. We'll see if Dignitas Vi decide to throw any additional changes to the CT side, whether they start to get more aggressive off of Cat like we've seen, whether they let Forza actually operate the round. That mid-B smoke does nothing. They've crept past it, they've seen that and heard absolutely nothing here from Forza. And all this pressure that's being applied, they're actually looking to push the extremities here of Dignitas Vi.
Appropriate. And they're going to get that nade past him as well. They know that he's close. Have to swing in, force him in the open. Let's go. Nicely done. So man advantage now, Dignitas Vi. They've got the crossfire established in mid as well. Heap is going to be here. Smoke comes over the top. Does he spot it before it blooms? Just barely. HE goes through. Going to do a little bit of damage. In the meantime, Freiburg trying to make it difficult. Forrest trying to kill. And this is shaping up wonderfully for Dignitas Vi.
Yeah, a 1-on-5 now for Exit Power, and not a whole lot of hope. Two veterans on the site, and Forrest will take the last kill. Between them, they get 4. And Dignitas Vi continue this streak on the CT side. It has been streaky performances, I think, all throughout the maps. We had it on Inferno, we had the longer streak on Nuke. And those continue here in the third. Good stuff from
Dude, we
Dignitas
have
Vi.
2 guys right now who are working on secret agent licenses. I mean, Flip and Face Crack.
Yeah. And Flip was such a big part of map 1. He was right up there with the rest of the squad.
Yeah. They've dropped off a cliff here on this map, and that's definitely making life way more difficult for Forza than it would otherwise, of course. Nicely done, though. They will be running into Harry, though, who is close enough to take these fights one after the other. They peek. He gets another one, looking for the third. Unreal. Finally, the guy gets taken out. And Flit with the flank. He's on the board. He's got a kill. Now Freiburg, just as the smoke blooms, manages to pick up one, but Flit on the edge again. There's a second one. This is all over the place. Now it's Halzerk. Bomb is dropped on the A site, and they don't seem to know that Halzerk is here. As that bomb gets planted now, Halzerk has to clear out these angles. The smoke is gone.
Oh, Flit's peeking into him, the crouch peek, and it's a slow turner from Halzerk. That's how they break the rounds in a row. It's an anti-eco that goes astray, like you said, all over the place.
Yeah, just chaos. You get into those chaos rounds, turn it into a 50-50, then it's a coin toss, who comes out on top. And, well, it is going to be Forza who emerge victorious. So good on them. They've broken the streak. It was 6 rounds in a row for Dignitas, and now the score is 6-1. Forza trailing. And a full buy on both sides, of course. No shock there. There was plenty of money in the bank for Dignitas, but now, I mean, they've been forced to spend a lot of that money. So they have to get the lockdown going again here, Dignitas, if they want to stop things from going Forza's way.
Yeah, trying to go for the spawn-based peek at the start of the round. Well, again, Halzerk has pushed in towards the upper B tunnels. So this is a lot of information here for Dignitas Vi. They can focus instead on a little bit more middle control and just worrying about this A bomb site, some utility expended. And how far will Halzerk go?
I mean, yeah, Freiburg's going to come over here and help him out now. So again, the pair of them walking into Upper Dark. All the nades coming in towards the A site now have got to be a dead giveaway, though. Dignitas Vi are going to know that this isn't a hit as the smokes and flashes come sailing through. Forest going to be alive in CT. Almazer looking for the flank.
Oh.
They just miss each other. The way that this works out,
goodness.
this is outrageous. Look at this. Both kills going in. Forest is in position, however, from CT, but then the flank comes in from Facecrack and delayed. Harriet drops the bomb carrier. They have to realize it's going to be Xe Power on Catwalk, finding one, and he could get the second as well, but he realizes he can just back off through CT, and just like that, again, the chaotic round where Dignitas Vi pushing in behind. This time it was Forza who was ready and waiting.
Yeah, that's a great adaptation. Reading the mid-round and what Dignitas Vi had to offer. Xe Power getting taken down, though. A 1-on-3 would certainly be another one to add to the tally here for Dignitas Vi. Heap trying to make it work. A Molotov in, but Facecrack not flushed out into the open. Oh, the spam is good, and it actually just completely eliminates Heap. Not making it through the doors. Yeah. It's a second in a row for Forza.
It's a tough break with that spam because you could see how the blood goes on the door behind him. So he knows just keep spraying, I hit him, you know. And he keeps seeing blood go up, so he's like, just keep holding mouse 1. Yeah, tough break. But this was a great hold from Forza. Well fought. And it's going to put Dignitas Vi in a little bit of a tight spot here economically. Heap has got loads of cash, but the rest of them, not so much. And so we may get a half buy coming in here from Dignitas Vi after this tactical timeout. And Forza might get some room to breathe. Although, as I say that, it feels like a lot of these turning situations are off of half buys. You know, are in these chaotic kind of weird save rounds.
Yeah, Deagle buys have never seen more success. I don't know if there's an actual way to grab that as a statistic.
Whoa, never mind. Okay, they are going to force.
All right.
Well, okay then. Dignitas Vi deciding to put it all out there, to let it hang. To let it swing.
Yeah, the freedom. A cool breeze.
Feeling it flowing through their hair right now.
Oh, wait, you were talking about hair?
Oh. Hold your breath. That definitely felt like it was going to be a shot. And now aggression on Catwalk. Again, Halzerk with the AWP going to get boosted up. And, well, Facecrack was ready for it. Gotcha.
Yeah, Forza are definitely having a much better idea of what Dignitas Vi have to offer. They are at least threatening this B bomb site. Although meanwhile, a mid split is underway and there's not going to be any real help. No spam, no sightlines above. A Forest, the flash for himself over, and Freiburg in fact doubling up. Oh dear, now this could really look dire here for Forza. Dealing with that high ground angle, they have to wait for Jerry on the flank and nobody looking for Dignitas Vi. So it just comes down to Forest, a 1-on-4 on the site and nothing goes his way. Heap and Harry likely to save.
Yeah, that's the tough one too. They knew that Forest was there because he got a kill. So it's not even like, oh, there's just one guy alive, we got him good. Nope. They know that Forest is there, and he is not able to pull it off. And so, yeah, Heap and Harriet, now you have to save the AWP, you have to save the M4, you have to do what you can to keep these guns rolling. And Forza are clearly adapting to Dignitas's aggression. That's where the streak gets broken, right? That's where in the following round they realize, okay, they're pushing Upper Dark all the time. Cool, we'll just hold here. You know, it seems like Forza are really just starting to play into the fact that Dignitas are being overly aggressive.
Yeah.
And that is working wonderfully for them. With the peak, you know, that's a clever anti-peak peak, I guess, you know? Like, is it as if, no, anti-boost peak.
Gotcha.
Onto Catwalk, right?
Yeah, having that in the back of their minds. I think we've seen a lot of teams actually sort of trying to adapt that. I think I was looking at like a Gen G demo where they double nade it from lower tunnels, which is quite an interesting way to approach it. Of course, by double nading, you're also leaving yourself open to the boost by proxy, but I like the idea at the very least.
There must be balance. Well, it is done, and we are getting into it. And I think we've got a technical timeout getting called. Yep, technical pause in play. Not sure what it is yet. We'll see in a mo. I think the mustache gives Ven power. That must be the reality here.
I would rate yours above his.
Stroke the stash, and it will show you the way.
Yeah, quite a lot of facial hair on the Dignitas Vi side. Not the same can be said.
Quite a lot of hair
Forza.
in general, yeah.
Yeah.
Forrest has just been letting that hair go, man. Like he's got the ponytail. He's rocking the ponytail now. This lockdown haircut. You know, I went one way, he went the other. He was like, "Oh yeah, I just won't get a haircut anymore." I was like, "Well, I'll just cut my hair."
Yeah, it was a very divisive time. People were just like, this is an excuse for me to grow my hair out. It's like, no, I don't want to have to deal with barbers or anything. So
that was pretty much my plan. I was like, yeah, cool. I'm just gonna go ahead.
No better time to go bald or shaven, I suppose. If anybody ever made the leap of just like, yep, I'm just gonna rub my hair with, or my head with, complete removal of hair, like some sort of
just all in.
Yeah, that would just.
Listen, I couldn't go full Moses.
Yeah.
People would really get confused then if I was casting with Anders, you know, side by side, and there was a shine to it as well.
Yeah, no, especially when there's lights, you know.
Yeah, you know, if they were squinting, if they couldn't see the screen clearly.
Yeah, not trying to blind the guy in the back.
They wouldn't know. So, admirable stuff here from Forza. They've managed to chain 3 rounds together, and we're going to get a look at the odds here, provided by our sponsor, Pinnacle. So, good on them.
They are in favor of Dignitas.
They are indeed.
And given the way that this started out, I could certainly see why, but I actually do get worried for now for Dignitas. There's the idea of, well, they've tried a few things, they come up with a game plan, and now Forza are starting to adapt to it. Is there a additional layer to this for Dignitas 5 where they say, okay, they fulfilled a condition, they start to fight back, now we move to another thing? Or do they maybe start to move back to more passive plays where it feels like that is what you want if you're Forza? Just give yourself that additional breathing room.
It would appear that we have somebody dropping out on Forza's side, so it's the reason why we're sitting here waiting for now.
It's all right. I enjoy the company. Ping problems.
Players are experiencing high ping. Such is the life of online CS. Unfortunately, I can't even check. Normally, I would be able to check. You know, we'd be able to pull up the scoreboard.
It's like, is this guy telling the truth?
Sorry?
Like, is this guy telling the truth?
Yeah, I know. I usually check, like, what are they complaining about? What ping? Like, what's the ping at right now?
It's like 90? The
And
US
they're
has
like,
to deal with 90
you know,
all
I've
the
got
time.
50 ping. It's like, see, bringing it up.
Yeah.
See, got a shout out to, is it Prius who's obsing right now? Give me a, no, it's not Prius. Sapphire. Not Sapphire either. Who could it be obsing then?
Randall? Ryan? Oh, Jakey.
Jakey.
Oh.
Smiley face.
Love me a bit of Jakey. No, he does ESL, so he does like some UK stuff.
What's up, Jakey?
Been
Keeping the spirit of UKCS alive.
Absolutely.
Because it's definitely not the Colossus. Hey, all right, let's get into it.
Oh, that hurts still. 6-3,
clever.
and Forza have been on a roll, but the pulls may actually be disruptive to them. But no, Flit finding one and Heap responding with the AWP. Weapon recovered from the previous round, but still sits in his hands. And Forza actually getting his hands on an AK as well. The bomb's dropped in spawn. This is a really, really bad time for Forza because there's just no easy way back to this.
No, and Heap gets caught.
Never mind.
Heap gets caught, and that is it. Nicely done. Mazer keeps his cool, gets the remaining shot. 4 rounds on the board now for Forza. It feels like these teams actually, you get some really scrimmy matches where neither team can get a streak going. It's just back and forth the entire time, just super chaotic. These teams, they hit their groove, and then they just stay in it, you know? Like they're just coasting along. 6 rounds in a row for Dignitas. Now we're up to 4 rounds in a row for Forza. You know, it's just like it takes a lot to destabilize them.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. It's just, it has been so streaky, which is a bit strange to see.
Well, we're gonna get the quick take here of Long. Looks like they might. Well, never mind. It doesn't. Harry's dead. Nicely done there by Heap, though, fighting back. Dude is just not. Excuse me, not giving up. 13-4, and now Halzerk decides to chime in. Face crack gonna be putting the pressure on and catches Halzerk unawares. Heap continues his reign of terror, but he finally gets taken out. But he's done his job. It's a 2-on-2 retake on A now. Absolutely possible here for Dignitas Vi.
And it's all about the timings here for the CT side. Forza trying to get these smokes down, make sure that the options are limited, whether they get spammed through a smoke or not. And they may be lingering a little too long. Look how fast they're making their way out towards this long area, but they just narrowly get contained in the site. Forrest with an AWP can peek above the smoke, and there's face crack. Head cracked. Now Flit, 1-on-2 on the site, and they may not realize he's here. It could be a short plant, could instead be a reposition from Flit, but Flit getting the first, and Freiburg just popping his head out to the trade, and Dignitas Vi a 7th.
That was sick. You can see he's just freaking out there, like, I'm losing my mind, man. Which way they're coming
Yeah.
for me? Oh, no. Just doesn't know which way to look.
Just only Forrest on the ult. That's all he knew about.
Yeah, that is such a tough one. And then, you know, heart attack moment when Freiburg appears out of nowhere. But Heap, man, you got to give this guy credit. 14 kills so far, nearly doubling the runner-up. And in fact, he's just utterly dominating the server. Nobody else is. Forza haven't got anybody in double digits.
Yeah, they're not in the ballpark.
And Dignitas Vi, yeah, he's just doing work right now. So Heap really stepping up to the occasion when his team need him. And we're gonna get one very quickly out. Shot is there. Halzerk not gonna get the timing right, and that gives up long A. In the meantime, the rest of Forza are ready to go barreling up short A. The life is going to get very interesting in a moment here for Here and Heap. Flash in, shots are there. Heap gets traded, and this favors Forza. Halzerk, though, going to get baited. Well done, Forza, with the realization that they could definitely be getting punished here.
Oh, Jerry!
What?
Oh, he had so much space out long. That should have been a sitter. It holds like a crazy shot to get him out of that circumstance.
Oh, no, and they messed the smoke up, too.
Oh, no.
All right, we're starting to see some unforced errors here.
Oh, good duck under.
Pulls the trigger, but he gets baited. The sexy power.
What a peek.
Just can't compete with it.
Well, that should just be the round. Almazer closing it out. One in the back, one in the front for Freiburg.
Oh, well. That is so tough, and it's really tough. You know, yeah, you're right, because it wasn't like he was running away; he just got shot in the back.
Yeah,
looking the wrong way. What a save from Halzerk! That was a crazy peek.
And we said it could come down to a battle of the AWPers. One certainly finding more success as of late. The surprise has been that it's not the AWP, but Heap. Really trying to force issues, get some aggressive peaks going, and off of Catwalk, Dignitas Vi will get a lot of information. They can hear Forza out long. Whether they realize that there's a lurking presence in middle is the larger concern. This is, of course, just pistols, so taking these risks is a little bit more understandable, and, well, Almazer dropped.
Yeah, moving on up to long, though. And now Flit's going to get into the action. Wow, what a save. Forrest is going to catch him up close. So 2 kills on this eco round so far for Dignitas Vi. It's actually not terrible. Putting a little bit of a dent in things here for Forza. Can't let them get too comfortable. Still a few rounds left in this half. But now Forza should be able to stabilize. They have control of long, and so they have a way out to avoid the bomb blast. And, of course, Dignitas Vi now, they're just going to want to hold on to these AKs. So well done. They actually get out with party favors, and we'll see if they can put them to good use in the following round. Liking it from Forza, though. Just getting in there.
Yeah, and the good news is that they've built up some money here on this T side where they can they could have potentially thrown maybe one more gun at the problem to try and eliminate these AKs as a factor, but the buy is still going to be there for Dignitas Vi, so may not be worth that risk.
Yeah, 2 rounds left in this half, so really just lock it down if you're Forza. You need to come out ahead on the T side. 8-7 would be, I mean, well, best case scenario for you now. Obviously, you want something a little bit more than that, 9-6. But we'll see if they can actually collect the final 2. And Dignitas Vi now, after that round, they've got the AWP back in the hands of Halzerk, who is currently going to go post up on short. Not boosted this time, alone. But it's a very quick mid-split coming in. This is beautiful from Forza. The flash is epically timed, though. Forrest survives and through the smoke gets the kill on Flit. Freiburg is still in this fight as well on the B site.
What in God's name? Halzerk just finds face crack as well, and Jerry cannot get the split to work. It's still Freiburg on the site, and it's stemmed off of Forrest getting those kills, and Freiburg actually finds enough time to get some space. The Molotov is perfect. A 2-on-4. I don't even know how Dignitas have managed to pull this one together. That flash was just so pivotal in giving Forrest a chance, and he took 2.
That is ridiculous. And Halzerk. Where does Halzerk straight through, man? Well, Exy Power, he has no idea which way to look, and he is going to get shot in the back. Nice try for the 180, but it's not going to happen. Almazer now the last man alive here for Forza, and Dignitas Vi setting themselves up for success in the first half of Dust 2.
Yeah, this feels like a stolen round for
Yeah,
Dignitas.
that is exactly what this feels like. You're right. I mean, how does Forza survive that in CT? He should be dead 100% of the time, but that flash, perfectly timed.
Yeah, the call, I mean, we saw that there was a big gap in the defenses. If there was a smoke CT or they'd flashed and, you know, not been blind and Force just dies. No way this goes as poorly as this, but...
What a hero. Dude, that's just, you're going to re off the side of the planet if you're Forza. That would have been fantastic, though, for Sexy Power to actually hit that cross shot. Instead, it's Freiburg going to get legged at the start. Facecrack applying the pressure on Catwalk, taking a little bit of damage. Still, he's up on short. And if he clears short, that sets it up for the B-split if they want.
Yeah, Freiburg being such low HP. Very traditional angle to be positioned based on that. Forrest, will he make it in time? The smoke, doesn't quite leave his hands properly, but Freiburg gets 2 from the back of the bomb site. From the back of platform, and he's not been flushed out as of yet. Exit Power can't hit the shot on the AWP. Jerry's trying to track him down, eventually does, but he's bought some time for Dignitas Vi. A 3-on-3 to be.
No, and they can get in very quickly into Upper Dark, and that's Hera. So he's going to be able to set that up. Jerry has got the line. Halzerk, the doors favor him here to take a peek on Facecrack, and so it's going to be on him now to step in here. He has to look for the close angle, or is he going to trust his teammates? I mean, his teammates still have to get out of Upper Dark. This is all over the place. Harry hits the shot. Brilliant work, and just like that, they are annihilated. Perfect retake for Dignitas Vi.
All right, that's one way to get it done. Just not even really requiring Halzerk to perform in that instance. What a great half for Dignitas Vi. They slip and turn a little bit, Forza finding and adapting their game plan, but 9-6 at the half for Dignitas Vi. We put a lot of importance on CT sides, so we'll see if Forza can get it done on theirs in the second half.
Hey, welcome back, everybody, from the break. We are about to see if Dignitas can close this out in 3, or if Forza are going to find themselves here in the second half and snatch the victory away from Dignitas. What do you think, Yumi? Who do you got going into the second half? Are you changing up your predictions?
I mean, I know my points are on the line, but Dignitas Vi have looked good.
They certainly have. Ooh, Halzerk with the P250 at range catches Jerry at the side of the head. So already a little bit of damage taken here by Forza, and it is going to be a lot of pressure getting poured on here by Dignitas Vi immediately. Flit getting blasted in the face.
Yeah, split 2 and 2 apiece, and Exit Power trying to get aggressive off of short. He has Face Crack with him, and actually hands showing through the smoke, so Force going to be an easy kill for them. Exit Power uncleared. Oh, a bit spooky, but still finds the kill. So they've brought it into a man advantage for themselves now. They realize where Dignitas Vi are located, so they are reinforcing this A site quickly. But whether or not they find the kills is a different story. Doubled up towards the boxes. Heap, does he expect this? Expecting Face Crack, but the boost, it's perfect. Forza going to take the pistol. What a great set of individual and actually collaborative plays to get that done.
I'm giving a nice little golf clap here. That was clean. That was a fantastic hold on the A side after what looked like a bit of a bumpy start. Yeah, Force getting caught on the edge of that smoke is just really unfortunate. Now here we go. Forza showing some gumption. You know? No hesitation. Went right into the retake. No fear at all. Only dreams. Well, it turns out it was a good dream this time. 9-7. Forza trailing, but they win the pistol. So let's see, can they keep this streak going the way that Dignitas did in the first half, or are Dignitas going to be able to fight right back here with the Ds?
Still remains to be seen just how much damage can be accomplished in a round like this for Dignitas Vi. They overturned the statistic earlier on about losing pistol rounds and winning the follow-up. Don't know if lightning strikes in the same place twice. Of course, different map.
Different map. New opportunity.
And Forza a very passive game plan coming into the second round. Not working with a whole lot.
So they clear out Catwalk. Is this them shaping up for a B split? Dignitas Vi. Bomb stayed in Upper Dark this whole time. It's looking like the B side is going to be seeing some action here shortly, Yumi.
Oh, yes. That is definitely the case. A smoke towards the mid-B split as well. Make things even more difficult. It's part of the reason this setup is what Forza have gone for, is that they have that scout to work at distance.
Oh, the lurk. Oh, this is full-on pug. Flit's only going to get the 1-for-1. Almazer, though, going to hold his own 3 headshots. Yeah, boy. That is how you do it. Yeah. Teammate dies? No problem. I will kill everything.
Yeah, his aim looks so sharp.
That was sick. That was crisp. And also, well, to be fair, it's a bit unfortunate that it didn't work out for Dignitas Vi, because that was pretty scummy what they just tried to pull, right? No nades, no nothing. Just walk up to the entrance and then just hold down W. Nearly pull it off as well.
Oh, Exit Power trying for the fights. Again, he's not shy from taking these duels and trying to see if he can get into the sort of momentum game, maybe into the heads of Dignitas Vi. Isn't always that aggressive, but has certainly shown a lot of initiative in his third map. I think it's something that Mao is talking about, being an instigator for Forza.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen the same production from Halzerk.
Oh, many shots ringing out in mid here. Definitely the main point of contention. But with 3 flashes, Dignitas Vi can just set themselves up to just run and gun as quickly as possible up Catwalk, and it's looking like that's going to be the name of the game, even getting a little bit of a run boost set up. Nice try. Couldn't quite hit the boxes, but I admire it. Barks his shins. Oh, there we go. Flash to open it up, and now the push begins. A nice little dig to force X Power off the angle. Jerry with the MP9, though, on the site. He's going to be under pressure. They're trying to rush him down, and they will succeed. Face Crack finding another kill, and this is completely out of hand. Forza 3 remain alive. But the important thing here is, again, Dignitas Vi. For an eco round, they get a bomb plant. That's money for them.
Yeah, and in the same sort of vein that we saw Forza on their T side, that is a nice little cash injection coming into their first gun round. This is where things could get a little bit more dicey. Of course, coming away from that half with a 9-6 advantage, Forza now tying things up. This could be a lead gained.
Let's see. Oh, for Dignitas to put up such a good fight in the first half and for it to slip out of their fingers, that would be painful. And, you know, James, I don't know if his emotions can take that kind of punishment. You know?
He does like to live life on the edge in some of these games.
It's too much, you know? There's only so much you can do to a man before he breaks. And I already see them setting up the green screen as well for, for what happens if you lose the prediction this week.
Yeah, he's giving us a little stare, menacingly. Knows what's coming.
Not giving it away. Not giving it away. They're just getting it ready.
Well, I think Dignitas, or rather Forza, have an indication of what's coming. We've had some utility thrown their way in the likes of the Angles exit power peaks, but holding for the rotation. Holzerk finding an opening.
That was sick. Perfectly done. And all these nades still for the A take as well. They can go up catwalk, no problem at all now. Jerry going to open it up. Flash over the top. Face crack goes for the peak. Halzerk annihilates him. Halzerk just mowing him down.
That's
brilliant.
Yeah, shut down the round. Just chopping and changing.
Yeah.
Well, Halzerk, the martial artist, making that up, but Kung Fu chops them right in the throat. And Forza, this would be a great sort of motivator moving forward, to have Halzerk not only pick off your star AWPer, but just kind of pick apart the site and get limited success. We saw the aim looking quite good in the anti-eco rounds, and I argue that the mechanics to hit those shots is actually arguably harder. You move faster with pistols and the sword. And when it really mattered, just not able to get that same level of success.
Listen, we don't have room for any of that weeb shit here, Halzerk. Let's you know.
That's me forcing that on him. I feel like that's not even a part of his identity.
Let's not. This is definitely a fantastic opening here, Halzerk. That's how it's done. 10-9. Dignitas Vi stabilizing on the T side, letting Forza take the usual 3 rounds after a pistol, but striking right back with their first full buy. And well, in the meantime, it is going to be very fast catwalk here. Good clear coming in from Dignitas. Harry, though, there it is, the flash over the top, the peak, clearing out Cat, makes, well, gives Dignitas Vi all the options here. This is always going to be key on Dust 2, is what you want to keep an eye out for. Because now you can go for the quick B split, knowing that catwalk is free. You don't have to worry about a quick flank coming in from there. And even going so far as to check closed doors as well. Nicely done. I like how thorough Dignitas are being.
Yeah. And I did start to wonder whether Forza was get aggressive, try and go for information peaks. They had actually attempted that via Almazer. Well, the timing on the smokes towards B did deter him. So at least ideas are there for Forza. Understanding that adaptations could be made, even as early as this, because there's only so much room that you can give Dignitas Vi. Really slow round. And still not really a concerted effort either which way. Dealing with this pit player is going to be that primary objective. That will open up this pathway to that A site, but FaceCrack getting one, and there was an assist. Some reinforcements coming his way, but Heap and Forrest both find the entries necessary. This A site very exposed, and while Jerry finds the unique timing, not going to be able to stop them from getting this bomb planted.
Oh, he doesn't even clip a headshot there. That's so frustrating. At least you know the guy is low, but with only a single smoke grenade between the 3 of them, and 3 M4s, it's looking like they're going to back off and just get out of here. So, man, another frustrating round for Forza. But you got to give it to Vi, to Dignitas. Yeah. You know, they're winning their shots when they get through. Definitely thought to see more from FaceCrack there in pit. He was looking ready. He was looking geared, but he just got annihilated there. Just a big headshot to open it up.
And I think that's where we may start to see that. The idea of getting aggressive means that you don't have to rely so much on just hitting the snapshots when it counts. Because if you aren't getting those opportunities to go your way, there has to be some easier path.
Well, what did Dignitas got in store for us now? As it is going to be, we get the replay here of Face Crack. Just opening it up. Forrest, though, that was a brilliant shot.
Yeah. It was the fact they both died simultaneously that made that so much worse.
Yeah, no time bought.
Mm-hmm.
Well, speaking about buying time, we're going to get a tactical timeout called here by Forza. So an extra 30 seconds. Exit-Power's been hitting shots with the Scout, so we'll see if he can find some clever angles here once again.
God, these odds have been up and down all over the place.
Yeah.
They were a bit more even. I think they leant towards Forza earlier on.
They're getting in there.
Now they're back towards Dig.
What's crazy is that it's just so close. Everybody's hitting shots. You know, there's no real, anybody really lagging behind here on either of these teams individually. They're all, when given the opportunity, they're all standing tall. So this is just going to be a real scrap until the very bitter end. 11-9 on the T side, Dignitas in the lead. And Heap straight out long. Change of pace coming in here from Dignitas, or at least on the map. It's been a lot of fast catwalk takes, and, well, now it's going to be a very quick long take. Forrest spotting as well for the aggression coming in from Forza. And in the meantime, his teammates are just barreling up long. Forrest getting a key kill on Jerry as well. He's going to slow everything down.
Oh, rotating into the site. Face Crack getting one, but the flames don't keep him safe for long. Trying to get something more. Exit Power forcing the issue with the Scout. May actually buy some rune here for Flit, but the smoke fading. His position becoming more and more exposed. They haven't really committed out as of yet. Freiburg trying to dial the bomb in, and they're not going to be close enough for the boost in time. Almaze are positioning for it, but he ran all the way. Freiburg should have this in the back of his mind, but pulling out the reload? Okay, Heap there for the quick trade at the very least.
Get out of here that he reloads at that time. That is pure CSGO right there, 100%. You know, Halzerk going to catch him out. They know where the Scout is. This is the bait. Heap is counting on his teammates to watch his angle here. As what a shot from Exit Power. There's the Scout. No kit on this defuse, though, and he's been pulled off of it. Forrest, the hero, going to find it. There's no way Exit Power will survive. He is gone, and Dignitas put another round on the board. Another clutch goes the way of the Scandinavians.
Jeez, what an effort from Exit Power, though. 2 critical headshots on the Scout. He gets off the bomb initially, tries to reposition, and it comes so close because that model didn't really feel like it matched up. He's shooting the backpack. There's nothing in it.
Oh, the angle here. Do they trust it? Do they trust it? Do they trust it? Oh, the shot! The flash forces Exit Power off of it. He's got that AWP. Harry rips his head off. They're going to drop into CT. Almazer's close. Smoke gets delayed, but they know that he's at Rafters, and this is going to get nasty. He has to win this duel, and it's just not going to happen. The B side is open for business. Dignitas going to be able to move on out here, looking very likely to get a 13th round, unless, of course, FaceCrack has got something to say about it. Again, this guy, he's just not missing.
Yeah, finding some really crucial kills to make these rounds even viable here for Forza. The Molotov just keeps them back for now. They're, at the moment, all outside of B, but not rotating towards the tunnels. Not even considering it. So many flashes available here for Forza. That will be their strength.
Yeah, you're trying to sit. Yep, exactly as many. You're going to have some very clean ones going in. There's the shot. Perfect. Catches the one, and they are fully blind. This is exactly how a retake is supposed to go. That timing on that second flash.
Yeah.
So clean.
Well, especially to have so many into the late round. You dodge the first set, you're like, oh, they've thrown 3. Nope, there's a 4th and a 5th.
That was really nice. Really nice from Forza, taking their time, not getting flustered. Tip-top stuff. And, well, that is as unfortunate as it gets for Dignitas. You know, once upon a time, B site, even numbers, you wouldn't even be thinking about going for that retake. But Forza, they go for the BDP. And it's a 2-round lead now for Dignitas, 12-10. Full buy on both sides. And the pressure is mounting. Oh, Flyberg flashes himself!
Oh dear.
That's unfortunate.
Do they know that there's 2 players in towards the pit, though? They'll recognize that at least one had to be here. Of course, finding the early kill on Freiburg. There's a man right beside him.
Can one of them just sack himself? Like, just sack yourself, dude.
Well, it would have to be Jerry because he's the one who got the kill, but Facecrack shows his hand. They should recognize that the second player's there, but Jerry doubling up, trading effectively, and Forza lock it down at long.
Oh, man, and what do you do now if you're Dignitas? Going B, there's 2 players holding hard. Almazer has been hitting shots like a freight train, and he's holding A, anchor. I like that they're doubling up. And well, this is going to be the B take. Let's see it. Nice wallbang, nearly getting the kill. That would have been insane.
Oh no!
Oh, Halzerk
had the chance above the smoke.
Oh, this is just so difficult. It's impossible now. Man. Oh, he hits that too. Get out of here. Can he find the next one? He knows that there's a man in CT, and unfortunately for him, wow, Exit Power hits that shot first. Halzerk would have had the advantage, and it looked like he spotted him too, but not going to pull the trigger. We're 1 round off now, and no bomb plant means that Dignitas Vi should probably go for a half buy this round.
Yeah, before this round, the calls for Dignitas Vi have actually looked very good. They went for long aggression, where there was an absence of presence from Forza. We saw that lurking presence instead from Forest. We see them get aggressive through middle when Exit Power's alone and peeking in with the AWP, only to get flashed back. Well, this time around, they move into more of a long-sided take here from Forza. It works out for the Forza side.
And so patience here from Dignitas, probably treating this like a timeout as well. I mean, you can't just sit here and discuss. Freiburg, he's taken point on Catwalk, but he hasn't shown himself yet. There is going to be the beautiful flash, and wow, that's impeccable stuff. Out of position, Exit Power. Going to catch the second man across, and this might cost him as Harris steps in. There's Heap chiming in himself, and the spot. You gotta hit the shot. He runs out of bullets, and Freiburg can't even trade.
Oh my god.
No way. 1 bullet more, and Flit is gone.
Oh, that's a disaster.
So close.
A huge sigh of relief for Forza. Could have been so much more dangerous.
Yeah, but that's all their bank gone now.
Yeah.
This is big. That was still, I mean, a monster round for Dignitas just because they got so many kills.
Just trade after trade and just dodging bullets was Flit at the end.
Man, if they win now, Dignitas Vi, I mean, Forza have to win. But even if there's a bomb plant now, Dignitas Vi are getting into that position where if they keep getting bomb plants, they are going to keep buying. Forza, however, not a whole lot. I mean, that loss bonus is going to be gone, essentially. And so this is it. We're getting into crunch time. This is getting fun. 12-12, tied up. End of the tactical timeout called by Forza. And Forza are starting to feel it a little bit here, it looks like.
Yeah.
They're getting in that zone.
It's looking a lot better for Forza. I think in the map we witnessed on Nuke, we saw some weaker performances from individual players here from Forza. Like you mentioned earlier, everyone's really coming to play, having their own individual moments. It's a much better condition to fulfill, especially when it comes down to the fact that this is elimination time.
Ooh, but Flit is there to win the duel versus Halzerk to kick things off. That sets Forza up, and this is actually, I mean, man, you were really hoping, at least for Dignitas, to get that momentum just going. If this turns into a grind, this is where we should really see Forza start to shine, given the experience on the roster together. It's where they have to start having an edge.
Well, it's an experience for as 5 or Legends of the Game. Which eggs do you, or which basket do you put your eggs in?
Well, you find the eggs in the forest.
That is true.
Not usually, but hey, whatever. Let's not look too hard at that. Man, well, the setup is default here from Forza.
And the double ops as well are going to be a tough thing to deal with if you're a Dignitas Vi, especially coming into this with now limited utility. They've got 1 flash. for the late round.
I mean, you need that flash to force face crack off the angle here.
Yeah.
And now that he is rotated up onto long, they are feeling this out. Forza, 35 seconds left. It's going to be the bum rush from Dignitas. Oh, that net's in here. Dude, are they going to have the time? Is this going to be possible? Double smokes going down. Man on the site. The flash comes in. It's going to be trying to counter it here. And it is out the mid as they try and change things up, but that is a disaster. Flit is more than ready for it. Freiberg and CT catches Flit looking the wrong way, but he is a dead man. And trying to get fancy, Dignitas Vi, it ends up just biting him.
Yeah, I'm halfway between whether that was them trying to be fancy and them just realizing that the molly was going to slow them down too much. But either way, Flit's in a great position to deal with that. He had the kill on the AWP, getting a triple on the AK as well. Fantastic stuff from him. And now once again, we see a half buy come out for Dignitas Vi. Talk a lot about how this can be a decent round to win. So many teams actually rely on it. You look at teams like Godsent. We'll see if Dignitas Vi can get one of these to work in their favor.
They got the nades. It's going to be execute time. Smoke goes down to block him off. Flash over the top and hold W. It's going to be the name of the game. Pretty sure Jerry was close enough to hear that. And wow, Freiberg made in hand. Molly is just going to completely and utterly ruin Dignitas.
Oh, he turned away and Heap took the fight. Jerry coming on the rotation though, and Flick can finish the job. It's only one casualty. It's Almazer, who has actually looked very impressive on that B-bomb site. He's instead the only one that suffers as a result. And Forza are building a little bit more of that cushion. Once again, it has been streaks of rounds. It's kind of plagued the whole series. Continues even now. And Forza are getting really, really close. 14 to 12. Dignitas Vi, they need this round.
This is getting desperate, isn't it? And well, there it is. Second timeout getting called here by Dignitas. And well, now, what is it that you can actually go back to that has been working consistently for Dignitas? They have been consistently getting catwalk. It feels like a toss-up when they try and take over A. They could go fast long, but again, they keep getting Forza figured out the pattern, and so they keep getting guys over into pit. And it's not easy for Dignitas to root them out.
Yeah, it is a bit of a tricky situation to be in, especially because if you try and be too fancy with it, you don't want to be put in that position where you've over-called out a round. Some of the simpler stuff has really been what's working for Dignitas Vi in this series. These flashes are doing a lot of work, creating a lot more room and exit power. Gonna take the forward face. Harry was holding the angle, but exit power too quick.
I'm amazed that Almazer is going to go for this push now that that opening kill was taken by Exit Power. I don't know if that is necessary. Almazer's feeling it. I mean, he's been hitting shots. He's at 20 frags, but that might very well have just cost his team. Because now you're in a double op scenario. You're split, 2 on one side and 2 on the other here for Forza. And Dignitas, I mean, they can go right up the middle now.
Yeah, it could have been a much more favorable position. Criticized him for not getting actually aggressive earlier in the CT side, but it's just so early to do it after finding that advantage.
What a play here, though.
Yeah,
this is
timing.
Fantastic. Face crack, this is it, buddy. What a monster play. Catches the freebie. Freiberg again dies in the middle.
Oh, these flashes are good, but Jerry's not blind, and he's just around the corner. 1 for 1 in the exchange. Flit peering around the sides of the smoke, but Heap decapitates. It's a double entry for him. A 2-on-2 now for Dignitas Vi. That could mean the map and potentially the series.
You've got it. Now you know. You know one is coming from mid, and you know one is upper dark. So the information is here for Dignitas Vi to shine in this hold. As the Molly falls short as well. Exit Power trying to spot, see if anybody was holding close, and this is it. Face crack has worked his way out. And there's the angle. Just too many to worry about here. Exit Power just going to commit to it. That would have been insane. Oh, he was hunting there. He was hunting for the target, but it just doesn't come through. What do we got? Oh, man, they've got just enough for the force by Forza.
Yeah, they had some reserve cash built up from all those rounds 1 in a row. That is a lifesaver. Heap getting those 2 kills, forcing it to that 2v2, and the third at the end as well.
And another timeout getting called here by Dignitas.
Heap's on 27 kills.
Yeah, he is having a star performance here on the 3rd map of a series to keep his team in it. Everything riding on the line. $1 million in the prize pool. It's serious moolah. And Dignitas Vi, I mean, after all the roster changes that they've made recently, the adaptations that they're having to make, and also the experience, each map is worth its weight in gold to Dignitas Vi. Getting this roster and a couple of these new players experience in this environment. So for them to be putting up a fight against Forza right now, it's fantastic. And this is going to be it. Now we get to see. The pressure is on. And Forza have gone for the full-on buy on their side of things as well. Even so far as a Nova on Almazer. What is this business?
Okay. It is a bold move. And he's looked so good on the rifle. Surely you don't need the spread. Less chance to miss, but less chance to kill as well. Oh, that timing on that nade might be good. Not quite as much as I would have thought onto Harry, but again, Dignitas Vi, it feels like they're feeling out for a reaction now, especially after the rounds have kind of gone this direction. So the push from Forza to actually kind of enable that round from Dignitas Vi.
Well, Forza right now, because of Almazer's positioning, know that the lurk smoke was BS over on B. They're not expecting anything, and so they haven't gone for any kind of weird rotate offer. They're still focusing on this A site, Forza. And that's appropriate, based off the information they have. Although Jerry has rotated mid, he was trying to cover it. He will still be close enough to CT to help out here when this push comes through.
Oh my goodness, that flash timing on short was perfect. Exit Power was holding towards the long doors, and now they've crept out. Holzerk, though, lining up the flash. Exit Power able to narrowly just get to the car, but not get into safety. Heap, another double entry on a site take, and Jerry has to fall back, wait for reinforcements. A man advantage here for Dignitas Vi.
Dude, Heap is no joke. Like, that guy, he is lighting them up right now. 29 kills. And you're thinking, oh man, you know, Exit Power is going to get back around a car, and that's it. If he makes it there, you guys are doomed. But he hits the timing flawlessly. We're going the distance.
Yeah,
it is it.
It is actually kind of unbelievable how much of a great series he has had. And performing way above his weight. Way above what they expect.
There's the 30.
Yeah, and he's just farming the kills.
There is the 30 bomb. You can say it, Heap. That's a star level performance. 30 bomb on the 3rd map of elimination, you know, back to the wall, and you're going to keep your team in it. What a performance.
I think that was like jab that Thorn threw at him at the desk. It's like, I thought I misheard cheap instead of Heap. But he has, again, it's if you're a budget builder, Heap's your man. The Preston performance is looking good here in the 3rd map. To keep Dignitas alive in Flashpoint 2, that could be exactly what they need. Now tied up, really, now crunch time. Forza, must-win round. There's at least some money in the tank here for Dignitas Vi, so the importance is a little bit more mitigated.
You need to get that 15th on the board here. This is where the pressure is truly just ratcheting up. And flash on through, checking the angles. So we've cleared out mid. Could be just thorough in this way. Clear out mid, clear out catwalk. That's forced the door, smoke, and well, Exit Power, that is not a perfect flash. He hangs around and the timing is just way off on that. So that ends up really costing Dignitas, and it's looking like they want to even commit to this. Smoke is going down. Rotation coming through now from Forza. They're going to get into CT fast. They need to get this bomb up here immediately. Forrest taking his time with this. The bomb is still on catwalk. They need to get it onto the bomb site right now, Dignitas. But with Forza, they could all be down here in CT. They could just go and just get crazy. Freiburg catching Almazer, though, but 2 players still pushing past up onto the site itself. That's a shot and a spot as well. Halzerk holds the line. 3 kills. All of that now on Exit Power. Last man here, 1v3, and he's going to be backing off trying to save the AWP. Halzerk hits all 3 shots when he needed to.
Oh, that is incredible stuff. Gets the trades, creates the space, and Forza saving the AWP on Exit Power. Fitting hands to have it on, but he needs to be the lifeblood that keeps them in it. Dignitas Vi, they're riding a high.
And I appreciate this from Freiburg out there hunting as well.
It is so important that they keep this up, or else they have nothing to work around. Surely not. Surely not. Okay.
Nicely done. Exit Power hits it. Freiburg is out. Let's go. 30th round. Does it end here, or do we go to overtime? This is getting just a little bit crazy, and this will be the last timeout called here by Forza as well. Yeah, the pressure is unreal.
Yeah.
Everything riding on 1 round. Are you going to hit your shots? Are you going to make the correct call? Do we get the chain timeout? Do we get a timeout here from Dignitas as well? Just maximize this? Really let Forza sweat?
It's like, you think you're coming up with a plan, so are we.
Yeah, exactly. It's looking like we're just going to continue counting it in. All right, let's get in it here, Yumi. Double op on the T sign as well here from Dignitas. I mean, last round, so you got the bonus money. Take a couple of pot shots based off a spawn and then play with AKs as well off the back of it. You can totally do that.
Yeah, it'll be 3 from Asus and AWP and an MP9 to keep Forza alive. It could be right at the finish line that Dignitas overtake and take home the gold. Exit Power, does he go for the peak? Again, forced off the angle by a flash, and Heap went for the spawn-based peak instead. Ooh, the smoke not going to protect them. Forced 1 for 1, but Forza, given the circumstance, given the weaponry, they'll happily make that trade. Jerry, close to the doors, and the tunnel is up an area where Freiburg is close.
Halzerk has got the doors, and so Freiburg is willing to turn away. He knows that his teammate is watching his back. And there's the spot. What a shot! Halzerk! Headshot, wallbang on Jerry. Man advantage for Dignitas Vi. And that is going to be something that Jerry is going to be thinking about. That death is going to be haunting him for a while. Now Exit Power is going to decide to get aggressive here. Harris holding the angle, and he gets the shot. Harry gets legged. Nothing is working for Forza right now. And this is it. Minute on the clock.
He spots him as well.
Did he? Did he?
He had to have. He's creeping around the smoke like he's prepared for the fight, but no, face crack, great timing to make things a little bit closer. Dignitas Vi have really staggered things out here. Considering the advantage they had, they were just hoping to catch Forza on rotations, but they're playing separately, playing towards each of the sites. But Almazer is beginning to question that.
Yeah, this is really good, though. Now we're grouped up. We've still got full nades here for Dignitas. Just throw everything in. Do not get a Almazer a shot to hit it. Look at that. He's going to line him up. So close. Heap barely squeaks through Almazer. There's only so much you can do. Molly going to go down, but it's imperfect. Face crack could go charging in. He could try and pull a fast one on him quick, but the angle is being covered now. Freiburg should be ready. Heap watching Upper Dark, watching the doors. Face crack hoping that somebody's going to peek, and he is gone. 16-14. Dignitas Vi take the win in 3 maps. They stay alive here at Flashpoint.
And it was Heap, the one to close it out. What a great performance on that 3rd map. You saw chopping and changing. Halzerk had great moments. It was so back and forth, such stringy rounds from both Forza and Dignitas Vi, respectively. But when it mattered the most, that's when they found these crisp double entries, crucial kills on rotation. It was ridiculous stuff. It seemed like there were so many lifelines for Dignitas Vi.
What a fantastic win, and yeah, you are not going to be happy right now if you are Forza. What a disaster. Heavily favored in this matchup. It goes 3 maps, and you are not able to clinch it. Dignitas Vi, what a win. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to hear what the analysts have to say about our first series, and also they're going to lead us into our 2nd series of the day. We are not done yet here at Flashpoint. Be sure to hit the follow button if you're watching the stream. You don't want to miss any of the action.
The Reaper has come for Forza. They are eliminated from Flashpoint 2. Dignitas Vi, on the other hand, punching their ticket to our playoffs in our first of 2 last chance qualifiers. It may not have been the way that everyone would have liked Dignitas to have won. It may have been, in fact, an extremely sloppy game there on Dust 2. That may have, in fact, been the first time that either of these teams have won Dust 2 in this tournament. But they managed
Barely,
to
by the
barely
smallest margin,
squeak
yes.
it out in ignominious fashion, I would say. What is your evaluation of that last map?
I mean, it was exciting, put it that way. It definitely was very tense. Even at the end, it went down to the wire where you thought, like, with his weapons, there's surely no way you can do anything. But that's actually one of the bizarre things about this game, I think. Aside from Heap doing an awesome job on Dignitas, which he was the hero of this game, let's be real. Forza, this is why they're an infuriating team. This is why when Potter watches them in the Tier 2, she's always thinking they're going to be so good. But these are the limitations that hold them back, because every time they're in position to win, they become their own worst enemy. They do a weird push somewhere. They don't respond correctly to aggression, or they have people who are mispositioned. And tell you what, they love saving on CT side of this map. They're just looking for the save.
Yeah, it really feels like Forza are just all over the place on their CT side at times. It doesn't feel like they know where they're going to find that next kill, or even if they should be looking for that next kill. I think that's the biggest problem, because they were actually in the middle of that game, started looking pretty good during their aggressive stints, but then they would go just a little too far. Almazar pushing tunnels, for example, little things like that. But credit to Dignitas for capitalizing, for playing their game, because Dignitas, you know that no one's going to get them out of their zone. They just like to take their time, assess the situation, and if they're gifted free kills like that, which Forza was giving them, they're going to take them.
Well, we'll dig a little deeper into that one. First up, we need to hear from the winners themselves. It is Freya with Forest.
Thank you very much, Monty. Yes, indeed. I do have the wonderful Forest on the line with me. First of all, man, congratulations on that win. Can you tell me how the team are feeling after that incredibly close Dust 2 to close things out?
Thank you so much, first of all. The team is in super high spirit, to be honest. We worked hard to make sure we could go deep into this tournament. Obviously, we've faced some tough opponents in Mad Lions and Fnatic, but we're still managing to get through to the playoffs, so everyone is ecstatic right now.
Yeah, of course, indeed. We will see you heading to the playoffs here at Flashpoint 2. Fours will now be down and out of the competition. I do want to ask about those final moments on Dust 2, however. It did get incredibly chaotic, to say the least. So how are you guys keeping that composure? Was there kind of a turning point for you where you figured out exactly what you needed to do versus Forza?
I mean, towards the later stages of the game, we definitely started to understand what we needed to do to kind of break their C side a little bit. Once we were up like 3 rounds, I think at the beginning of the T side, everything felt good, and we fell short on a 3v3 situation on B, which kind of threw us off guard a little bit. We kind of changed up the way we wanted to play. But coming the later stages on Dust 2, we took a few timeouts, talked everything through, what we knew, what we wanted to do, and I think we executed it to perfection.
Of course, a map that definitely wasn't as close as that final map of Dust 2 was your map pick of Nuke. You guys managed to go on that 11-0 round streak to start off that map. Can you talk to me about how you found that momentum against Forza? Was there anything you particularly prepared in your game plan that was just working so well for you there?
No, I think we didn't prepare for them specifically on Nuke. Our T side is very versatile. We are super comfortable with everything we have. We have a lot of different things to kind of mix everything up for them. I think it's hard for them to guess where we're going. It's hard for them to know if we're going outside, inside, ramp, if we're walking through smokes or whatever we do. I think we have so much that they can't read our game. So we just focus on what we can do as a team and what we're good at, especially on T-side Nuke. And as you all saw, it worked out perfectly.
I think one of the most spectacular things about Dig as a lineup is, of course, the veteran status of yourself and now the in-game leader Freiberg. Of course, some of the newer players in Harriet and Heap as well. So is there anything that you've been able to, bestow upon these newer players? Have you kind of been giving them, any words of wisdom from your years of experience?
You try here and there to give them a few advices along the way, but I think ultimately it's very important to let them grow and be the player and individual we know that they can be. Of course, if we do see something that is a big mistake, or like this is something you can do better, or we will obviously help them and tell them. But as you can see, Heap and Harry is incredible players, and Heap is growing each and every single game we're playing. He's starting to show himself. He's a relatively unknown player, coming pretty much from nowhere, joining us, and now he's starting to feel more comfortable. So I think it's one of those things where you kind of let the players do their thing and don't try to limit them too much. They are very good at both listening, and their skill level is insane. So it's going to be fun to see them grow.
Yeah, I think that's something that Freiburg was alluding to when we saw him in that team documentary as well, saying he wants everybody to be feeling comfortable enough to have their input in terms of the game as well. How have you seen him, evolving as this IGL figure? What kind of style is he deploying at the moment?
I think it's incredible to see Freiburg taking on the in-game leader role. He's very dedicated to everything regarding that role. He's watching demos. He's coming up with new stuff pretty much all the time, and he's like also growing and growing and growing in that regard. And he also had a small stint. I think it was in. Was it in Optic or Heroic? I don't remember where he was in game leading. So he had a little bit of experience. So it's nice to see him. I think that role suits him very well. He's very devoted to the knowledge of Counter-Strike when it comes to how team play and how we can try and abuse that. And of course, with the help of Vendetta, they make up for an incredible team.
Now, of course, with this win, you'll be taking one of the 2 remaining spots for the playoffs here at Flashpoint 2. So I'm wondering how you kind of view yourselves in terms of the other competition going forward, as undoubtedly you were the underdog coming into this matchup against Forza.
Yeah, I think we still are the underdog. We have a lot to prove to go out there and be cocky. All we can do is pretty much just stay on the grind and keep on playing and develop our map pool and strategies, and just try and see what damage we can do here. Definitely think we had a good game against Fnatic on Inferno, for example. Not so good against Mad Lions on Nuke. It's very open right now on which map we play and which opponents. We don't have that much experience playing against tier 1 teams or whatever you want to call them. This is like one of the few chances we get to play, and we're going to take every single match and use that as experience coming forward into the playoffs. Definitely underdogs, but we will look to do some damage here.
Well, of course, there will be one more team joining you as we go into our next matchup here at Flashpoint 2, the last remaining matchup of our last chance qualifiers. It will be Gen.G taking on Envy. I'm wondering who you think will be taking that last spot here at the playoffs.
Well, I got to root for Exister. I think Gen.G will win. I think Envy is not a strong Nuke team, so I think if Gen.G decides to pick Nuke here, I think they will be off to a good start in that matchup.
Well, thank you so much for your prediction here for us, and thank you so much for joining me for a chat after that incredible win. And with that, we can head it back over to the desk.
Congrats to Forrest for officially making the Flashpoint playoffs, and I have to say, looking at that interview, he did certainly find a very depressing place to play. And before you think that's Dignitas, I mean the totally featureless gray room that he plays the game in. No Scandinavian minimalism is a thing, but that's just rather morose.
Speaking of minimalism, like the actual thing that you saw in this series, which maybe gives some kind of a chance for Dignitas to do anything in the playoffs, was the arrival of Heap, who had a very good third map, and over the whole series was pretty solid. Because we've said before, where's the firepower in this team? Like, Forrest himself actually is playing pretty bad at this tournament. Like, just go look up his stats. He averages way more deaths than he does kills. Holzerk is certainly an impact player. The eye test tells you as much. But beyond basically the new and the old in that regard, they weren't getting much from Forrest. It's like they were going to struggle even against a team like Forza. So I think going forwards, they need someone like Heap to also have a big performance against other teams.
Yeah, and in fact, we do have a Heap highlight reel here to look at some of his top plays. Was there any aspect of his game that really stood out to you, Maui?
It felt like Heap could actually thrive in some of the chaotic situations that Forza was putting him in, like these fast rotator spots, the plays on Cat, where he's getting challenged constantly. Heap was actually doing an excellent job in these situations. Good game sense as well, as you can see. He's just looking in the right place a lot of these times and finding the multi-frags from those positions. I think the thing for me about Dignitas, though, isn't necessarily about firepower. It's that I have to question how pragmatic they're being throughout the rest of their tournament or throughout the lifespan of this roster. Because right now, I feel like they're playing this style that's very idealistic. They always want to set up. They always want to take map space and then kind of hold their ground. But you could see that that did not work for them on Inferno at all, because Forza was just peeking them left and right. They were finding all these frags, and they just didn't look like they were ready for it. Dust 2 was a different story, but at the same time, I feel like you're either building something really great, and it's going to take a very long time to do that with the inexperience on some of these players, or it can work out very well if players like Heap just slingshot ahead of where they're supposed to be.
Well, Coach Maui, how would you play with this roster then if you had to actualize their current potential?
I would probably play some of the scrap. I think right now they have a good game plan on Nuke, so that's a map you can actually stand behind. But right now, for me, I probably would try to be moving away from Inferno. And I know that they veto out Mirage a lot of the time, but with how Heap and Halzerk were playing, I wouldn't mind unleashing those two players on a map such as that. I know they don't like it. It is their perma veto, but I feel like they need to reevaluate that, because going into this series, they did have the problem where every time they picked a map at this tournament, they had 6 rounds, 8 rounds, and that's just not a good look. That shows that you're going into these games with a game plan that's just fundamentally incorrect, because on maps where they're challenged on deciders and opponents' map picks, they actually have looked better.
And if you were to take the coaching role in the next week, Thorin, you have 8 days or so before this team is going to play again. What adjustments do you make if you're Dignitas Vi?
I would, first of all, I would play a little bit looser. I would probably force the game around Halzerk wherever possible. I'd have him having an AWP whenever we can. I don't mind some of the setups they have overall. They just take too long to get into it. Like, they're playing like they think they're 2018 Astralis or something like. That's why even what I think weren't great pushes by Force sometimes caught them off. Someone would just get a free kill early. Like, they would, for example, I forget which map this was on, but I remember there was one round, I think it was on Inferno, where they basically were doing like a stack over a smoke. And it's like, yeah, nobody's supposed to ever push that smoke. But if the guy does, and the Forza guy really wanted to do it, like, that would just basically be 2 free kills at that point in time. So you got to also know the opponent you're playing. Again, you can't play, like he says, idealistically. Like, you're not playing as though you're trying to one day save the earth by beating the best team ever. Just beat the man that's in front of you.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I know there were some bright spots here to the Dignitas Vi gameplay, and we did take a look at round 15 in a retake that Dignitas had. Maui, you want to walk us through that?
Yeah, sure. So let's get into it here as we break this one down. So this is Dignitas here, just breaking down the Forza defense here on the side. Hare with some nice entries, and really it was just good timing from from all the players from Dignitas. It was a 3v3 retake, and it seemed like they just caught Forza sleeping. Forza second guessed their setup, it looked like, in those moments, and then Dignitas, they just stayed tried and true to what they were going for. But Hare, he didn't have the best series, but he had a very critical victory there with those 2 entries.
And that's even one thing I think you can also point out for Forza. Like I harped on after the second map, in the post-plant scenarios, this team, it just always fails. Like in that scenario there, they get literally last second just changed up who was looking where.
Yeah.
It's like, once you have the protocol down, it's like, I'm looking here, you're looking there. You have to trust that. You have to believe that teammate's going to look. You can't second guess yourself and suddenly 2 people look one way, one guy doesn't look another way, because that's why it looked, he had to say it was a 3v3 there, because it looks instead like, oh, what was that, like 3v1 or something? It was just easy. Like, it looked ridiculous.
Yeah, speaking of ridiculous, and you guys did allude to this earlier, Forza really fell apart in the later rounds, and we have a screenshot of their round 28 buy here.
Yeah,
just look at the money on Almaza.
This was a tilter for me, because I bet my points on Forza. I didn't really have a dog in this, or a horse in this race, but I don't understand why Almazer here has 2,900 left and it has a Nova. And basically, the way this resulted is they lost this round. I don't think they saved any gun, or I think they saved 2 rifles. Yeah, they saved 2 rifles. Yep. But then Almazer, his purchase here actually allowed them to drop an AWP in the next round to Exapower. And what could have been completely different about this is he could have just invested more money in a rifle, more nades, a kit, and they could have potentially won this round. And those kind of decisions late in a game where you're basically, it's not like your contingency plan is in the round, it's in the next round based off the economy you have in that current one. It's a very confusing fiscal policy, I'll say. I'm not really sure who's running that show over there with their economic decisions.
One of the ways you know that they actually understand what I'm talking about, the bad communication, like the being out of sync in these scenarios, is if they have even or one-man disadvantage, they barely even go for it. They already are starting to back off and just leave the site. Like, they don't even wait around to, if we get the first kill, then we go in. Like, they're already looking like this is lost already. So they must have a sense that they don't win these rounds.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that hesitance did cost Forza here today. They will no longer be playing in Flashpoint 2. Thank you very much for playing in our tournament. Dignitas Vi will advance now to our playoffs. We're going to take a little telestration from Alan here before we start our next series of the day between Envy and Genji.
So what we're going to be looking at here is a pair of rounds from Genji here on Train. They're going to be a pair of delayed main pops, and they're actually going to be the same round called in 2 different games. So the first example here is going to be in Genji versus VP here on Train, and this round is really characteristic of what we see from Genji loads of times here on Train. So coming into this round at the moment, we see the players, they're grouping up in towards main here. If I just play it out for a second, we can let the early smokes land and explain what's going on. So let's give it a play, and we'll just pause it right here. So what we have so far is 2 smokes. A lot of people call these the information smokes. They're for Sandwich and E-Box, these 2 smokes just here. Now what these smokes do is they deny a lot of information for the CT side. They can't see what's going on in main, and it's going to really help Genji gain some ground on to that bomb site. So just clearing those out and letting this one play out. Keep an eye on your Kindar here, because this is really important as this one plays out. So yeah, Kindar is going to get aggressive towards main, and the players in main from Genji are going to catch him and get a really nice entry kill. Now from here, they're going to pop out onto the A bomb site, and this is kind of what I like to call a layered exec. So if we just pause it right here as they start coming out, just there, we can see that they've smoked back green just here. The connector smoke has slightly missed, but it's not really a big deal. But you can kind of see how this is a layered execute. They had the Sandwich and E-Box smoked early, then they went into a later execute with the smokes here for back green and connector. The connector smoke did miss, but it's not really a huge deal on this round. And at this point, after they've popped out of main, they're just gaining space onto the bombs. They're getting really far up, they're pushing up, getting loads of map control. And the other thing to note here is that they're really aware that Sanji is in here in pop. Kriaz probably heard him early in pop, so they knew he was there, and they're going to really respect it as this one plays out. And at this point, they're just getting all the map control all over the bomb site and really super clean play. So what we're going to see now is exactly the same round playing out again from Genji, and this is in their rematch versus OG. So coming into this one, OG had already played them on Train. They knew exactly what sort of rounds they wanted to be running, and they were really prepared for the way that Genji wanted to play. So the start of this round is exactly the same as you've already seen. We've got those Sandwich and those E-Box smokes we talked about a little bit of a while ago. So we don't need to talk through those again, but let's see how this plays out in comparison to that VP round. And the players you need to be watching here are Issa and MBK in pop and around the E-Box area. So watching this one play out, watch Issa's utility usage. So what he does first is he mollies main. Now this might look a bit kind of unusual that he's mollying at this time, but what he's doing is he knows that Genji love to pop onto this A-bomb site behind these Sandwich and E-Box smokes, so he's going to molly it early and deny that opportunity. And that's going to slow down Genji a little bit here. And watching it play out even further, and watching Issa in particular, you're going to see that as these smokes come over from the Genji side, Issa is going to counter smoke main, and that's what you're seeing just here. Just here. So he saw the smokes coming over, he saw these smokes that are just landing right now coming over, and he counter smokes main because he knows a delayed pop is about to come in. Clearing that, let's let it play out. See that Issa, he gets close main, so the flashes come in. He does eat this flash pretty badly, but it doesn't matter because he's close main, he can take good fights, and MBK is also going to pivot from pop into fighting towards main. MBK at this timing also, he smoked bottom pop here, so Kriaz couldn't come down and fight him. 2 players fighting main just here, all these numbers fighting main. Mantu is also coming through the back green smoke, Alexiv is going to commit for as well. And you can just see how, because OG knew that this sort of play could come in, they adapted really well. They changed their utility usage. Issa and MBK in particular, they're really ready for this sort of play. They get so many numbers out of facing main and completely shut down the round from Genji. So these 2 rounds were just a really good example of how Genji likes to play Train and how potentially, because they don't have so much depth strategically, when you see them play one round like this, if you see it again, you know exactly how to play against it. So coming into the matches today, we might see this sort of dynamic playing out again for Genji.
After the break.
Genji versus
Team Envy. You, my friend, are watching Flashpoint.
It's time for our last game of the group stage here. The last match before we hit playoffs, and it is our last chance qualifier game between our top seed here in the last chance qualifiers, which is Gen G, and our bottom seed, the 4th place team in their group, Envy. Now, this is really big for Envy, in particular, because they have been boot camping for over a month already here in Europe, so we expected a lot out of them. And curiously, they are facing a Gen G team which has performed much better with 2 stand-ins in Kriaz and Exist. So a bit of a surprise for sure. Let's take a look at our last chance qualifier bracket before we get into some analysis here. And of course, we just saw Dignitas Vi in a narrow win over Forza, and TBD, to be determined, the winner of the Gen G versus Envy map. 1 team going home, 1 team advancing next week to our playoffs. So let's start with Gen G, and the surprise that they have been entering Flashpoint 2 with a massive upset over OG. So talk to us about this. I know, Alan, we just saw your Telestrator segment with Train, which has been a surprisingly strong map for them, especially on the T side.
So I think the biggest talking point for Gen G in this tournament has been Kusta's development as an in-game leader. So in those first few series, we saw some really great aspects of Kusta, particularly on those train games. Really great calling, really dynamic, really switching up on the T side. But he had a lot of issues actually in terms of calling in the last series we saw with OG. They only got 2 rounds in that best of 3, and obviously that's a bit of a disappointing result. So coming into this one, he must have learned a lot from that series. He hasn't called many games, but in a scenario like that where stuff isn't working, you actually learn the most in those scenarios when you're kind of throwing everything at the wall and nothing's sticking. So hopefully today we can see Kusta back on form with his calling.
Definitely a lot to learn for Kusta, for sure, Alan. And, you know, I do have to mention the trio, at least the core of this Gen G lineup in Automatic, in Bente, and in Kusta. These 3, they've been looking fantastic, right? There has been some question as far as how much depth is this lineup actually going to have with those 2 new stand-ins. But the way that Gen G are calling right now, very reactionary CS, default heavy across all of the maps that they're doing. So really, when you've got that identity and that style, if you're hitting your shots and your communication is top-notch, opportunities just start popping up and opening up across the map. And I think that's kind of what we saw in that first series. Automatic popping up across the map. Kriaz performing better than I think anyone expected, including himself. So that definitely changed a lot of the dynamic for Gen G moving forward in this tournament.
Yeah, and I think you have to say about Gen G, even if they lose here today, they have vastly overperformed expectations, and at least there is hope if you're a Gen G fan that these core of 3 players that they're coming up in with, those players have actually performed very well. And if they can round out this roster, get a couple more additions, you know, probably not going to keep Exist, but Kriaz, maybe at this point in time, right? What is your evaluation of his performance so far?
He's been doing good. You know, it was a big difference, I think, from his performance in that first series versus OG versus the one just recently. And I think as it should be, right? Being a brand new player, slotting into a brand new system with brand new teammates, that's just a lot of information, an overload of information for most inexperienced younger players. So coming into this series, hopefully they've kind of hashed out those minor details where Kriaz doesn't have to process so much information in the heat of the moment in those mid-round calls, so that he just has a better understanding of where he needs to be and when he needs to be there.
Yeah, let's move on to Envy and take a look at some of their plays so far, because this roster, I mean, they had to come out strong here. We've seen a lot of comments from this team about how much practice, how much effort they've put into making this roster work. We've seen Legia bounce from a coach role earlier this year into our lineup as a substitute in Flashpoint 1, then out of it, and then back into it. And allegedly, that was going to take some of the pressure off of Nifty so that he could elevate his off game. And I will say, we have seen some good moments from Nifty, but the consistency hasn't really been there, has it, Alan?
I don't think it's been there for the whole team in general. I think coming into the tournament, it's actually really excited to see this lineup. I think in a lot of ways, role-wise, it could make a lot of sense, this team. And with Nifty coming away from calling, you'd think it'd free him up more. He'd be all over the place on CT, he'd be calling around himself potentially, but it just hasn't really materialized with this team in general. I think throughout the tournament so far, I think their T side have actually progressively looked better throughout the series they've played. I think that with the old lineup, they played a bit too standard, a bit too default, and with this new lineup, they're slowly getting more aggressive, more decisive, and hopefully in the series today we can see more of that and playing aggressively and decisive on that T side.
Yeah, and I do want to touch a little bit more on Nifty because you're right, Monty. Those moments, they are pretty scarce. And, you know, the one caveat here, the one good thing, at least for Nifty's sake, is that he's shooting a lot of shots. He's not landing a lot of them, but the amount of shots that he's taking, surely, Monty, surely in this series, if you're shooting 10 shots per round, hey, one of them's got to land, right? But all jokes aside, that is kind of my point, is that Nifty, he's missing those easier, quote-unquote, easier shots in those when he's going for those proactive mid-round aggressive plays with that AWP. That's an expensive weapon. A lot of the resources for Envy are kind of circulating around Nifty to enable him to elevate his gameplay. So those missed shots, Envy, they can't afford Nifty to be doing that.
Yeah, and somebody needs to step up and be the star player of this team. And to be fair to Envious, now this was the first time that we had seen this particular roster in action. And you know, they've been scrimming a lot, but it's another thing to have film of how you're performing in the actual games. And they will have had a week of no games, purely focused on researching their opponents, purely focused on fixing the mistakes in their own game that they may have made in week one, because they qualified for this, you know, last weekend, and they haven't had a match ever since then. So some, at least, silver lining potentially to the dark cloud of Envy's original performance. They did get this next opportunity to take the win. Now, let's go into pick and ban, because I'm very curious if we're going to see that train come out for Gen G. Because for me, you know, I love the fact that they picked up the 2 wins on it, but then they got really destroyed by OG anti-stratting them, which you showed the difference between the 2 games. So does Envy let that through and think, hey, we can do what OG did, or is Gen G, you know, now reacting to their own flaws?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things at play in this veto. When I was prepping for it, I actually found this one really hard to predict. I think for Envy, so far they've banned Vertigo and Train, and I'm expecting the Train ban from the Gen G side. They're tending to perma overpass at the moment, and I don't think they'll move away from that. What do you think, Potter?
I have to agree. Envy, they can't afford to let Train go through and just let Gen G start off the series with their comfort pick. I know they're not confident in Vertigo. The great news for them, though, is Gen G aren't either. Gen G never picked Vertigo going into a series, so I think Envy, they should be okay with floating it. They are not. That is surprising.
Very interesting.
And that is disappointing, I have to say. As I mentioned, Gen G, I don't think there's a world where they would have actually picked Vertigo coming into this series. And you mentioned it, Monty. Envy, they've been boot camping here for over a month, so it's surprising that Envy don't have the confidence to float this Vertigo. I guess from here then, Gen G, they're going to pick that Train, and Envy, this is a big question for me. Do they lean into this Dust 2, or do they lean hard into the Nuke?
Yeah, I certainly think it's between Dust 2 and Nuke. I have a suspicion it's going to be Nuke here. So we're going to see how it plays out. It is indeed Nuke, and then going into the final bans, I would expect Gen G to take away Dust 2 here, I think. And for Envy, I'm not totally sure, because... What do you reckon, Potter?
No, I have a question about Nuke first.
Okay.
Because so far, Envy is 0-2 on Nuke in this tournament.
It's true.
So what do you think is attracting them like a moth to a flame to Nuke?
I don't think we've seen much of Gen G on Nuke, and even in those games where they lost, they had a really close game against Forza, and the one against MIBR, they actually looked a lot better. Forza one was a bit all over the place, particularly on the CT side. The rotates were everywhere, but presumably between those 2 series, that potentially they prepped to Nuke a lot. Coming to this one, they had some time, so maybe in practice Nuke, knowing they were going to pick into it or something like this. So I've got some hope on Nuke. I don't think it will be a horrendous pick going into this veto.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Alan. I think Nuke, Envy, they lost by quite a landslide in the first time around. But you're right, Gen G, they have no data on this map. And we know how much these little matches, these match history, match experiences meaning for these brand new lineups. So I like the Nuke pick coming out for Envy here. Between this Dust 2 and Inferno, I'm expecting Inferno to get out of the mix here, and the third map to be this Dust 2.
Indeed it is. So Dust 2 was the first map that they must have picked into it, actually, against Forza in that first series, because they absolutely smashed them 16-2. So
Yes,
at least from that perspective, if it gets to that point, maybe Envy will have the edge.
Yeah, both teams are 1-0 on Dust 2 for what it's worth, but yeah, I think Envy has shown their most dominant performance, and it was against Forza 16-2 on Dust 2 so far. So maybe a chance here for Envy if they go to that third map. Let's go to my favorite segment, Pinnacle Leaderboard, where we see who's on top.
Oh no.
It's not me anymore, Semler!
I've fallen so far. I was first last night. Now we're all the way down in, where are we? 6th now, just from that 2-round difference in that last series. And I'll be right up there with Semler, but it didn't pan out for me.
I was wrong on my Forza prediction. Semler must have predicted Dignitas to push him up into our #1 position. From Clown to King, a Semler story here in our Pinnacle predictions. We'll see if he can maintain that pole position here as we go into our last opportunity to come back. Potter, getting scared? Just getting scared down there at the bottom?
I'm getting scared. I'm not going to lie. I need some mathematicians to do the maths really quick and see if there's any way that I get below Bardolph
So
here.
we're gonna figure it out, because let's take a look at the odds and then we'll look at the predictions. Because if you predicted the same team as Bardolph, it's actually impossible for you to fall below him.
Okay, even if he put in more points?
The difference is too great.
Okay.
Basically right now. So it will be right now Genji, of course, coming in as the higher seed with the 1.6 to 2.37. So the favorites will be Genji. Casters, let's see what your predictions are. Bardolph, I'm afraid that there may be no escape from the bottom of the well for you.
What if I don't want to escape, Monty?
You're just going to become a monster at the bottom of the well now?
I'll do whatever is necessary. I'll embrace everything. At least my score is not so despicable as it was before. God, it was nervous watching those final rounds. I thought I might be in the positives, but I'm close enough where I'm happy. So I'll
yes.
take what I can get at this point.
So the thing about it, Christine, is because you bet more, right? If Envy wins, you'll just increase the difference between you and James.
Yeah, that's right, Bardolph. Suck it!
And if you lose, you would only, go down by 150 points net compared to him. So, Bardolph, I'm afraid you are, in fact, at the bottom.
Semler and I traded places from last week to this week. I've gone from, it's my turn to be the clown. That's fine. That's fair enough. I accepted my fate when I made my first bet. I was
That's
like,
fair.
okay, there's a chance
you
this
went
happens,
hard.
but I didn't. God, man, it was a massacre, wasn't it? It really was.
Yeah, you went hard on Dignitas, and it didn't pay off. It didn't pay off.
It didn't pay off, no.
All right, well, guys, why don't you take away? I know we're getting ready to get into this next game. Envy and Genji are chomping at the bit to head into our first map.
Okay, I'm going to expose Hawker immediately, right?
Whoa.
Because me, Hawker, and Maui Snake are often in a gaming room together playing CS in the evenings. And I was saying, okay, I got to go all in on the biggest odds. I have no other choice. So he basically counter-bet to make sure he couldn't go down too far by having similar bets to me.
I would never do that, James. I just had full faith in Dig, full faith in Envy. I just knew.
Don't believe this babyface. He's a traitor underneath it all. We move into our first map. Genji will be on the T side of train. No P250s on deck. Makes me a sad panda. But we'll see if they're looking for close range, maybe on the B bomb site. Envy will be heading towards... Well, never mind. In fact, it is a false start, if you will. Someone's gone a little too early. The klaxon hadn't been sounded just yet. But indeed, I think like when I see a buy like this, all Glocks and a few grenades, I would expect them to make a play towards the B-bomb site. But then still, when you want to make your way to the other side of it, P250, I just love the P250. Everyone knows this, though. I talk about it a lot.
I normally try and drop the P250 in the pistol rounds, especially if I know I'm playing with someone who's way better than me, which is most games, actually, it turns out. Oh, we got Cuban on the cams.
I like Cuban.
Anyway. I believe so.
I do wonder about his motivation. I've never really had a conversation with him, but being with the VP team for so long and then moving to a new squad with international players, I do wonder if that's like a new lease of life, the refresh that people need. You've got to move away from the usual, from the comfortable.
I think it must be nice giving Mihu another chance as well to really show what he can do. Because I think on that old VP lineup, they brought Mihu in and they could never really get him to, get the positions he wanted, it felt like. But I think it would be great seeing Mihu because I think he's got the talent. Everyone seems to be aware of that.
Yeah, I think that was a common problem with those old teams as well. You replace one player most of the time at once and it's like, take this person's roles, we will change nothing. And it's not really... I think people have learned the hard way what has to change to continue to have success in that respect. But Mihu, he's always somebody I point out on the CT side to look at demos of. He creates space with grenades pretty well with smokes and such. Maybe Train's not the easiest map to show that example. Mirage, if he's playing short, is normally the easiest way to give evidence of that. But anyway, it looks like the pistol round is live on the second attempt. Again, Bent at the grenade man. Kevlar for the rest.
P2000 for Thomas as well. A rare sight these days in the pro scene, but it's not too bad. Pretty similar to the USP, just without the silencer. And we are finally live for our final game of these last chances. Envy lost all their games in the group, both matches, but they've got this final chance to make up for it. They've got this chance to get themselves through. Mihu's already going aggressive, and he has taken a lot of information in at teammate.
Surely Kus is going to die. Does he check it though as the grenades are called? He does some pot shots and that's an easy one to dispatch of. However, there's bigger problems on the B bomb site. Being reduced as Gen G will lose a few players. Automatic going for the flank. And Mihu will entertain him, which only leaves 2 players on B. I can see the bomb is rotating towards that ladder room position, but some CTs are as well. Legia heading towards connector as Mihu's done a good job of staying alive, which has given his team some position. You can see the crab walk from Legia. Automatic doesn't realize this just yet, and Legia smartly played this one, leaving Bentet by E-Box.
Ooh, he's got the first kill. This could allow him the bomb plant. Fakes it out, looking for the kills. Nifty getting baited in. Bentet looking for both of these fights, but these angles are so hard to deal with. Envy both swing together. I like how Envy played that as well, making sure they don't concede the bomb plant, because if the Ts get the bomb down there, you already know you're going to be against a really hard second round force buy. So Legia goes aggressive on the A site to begin with, denies that bomb plant in the first place, and then at the end there, they both just push that position, make sure there's no way the bomb can be planted, and it's Envy getting off to a good start on train.
Yeah, I would imagine some people would have written Legia off as a player who's essentially come out of retirement to play again. But from the games I've seen of him so far, he's had his smarts on. He's been focused. He looks sharp. And he's definitely made some aggressive plays, which he's got the spatial awareness to do that, which has been pretty solid. Mihi will spot 2. It could be a meaty HE grenade. Oh, that is very meaty indeed. You can see Kusta trying to fall back, as is Bentet. Oh, he goes beyond Bentet to isolate the fight. Smart stuff, another HE combo. That bell ring won't do too much damage. Again, a Glock at range. You can see Bentet trying to swing. This has worked out pretty poorly for a Gen G who haven't gone for the force buy, it's worth noting. Still got 2,000 in the bank per person, more or less.
Yeah, thanks to that last round for Envy. No bomb plant for Gen G, so a full save means this round should be very easy for them, and it's already proven to be that way. I was actually looking at the stats for the players so far in this tournament, and out of everyone on this game, Legia has got a better rating than both Thomas and Exist in this tournament, and that's even with Exist winning a game on this Gen G lineup. So that's pretty decent for Legia, and I think as long as he's not a liability individually, he obviously brings a lot to the team in all other aspects. So
yeah,
it's good to see Legia warming up back into it.
Absolutely. Now have a look at the comparison with these buys. 5 AK-47s versus a smorgasbord of CT weapons from SMGs to scoped rifle. It's good utility for Gen G when you look at the scope of this round with the flashbangs and the smoke grenades. They have opportunity to deny vision, and it looks like it will start with establishing presence above B. Looking for an aggressive play from NV first off. They've got a trade frag situation here if it's required. Legia's got to be careful. This is a very costly position. You can spray through the wall as well. He takes no damage, however. Spotting some players, and Envy will quietly reposition on A.
Yeah, Envy made sure to get aggressive into T-Con at the start of this round. They put down an early molly, they put down a double nade stack, and as soon as they got that information that A main was clear, they decided to rotate another player back to B. They've got a man in Connector who would also be ready for the rotate. And now Nifty's landed a nice shot with that scout. And look at this timing from Legia. This is so sick. He's going to get a free kill. Oh, maybe not. Bentet's ready for it. I thought he had the timing right, but Legia gets caught out.
The bomb was not spotted by NV, as it is above ladder at present. 52 seconds, and with a player lost, looking to get aggressive now. It's a great angle for Exist, really disadvantageous for Mihu to push that way. You can see his legs before Mihu sees anything. And then there were 3. Gen G been strong on train so far, and the trades will be strong on the A bomb site as they swing onto Nifty with the scout. 35 seconds. Would need a miracle to land this one. So close. Just needed a slight correction to land that headshot, but Automatic is a bit faster there. And the buys worked for Gen G. 4 players surviving. Gives them full grenades for the next round for the most part. Pretty good situation for them.
I like how Gen.G approached this round as well. You know that Envy are going to have some weaker weapons in there, so it's fairly likely there's going to be some CT aggression. And even though Gen.G have shown they're very willing to go for early plays and early smokes into that A site, they don't go for it in this round because they know Envy are fairly likely to push. So you don't want to lose map control. You don't want Envy to just get all that information instantly. And you see it working out for Gen.G as they spot a couple of early pushes. They get some free frags to start the round, and that makes it so easy for them to close it out. And now Envy have almost nothing in this round. So Gen.G, even though they lost the pistol, should be in great shape to just bounce right back.
Cleanup patrol. So far, so good. Thomas running for his life. No life left to run for. Mihi round it back. Legia gardening on B.
Did you say gardening?
Gardening, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Just,
Are there any flowers on the B side?
Taking some leisurely activities.
Sure.
Well, he could be pulling some growth from between the bricks or something.
That's true.
Right.
Weeds love growing there.
Kind of reverse gardening, perhaps. There we go. A clean run from Gen.G, almost always was going to be. And what's great for them is that gives them a full buy to keep up the pressure on Envy should they lose a war of attrition in round number 5. Very key round for Envy to win here.
No kit right now for Envy either. Nifty could buy one. Oh, and he has. Good. Last minute buy of the kit. Buy of the AWP as well for Nifty. He gets that into his hands. There's been a lot of discussion about Nifty. Now that he's not leading for this team, we want to see more from that AWP. He's got it out early in this game. This is a chance for him to show up early. Flash over the top for Calix, who's playing behind the blue train. And this is Envy really trying to counter any of that early A main aggression. They've used some nades early. They use a flash to make sure Calix can hold this position. And that's going to make it much easier for Envy to hold this bomb site. Now that they've spotted out early that they're not going to get rushed, they can get into better positions.
Out go the grenades onto the A-bomb site with mollies as well. They'll be compromised. You can see the sandwich molly. One around the E-box as well. Calix completely blind. Oh. Down he goes. Combo, the bullets on the fire, and here comes Gen.G charging in towards the site. Smokes up by Connector. Envy, got to be careful. So much spray as well. Nifty loses his angle. Ivy smoked off. Now, this bomb has to get planted. We can see one on the high ground. That's Nifty. Not for long, though. Down he goes again. And suddenly it's Legia lining up for him. Looking for the transfer. Only good for one. That was a brutal execute from Gen.G.
That's a round they've been running a fair few times as well on train. Couple of smokes onto the bomb train. That one molly obviously making a huge difference. Thomas does a pretty good job at being aware that he can play on the bomb train itself, but Gen.G realize they can just kind of sit back and take the fights all over the site, because they're not just smoking every position off. They're cutting down the angles that they have to deal with, and they're making sure that they can be ready for those fights, and they end up winning them.
That smoke push from Mihu towards Ivy shows how desperate the situation is from Envy. I wonder if they were prepared for that one. Utility did a very good job of isolating fights, forcing Envy on the backside of those smokes.
Oh, the USPs, the Deeds, they're actually doing a decent job here. Kriaz eventually gets the spray to the body, and he will take the cleanup on those two players. So it should be fine. Legia is pretty far removed from the action. The molly makes it even more difficult for him. A decent bit of damage, maybe an AK recoverable for Legia if he's cheeky, but he's made noise. Oh, he's got it. And time to get away.
Yep, Kriaz does not want to chase that 1v1 and suddenly make the round potentially winnable. He will limit the risk, concede the AK-47, didn't have the angle for it. I like that he didn't try to chase it there, because that can certainly cause a potential collapse. So Legia's got an AK for now, but Envy are most certainly on the back foot, having won the pistol. And I think that the aggression we've seen from Envy has been promising so far. Gen.G have just managed to eke their way around it, is the problem.
Ooh, Legia with a kill at the end there. Lots of money for Gen.G. That's why they're so willing to run at Legia at the end of the round. But that will allow a really good buy in this round for Envy. I wouldn't have minded Legia even thinking about dropping the AWP for his teammate, but they've got the double AWP set up out. Mihu without the nades right now. Maybe this is what Envy have been waiting for. You can see the odds on train. Not great for Envy. The Des was pointing out maybe they should ban this map because Gen G have looked so good on it. But Envy are showing some signs of having things ready, having things prepared for this map. We've got to see more of that aggression, though.
Ooh, ouch. Double AWPs, Mihi on a second one. Watching Ivy at present. You can see presence in Ivy from that grenade, which was deliberate by Exist. He's thrown a grenade Ivy and walked away. And in fact, it seems that Nifty has come to join Mihi. So 2 snipers looking for a potential double peek of Ivy, which puts them further away from the B-bomb site where Legia is currently alone. And if you could get a scope in early, that would really help. We have a rotation coming in from Nifty now. Preemptive incendiary from Legia will buy time for that rotation. It's pretty important. Exist still outside main. You can see him looking to line up a smoke, maybe to draw players towards the A-bomb site. Wondering about a push as well, however.
Couple more smokes being lined up by Gen G. They've put that lurk smoke down at upper B as well to give Envy some questions to think about as this round progresses. Smoke's landing towards the A site as well, but Envy haven't budged. They've still got 2 CTs waiting on the B site, Nifty being one of them with that AWP. These nades are coming in though, and Legia's got to be careful. Good kill, makes it a second. The AK anchoring the bomb site, and now it's a man advantage, turned even further by Nifty.
Legia had no right to get that second kill. Exist from out of nowhere. Well, they know there's only one player on the side. You can see them charging, trying to overwhelm Bentet. Has he been seen around that smoke grenade? Has now Exist with the taps 1 versus 2. Won't be able to get through the choke point. Envy will get their 3rd round on the board, an expensive round, but they can pick up the second sniper if they want it. You can see Calyx probably looking for it. Successful retake.
I always talk about, I think personally you should generally give the AK to your anchor of a bomb site. Because look at Legia here, getting that second kill as an instant headshot makes such a massive difference. If you can get 2 kills on that B site, it's huge, because it's so much easier to retake them.
For sure, you should give the solo player the AK. They need the edge. A timeout from Envy. Full buy comes straight out from Gen G. Automatic currently 7 for 4, leading the scoreboard on the T side. And the CT side. And we've seen some trains recently, and we have seen some underperformances from the snipers. I mean, the rounds have been difficult from the CT perspective. Let's not forget that execute on the A bomb site, smokes up and flames and flashbangs. Difficult for Nifty to get to work. Currently 2 for 4. With one of the 2 AWPs, again, we'll need to see some aggression, some successful aggression from him. And again, we've seen takes of main and such from Envy. But we need more frag impact from the sniper rifles.
Yeah, Nifty got at least that good kill there on the B site in that round. He was in the right place, which is a good sign. Maybe it's me who's turn to get involved with that secondary AWP in this one, though. We haven't seen too much fast aggression from Gen G. In this round, this is where they throw those 2 smokes out. This is something that was pointed out by Alan in the pregame as something Gen G love to do to try and get some early pressure onto this A site. You can already see that Envy have pushed past one of those smokes, though. Calyx is in that position behind Olof, so he's covering that off, and Calyx is actually getting aggressive to fully clear that out and make sure Gen G can't get out through A main. So again, good solid work by Envy to stop that early aggression from happening.
The bomb is en road towards Ivy. Exist in tow. Perhaps Bentet as well. And Mihi awaits them. Will it be an elevated swing? Perhaps a double peak, maybe even a triple. Oh, God. Oh, he's really playing with his food there. Exposed himself to 2 different places at the same time. And Gen G will act on that immediately. I don't even know if he saw the bomb there based on what happened, or if he knows how many players are pushing this position. Kusta with a molly. Calyx forced back from the Ivy angle. In the meantime, Kriaz tries to activate, but Nifty is looking around. 31 seconds. Everybody on the A bomb side, apart from Legia, who's heading towards... No, they haven't seen the bomb. They don't know where it is. But there's a lineup, not a 2-man spray down. Bentet will trade. Kusta looking for the transfer, but Nifty's turn to trade. He heads towards Ivy, which is really going to make it hard to plant that bomb. He is far back, though. Doesn't have the angle quite yet. Starting to run now. Can he get there in time? Not to land the shot onto Bentet. Now the question is, where is Legia? They know where Nifty is. Automatic has a very strong angle. He walks straight into it. A clean shot. No collisions. And Genji are back to winning ways.
Benta actually went back to the bomb site there as well, which I don't think Nifty spotted. So that's why Legia is just clueless, I think, at the end of the round, just not ready for that player to be on the bomb train itself. Nifty did land a couple of important shots earlier in this round, once Ivy was lost. That mistake from Mihu, though, a real big one, a real costly one. And even though Nifty gets a couple of close-range AWP shots, they were already on the back foot. They had to concede the site. And now it's another round where Envy's money is not good.
Yeah, Mihu was concerned that if there was a T-swing from Popdog, he had no cover. Maybe he's got to reconsider his position then, because he was trying to hold down 2 jobs there.
I wonder if someone
didn't really work out for him.
Like very last second, like, oh, by the way, Popdog's open.
But he was but he was constantly doing that. He was going left and right. Yeah, he was unscoping. He did it at least twice, maybe 3 times on that we saw.
Oh, that's a weird one then.
So I feel like the weakness was in the formation for Envy there, because you should not be playing a sniper like that, unscoping constantly and doing that. Doesn't make any sense, and it's cost Envy quite a lot. You can see them on eco here, and again, it's been a struggle so far. Ignoring the pistol, they've won 1 round, and they've quite simply got to have a better setup than that.
Definitely concerning. The buy in this round, obviously concerning for them as well. Thomas playing close with the CZ. Will maybe get a chance to do something. Genji are making sure they're spread across the map, though. These solo pushes from Genji are slightly risky, but I think it's going to work fine for them. There's just such little for Envy to work with. It shouldn't really make a huge difference. Bentet still looking for further fights. Mihu may have spotted him there, but I doubt it's going to matter much. You can see Exist is already starting to clear A. Okay, Krios pushes a bit too far. That's actually an AK recovered by Thomas. Perhaps a bit unnecessary to stay spread out for so long. There's 20 seconds left here. They've really run down the clock, but they've figured it out. They're going to realize the A site is open, and at this point, Envy might just try and save that AK and get some exit kills. There's not much more for them to do, really.
They can use this time to discuss what their protocol is going to be. If they rotate a second player towards the B bomb site, what will their setup be if they have a sniper on A? Patch the holes before the ship sinks. That's the better way around.
Yes.
You could have a sink and a ship in a sink.
You could have
I should just stop this. I did it the wrong way around every time.
You could have a sink that sinks. Actually, I think all sinks sink inherently. Sinks are pretty heavy. I like the idea that someone just tuned in for that moment and is like, what the hell are these idiots talking about?
Well, we've got the AK for Thomas. We'll see if it heads towards Legia. Again, that is a good consideration, but perhaps there's more comfort with the M4. Maybe he thinks the M4 is fine. Perhaps the AK should be imposed on him. Anyway.
I think it's more just that very human thing of whoever gets to save the AK should get to keep the AK.
Yeah.
Like, even though in theory,
it's a team effort, though.
To get given to Legia. Pros don't think that way.
Exist flies out, and he has done pretty good work. The fact he's still alive is very impressive. He will make a 3rd player rotate into the A bomb site, fire down on B. Bentet doesn't check the angle fast enough. Legia, can he find 2 this time? No. Calyx holding down A in the meantime. The rotation is in, coming around from the back. And you can see Genji pushing, taking those aggressive angles. Really important to try and hold the bomb site.
Switch up the pace in this round, and Kusta gets the timing right. He is traded, though. Both Genji players low, and Kusta's going aggressive. Calyx is ready for it, and now Automatic has to clutch with the AWP. 2 different angles to deal with. He can try and buy some time, and he can get the first kill. Calyx up close. It's Automatic who almost gets the no-scope, but Calyx comes strong with the quad kill. I think that no-scope was pretty close, though, James.
Yeah, it was, but not close enough, unfortunately, for Genji. There's a defuse for Envy. But again, just one person has survived, and Genji have got pressure money. The full buy is coming again. We may see some issues from the buy of Envy, which may make it more difficult to hold. Mihu and Legia are going to have the French guns out. So you're telling me Legia's got to use the FAMAS on the B bomb site? I would expect some aggression here from Envy, just to make up for the weaker guns. Flashbang deployed at spawn to get a better selection of weapons. Got a quick play. I'm going to go very close towards B. Put a smoke up. You can see on a radar. You can lurk behind that smoke as well and look over it from a CT point of view, but there's a lot of junk being thrown. Is anybody ready for Kriaz though? Kusta realizing that maybe a play is being made towards main, comes in for a crossfire of his teammate. And again, we've got 3 players up Ivy.
Ooh. Headshots from Kriaz delivered onto Calix, who wasn't quite ready for the angle. Mihu now in the smoke. He might not be ready for these players. They're so close. I don't know who's going to get the better of this situation. Exist isn't really looking this way. Mihu emerges. Many players to deal with. Oh, no, he doesn't get the second kill. Mihu fluffing his lines with the FAMAS, and now the rest of Envy have to step up. Nifty still playing at the back of the bomb site. Oh, he's getting flanked. This is so difficult, but Nifty gets the first kill. He's looking for the second. Oh, he's missed the shot. The man is blinded. Nifty's going to back away, and somehow Envy are on top right now.
Bente on the bomb site. Kriaz looking for a little creep from one of these CTs. That's going to be a nice HE interconnector. Oh, he's been denied by the scaffolding pole. That should have been more damage. Very unfortunate. Bente with all of 11 HP. Smoke up from the CTs to create some space. They're running distraction in the meantime. Thomas has rotated from ladder towards A main. Patiently wait for the retake. Surely Genji don't expect that angle. See Bente heading towards the Laga. Kriaz trying to run distraction. Do they both go upstairs? Thomas hasn't seen it. Now he has. But where is the last player? Kriaz now, 36 HP. Took some damage through the smoke. Trying to bide his time. They're looking for maybe a multi-frag, but Nifty will land that one. 3 plays survive for Envy. That was a big test for them. They have decimated the money of Genji somewhat. They will get the bomb plant bonus, but Envy can look to try and stabilize now as we head towards the end of the first half.
Thank goodness we're not getting the spray from Mihu again. Nifty's been doing, I think, a decent enough job considering some of these hard spots he's getting put in. It feels like he's almost always AWPing in these close fights because of just how the rounds are playing out. He's not quite picking the right spots at the start of the round to be able to get those long-range AWP kills. So it's always going to be difficult to consistently hit those close-range shots, but he seems to be doing enough just to get some kills and to survive, which is the most important thing. And now into this one, Genji going aggressive again. Kriaz jumping out into Olaf. He won this fight last time, but it's Automatic who gets the pick onto B. And now Envy might have to just scramble to get back into position.
Automatic saw a shadow, but can't find any flesh. Nifty, as he falls forward. No, the molly's gone too far. See some silhouettes. There goes one. Does he hop up again? Bentek closing the distance now. Could be in for a multi-frag. He knows there are 2 by connector. The quick scope from Nifty won't quite make the connection. He's in the red, but Bentek's the one who's dead. 4 on 3 now, 2 rather, as grenades fly towards default. Exist taking some damage. He has the AWP. Mihu creeping on the low ground with a scope of his own. Exist is dead now. Nakusa remains against so many players. Can he survive? So far, so good. He's found 2. 7 bullets left, 2 players. Nifty only needs 1. He's in the red. Has the angle, however. Patience will pay off and Envy get another defuse.
Yeah, it always feels like Nifty is having to react to what Genji are doing, but he's just about staying on top of these situations. He's got rolling now with the AWP, triple kill in that round. Really important kill here towards the B site to begin with as well. Lagia goes down for free. Calix wins that fight at A, but that shot from Nifty makes a huge difference at just making sure that retake is much more doable. Because if you have the nades on the CT side, these B-sided retakes aren't too difficult. You can smoke and molly off those few positions that Genji can play that are passive, and then you can start to clear out a bunch of those close angles. And that's exactly what MV do. You look at Envy's rounds, they've mainly come off of defuses so far, but that's working okay for them. The pistols in this round getting aggressive early. Mihu has to be ready.
Flashbang will certainly help from Nifty. Nice support. Having a look at Olaf. You can see the urgency. Going to swing on Ivy just to have some more confidence in positions. Now he can focus a little more towards main. So injury will hit Bentet in the face. Kriaz still lurking on Olaf, waiting for somebody to come close so he can spam the deagle. Things slow down somewhat. This is an eco round from Genji. A bomb plant would be a miracle at this juncture. Now, will they forget about the Olaf position? Looks like they might. Another mistake has been made. See how much damage can be done. Now, Envy don't really have too much money. They can't really be throwing rifles away here. But we are seeing some holes in the defenses, some assumptions being made, and you do start to wonder now, how far away is Bentet from that AWP? Very far away with the frag from Thomas. Down goes the bomb as well. Automatic has been dancing on the ladder, and he will dance no more.
Dancing with death, apparently. Thomas gets him, and Envy are into the lead for the first time since they won that pistol. Good comeback from Envy in this game. There have been a bunch of close rounds, but the fact that Envy is staying on top and actually making this a pretty good half is impressive, in my opinion, considering this is Genji's map pick. We've seen Genji do some really good stuff on the T side of Train against some other teams. This is looking better than expected from the Envy perspective, and this double AWP setup continues for the CT side. They haven't been able to build up much money, so if they lose this one, their buy into the last round of the half could be a concern. And then they could end up losing on this half. So important rounds ahead, and some early damage done onto Automatic's AWP.
Hot shot through the wall from Automatic. Wasn't the lineup though. Calyx must be careful. Again, a common position where the CTs will stand once a take is made, which is why Automatic is spamming that. 1 minute 15. Kriaz considering the dry pick. Look at the timing from Legia. He must have seen something, an elbow maybe. Chooses to fall back, however. Nifty rotating through the B bomb site. Looking at Ivy, we see some presence being made there from Exist. He puts the smoke up and moves away once again. Not the first time we've seen that in this half. This time we've got Mihu. Oh, we've got a double drop, but Thomas had a nice angle, but Automatic with these entries, he's back.
That's what we like seeing, those close-range AWP shots from Automatic. He was really good at getting those close-range AWP kills on Train in that game against OG. It was a massive part of their T-side success. That smoke from Bentet down the ramp, I think just about has a gap behind it. No, it's not really. Yeah, I was going to say, I was worried that that's just going to end up helping the CTs more than anything. But with 22 seconds, Genji are really happy to run down this clock. But if they're not careful, this could go against them.
Yeah, it's so late, Envy can't believe it. They're starting to rotate players in towards B, and that entry will certainly help. Calyx alone on the A bomb site, playing the off angle, looking to play for the bomb plant itself. Will he be able to swing? No, Kriaz denies it, and the bomb gets planted with maybe 2 seconds to spare. That's the end of the round, Envy falling back. Genji's late pushes are so terrifying. Really lack utility in the late rounds, these CTs. Really goes down to the wire, but they plant it again and again. 7 rounds from their T half is a pretty good situation for Genji. But Envy have got plenty to fight with, and there's one more to try and grab as well.
Saving these guns will be important for Envy. Genji don't have much money, but at the same time, they can afford to hunt, and Kriaz will be doing just that. He's shot from Nifty, but he will be fine. Kriaz can't close the distance quickly enough, so both teams just save what they can into the last round of the half. It will be Envy who are worse for wear, though. Slowly but surely having a look at what Envy can get into the last round of the half. Genji obviously have absolutely everything. They want to make sure that they close out this half with yet another T round to put themselves in a really good position. And you can already see that Envy have got 1 or 2 weaknesses in their buy. Legia goes down to the MP9. I think Nifty might have that AWP for the double AWP setup. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, he's got it. So it's decent for Envy. They've got options here.
I bet Legia gets pot flashed. Oh, wait. I was going to say into main. Surely he's not playing B alone over the MP9. There must be some kind of plan. There must be a plan. A plan of aggression, a plan of the W key. And utility. Let us see. Second AWP will certainly help. Okay, so 2 towards B bomb site. Thomas will be upstairs while Legia is down. Again, those early mollies into Pop Dog. Seeing more brazen plays on the ladder. It's a chunky one. So Legia is falling back a bit on B. Thomas still upstairs. Envy trying some area control on the A bomb site. However, Genji are charging Kusta in first. Lead by example, of course. Nifty in sandwich with the AWP, spots a shadow up top, can't get the flick though. Awkward for him, dancing around a ladder, can't get the flick on Bentet, who now takes the hell position. Mihu smokes off an Ivy with the AWP. He has to hold on to this position.
Oh, the rotate's been cut off, though. Legia got onto the bomb site, but Kriaz wins that battle. And now Mihu has to really step up. He's got the cross spotted to the site. There aren't many nades left for Gen.G either. They've got to use their flashes here, and Mihu might get the timing right. There's a player peeking. The flick is good. It's into a 2v2. That bomb's been dropped in the open. Gen.G all of a sudden having some issues here, but Mihu's pushing up close. This is a bit of a risk. Bentet is close range with the AK, and he's about to round the corner. Spray successful, and it's all on Thomas. He rotated over from B. He's got 2 players against him. 2 to find, and the molly is not the play. Bentet closes it out. 8-7 in favor of Gen.G. A close half, all things considered, but I'm sure Gen.G will be happy with that. We'll see if they can close it out after this.
Gen.G moves to the CT side of Train with 8 rounds on the board, 8 hard fought for rounds. It's a pretty good going for them. The score is more or less tied at half-time, and for Envy, there's a world of opportunity for them as well. They are the aggressors now. Nifty and Legia will have grenades, no P250s for the squad. We'll see what they can do.
Gen.G have got 3 nades of their own, 3 HE grenades. If those are put in the right spot, then maybe we could get something spicy here. Especially against those players without Kevlar. That would just shred them. I am interested as to where those nades are going to go for Gen.G. Are they going to try and deny the plant with those nades? Are they going to try and use the nades early on the push? There are all sorts of questions that will be answered momentarily. Envy right now just taking their time across the map. Mihu currently has the bomb over at Ivy, so that suggests to me that we're going to have a slower start to this round. Envy at least making sure they don't lose any map control, but now they're going to start to group back up, and we'll keep our eye on where those nades are going.
Legia trying to bait a response. And there is the response from Kriaz. Even if Kusa takes one headshot here, he'll be alive. Ooh, instant smoke. 49 seconds, and Envy are managing to draw out some of this utility. I'm not sure if the bomb was spotted there. Still a 3-2 setup for Gen G. Got to get a HE out quickly. Will it collide with someone? Could do devastating damage. Oh my days. Nifty's on 39 HP. Still frags to be had though for both sides. Kusta falling back, staying alive. 5-on-5 around these smokes. Quickly changing note. 1-for-1 they go. Bombs on the floor. Rotations coming through. Not everybody from Envy's on the site just yet. Leggear will be the last man in, as it's still a 4-on-4. 20 seconds to plant this bomb. Smoke still up. This is unprecedented. Benta and Kusta with stereo frags. Bombs on the floor, as are most of Envy. Now all of Envy. Send the body bags.
That was so quick. Gen G with all the kills on the site. I'm pretty sure Kusta's nade actually helped him get one of those kills as well, because it looked like he just spammed to the body of Nifty to get that kill onto the man without the Kevlar. Exist was traded early, but the players on the site doing a good amount of damage. Benta and Kusta combining for all the kills at the end there. Really solid stuff from Gen G. I think that's been one of the pleasant surprises from Gen G, is just how good all these individuals have looked for the most part. I guess Exist would be the one who's been a bit quieter, but even he has had his moments. And now, heading into this next round, we get the full spy from Envy, but Gen G are definitely the ones who have got the better weaponry in this one.
Nifty has kept his AWP money in the bank. Always a worthy observation. Maybe he'll pick up the scout later on. But another interesting scenario, Nifty with the P250, Leggear with the scout. Maybe he's a dab hand on the scout, but you feel like Nifty, in theory at least, would probably be the favoured player. But again, perhaps he picks it up afterwards. Leggear. Oh, Nifty's on his last legs now, never mind Leggear. Now, don't forget, this is a force buy from Envy. Leggear's just about made his way through the choke point. Again, we've seen a clean shot there in the first half. Oh, he sees a toe, he sees a heel, foot fetish, but he's not being given what he wants, Hawker.
He is not. He's being teased. Exist playing in heaven right now. Might be a off angle. Oh, wow. Leggear's actually just got a kill. Wallbang headshot with the scout. He tries to spot the second player, but Kriaz makes the most of the fact that it's a sniper. Now as the push comes back towards B, though, Kusta's got to make sure he doesn't make a mistake in this position. Couple of smokes out for Envy as well to try and cross to the site safely. Kusta's vision will be obscured early. He's got to be aware of upper as well. The bomb plant's looking fairly likely here unless Kusta can make a proactive play right now, and that's not going to happen. Bomb will be planted. I don't know how many kills will be found though. Kusta with a nice cleanup. But the bomb plant is pretty decent for Envy. They'll take that extra cash, and that might make sure Nifty can get that AWP a bit more comfortably. Or it might just get him the AWP outright. He wouldn't have got it otherwise. Oh, the rest of the team just don't have money, though.
Well, yeah, this is an eco round regardless.
Yeah.
It's the next round that the buy will come, but perhaps an extra Desert Eagle or something will be pulled out. It was an impressive bomb plan for Envy, but maybe they wanted more kills with the force buy consideration there. A fair amount spent. Thomas has gone for the Kevlar and the Tech 9, which means he can take a running fight at least, so that could be interesting. Flash is on Mihu and Leggear, so there may be a chance for Envy to take some position here. I'm curious to see what they try to achieve. You can see aggression from Gen G. A lot of junk being thrown towards main. CT's in sandwich. Here comes the swing. Nobody home for the time being. Nifty will hear these footsteps, however. So whatever they had planned, Envy, they will have to wait.
Bentet falling back. Might not be a bad idea. You don't want to give up one of those premium rifles, the M4s, that are oh so expensive. Flash being lined up by Kusta to get some more control. I don't know if that flashbang actually went far enough. It's not going to make a difference either way because Pop Dog was clear. Oh, it's so hard to see Envy getting a bomb plant in this round. Even though there are only 3 players on the A site, they just don't have many nades. So unless they land some good shots to begin with, they won't be getting the bomb down. Bentet already spraying. That's a good shot from Thomas. That could open things up. Kusta having a look from above. He's got a headshot of his own. The FAMAS gets a second kill, but his teammate's been taken down. Thankfully, it's all good for Kusta. He gets another 3K with the FAMAS, and this time Gen.G don't even allow the bomb to be planted.
Well, now it's time for the big guns. Insta-buy of the AWP from Nifty. There's some money in the bank for Gen.G, should they be unsuccessful. Look at all that RGB, man. Almost need sunglasses to look at that. Okay, we've got the sniper for both squads. Nifty 11 for 11, automatic 12 for 9. Kusta's had a good day so far. 17 for 10 is Kusta. I'll see if it continues on the CT side. One would imagine he'll have a good time now. He's got the luxury of map control. And again, the aggression from Gen.G looking to take main away from Envy. Nifty's being forced backwards. Got to be real careful. Deep flash from Bentet. He's got to hop back Nifty. This will slow down the round for Envy. They need to have main to threaten to take A, whether they want to take B or not. There has to be some doubt. Gen.G being very active now. A two-man swing into the ladder room. Nothing doing. Just look on the radar, just constant movement.
Yeah, Automatic just went away from Ivy. That nade does a good bit of damage onto Bentet, one of those two players in Pop Dog. The way that Gen.G are playing this, they are leaving Ivy fairly open, and now Kusta's moving as well to try and help Automatic so that he can see over the top of any potential smoke. Gen.G have been shifting around their setup constantly in this round, but as the time runs down, it looks like the B site could be the final destination for Envy in this one. Kriaz currently the sole player on that site. If Bentet goes up the ladder, he could be screwed here, and he might try and do it. Oh, Bentet, the timing is just right for him. They might not expect this flank.
Oh, this timing is absolutely catastrophic. He's got to get 3 at least. Oh, Miku just comes out of nowhere. Style points. Taking one for the team. And the run is going to be a difficult one. 16 seconds, another flank on the way. They will never expect this. Down goes Thomas. He sees the legs of Nifty as well. Trying to get a bomb plant to secure them something at least. Worst case scenario at this point. Nifty with 4 HP and a 1v3. Automatic surely has the angle on him. Kusta creeping as well. Can he avoid a 1 versus 2? There we go. Down goes Kusta. Still has a smoke to play with. Can he see Automatic? Not quite. So close. And there's Exist to finish off the job. My God, that flank timing was despicable.
A few seconds sooner, and he just gets spotted, he dies, and the round is completely different. Bentet instead gets gifted those 2 first kills, and then having a second player on the flank as well just adds insult to injury. We flanked you once, we'll flank you twice. Exist closing out the round with a P250. Still money in the bank for Envy, though. They got that bomb down. They continue to get the AWP out for Nifty as well. He is missing a helmet, so those M4s will be able to one-shot him. Always worth keeping an eye on. 12-7 lead for Gen.G, though, and as long as they can win this round, they're in really solid shape. Calyx getting an early kill, though. Bentet blind on the site, has to duck back into cover. Envy have got a lot of ground towards A.
A lot of fire on the floor as well, which compromises positions. Kusta and Bentet, though, activated. Bentet trying to hide in plain sight. Kusta at old bomb. Automatic rotating the second AWP. Potential flank from ladder room as well. Down goes Kusta by Ivy. And again, Ivy, such an important position to control, to plant the bomb, but Automatic is crab walking. He is on the way. Kriaz waiting for the right time. He's heard the footsteps, but Thomas is looking for him. Little bait there from Thomas, essentially. Great awareness from him. Bentet still up top. Catches Miyu, somehow gets the 1v1. Still alive, falls off the top, 31 HP. Here's Automatic now. Bentet still alive. How is he still alive? Honestly, 4 kills for him. Absolutely outrageous. Muscleot's track on him. He was upstairs for ages. He was in the attic.
That's ridiculous that he gets away with that. Bentet has those rounds, though, sometimes where it looks like he should have no chance to do anything and he ends up getting a quad kill. Back in the Tyloo days, he was doing that all the time. They knew he was in heaven as well. You saw them molly it. He put down that defensive smoke in the first place. Oh, under the train as well for that one. Oh, he gets them both under the train. Spraying to the legs. Lovely work from Bentet there. Puts him top of the charts. 21 kills for him. And now Envy are struggling.
Those odds, my God. There's still time to turn things around. Those odds are absolutely crazy. Well, two AWPs continue area control towards Ivy. In return from Kusta, he can throw that over the box. An important volley to throw.
Oh, there's a player behind him.
Indeed, there is in the sandwich position. He's got to go for the multi-frag here. He's looking for a second kill. Got to be careful from Old Bomb. Backing off now.
Is he going B or Ivy?
He's going Ivy. He's got to go Ivy,
God.
surely. Got to get the Ivy position. Hello. Oh, the blade. Down he goes. Could have waited for his teammates to be a bit closer up Ivy, but never mind. They will emerge now. 3 players exist by sandwich, looking to push towards main. This one's going to get crazy.
Thomas doing a bit of damage. Mihu's finally been taken out on that flank, but the A site is wide open. Exist, turn around, turn around. Oh, he's not. Calix gets him, and Envy surely have this round. Just a moment of individual magic from Mihu to teleport behind them. And Kriaz an automatic. Well, they're having a look. But I think the save is the more likely call here. Remember, the Genji money isn't great. So I think Kriaz has just got to try and get out of there. He should be okay to do so. Oh, it's close. Nifty's going to run at him. It's actually a free kill for Kriaz. And now he will go over to Ivy. So that should be fine for Genji. They'll save these 2 guns. Their money is probably going to be on the knife's edge, but I think they will be able to force it up, even with that small losing bonus, as long as Automatic saves this AWP. I don't like how close they're sticking here. I get that you maybe want some kills, but I think just saving your guns is the better bet, and they will be able to do so safely.
First round of the half on the board for Envy. There is a buy to be had for Genji. It's losing track of players. If that utility thrown up towards Ivy early from main, you've got to know that there's a chance you could have a play through the smoke. Maybe a loss of focus there for a time. The buy is pretty good for Genji in round number 22. The 2 orbs will continue. Exist trying to play close now, throwing some junk in towards the ladder position. And Bentet will do the same towards main, it seems. And again, Genji being very proactive early on. Legia trying to hold on to that ladder area, but as for main, here comes the cavalry once more. Nifty with some sound cues. That smoke is awkward for both. There's a pop flash from Calix, but it's a big smoke to creep around for Nifty. Genji falling back now. I say falling back, they're going towards the ladder room.
2 kills, just like that. Automatic gets 1. Exist gets the player who was pushed into Pop Dog. And now Envy just need to land some shots to get back into this round, it feels. They've got some nades, so maybe that could help them win some of these fights. But you can already see Genji just resetting, realizing they can play super safe in this round. Even if they just play back on A and B and allow the bomb to go down, they should get chances to get kills and remain in control of this round. And Kusta on the secondary AWP. Almost had the timing right there. The Molotov will force him away from his position. 43 seconds remaining, and Envy still trying to work out through A main. They are taking their sweet, sweet time, though, and the bomb is going back briefly. Thomas just lining up as smoke. 33 seconds left, though. Envy, I think, might just commit to the A site. And again, Genji are playing this really safe. They're actually rotating everyone over to A, though. Genji is so aware of this.
Envy still have to go through these smokes they put up. 17 seconds. Do you lose everything here? Maybe you do. 2 of them by sandwich moving towards the site now, as are the CTs, and there's just too many of them. Surely they can make it expensive, though. Calix trying to do what he can, but 3 will survive. Kriaz gets an upgrade, and Genji are on 14.
Again, Envy do still have money, but it feels like this map is slowly but surely slipping away from them. And whenever you see a train picked against a team, and you assume that Envy haven't had too much time to get their train together, it's always the T side you're scared of. As soon as you start to lose rounds, you can quickly run out of ideas. Even if you've got those smokes up, normally the CTs will be able to deal with you pretty easily if they've got their stuff together. And Genji have proved that so far with the 14-8 lead. It is looking very good for them right now on their map pick.
Well, Envy have got to figure it out now. Nifty's spawn is the worst one possible, so there won't be any fast play towards A with the AWP. Trying to catch a guy towards ladder or something. Not happening. I hate that spawn. Genji have been so proactive on the A bomb site. It's been so fun just to watch the radar, see them bunching together, looking for the trade frags, dealing with any surprise swings, approaching main, dealing with ladder, getting the Molotovs in there and such. It's been very cool. Automatic, having a look-see. How painful will this be? Grenade support from the rifler. There we go, Kriaz with the AK-47 in fact. More stuff to be thrown as well. Pretty rough start for Envy. The round hasn't begun properly. They haven't taken presence above B. And it's a 3 versus 5.
A lot of nades left as well for Genji. They're already using some of those to slow Envy down. The bomb's even been left behind right now. Calix up and down looking for information. He spotted out a player, and Legia has got an all-important kill onto the A site. That could help change things. Those trade kills you were talking about earlier might be more difficult to find. Push down through B, but Kriaz hears this all day, every day. Easy headshot with the AK, and I think that firmly puts this round back in favor of Genji. Just 2 Ts remaining. Calix and Legia have to be the heroes, and at least Legia's snuck onto the site, but he's got to go nuclear with that Galil.
35 seconds. Automatic down to 15 HP. Exists just waiting. Calix looks the wrong way. It's a lot of game points for Genji. A very strong game of Train. They've been quite impressive on Train, I must say, in the matches that we have seen. And it continues here. Kusta 21 for 13. Bentet 22 for 15. Again, let's not forget our 4K from Bentet up in heaven and around. That really was crazy. And who remembers when there was a ladder on the other side? Many, many moons ago.
Thomas looked devastated after losing that round. God damn.
Bento making his way towards the ladder very quickly indeed. Again, that's something you can try to deal with if you have that fast spawn towards T-connector with an AWP or even a rifle. But not today. Oh God, did he even mean to do that? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Looks like he fell down.
Well, Bentet won't care either way. Man advantage found for Genji. 4 more needed to take Train. And you can see why our analysts thought this is a map that maybe Envy should ban in this one. Genji have looked so good on it. Calix at least getting a kill in reply. This push coming into the B site. They go before the smoke, but Automatic can't land the shot either way. Kriaz still playing on the site itself, though the counter nades, the counter aggression should secure the round. Mihu in the back lines has got to make a big difference here. He's thinking about going aggressive. Thomas has got the bomb. He can get that planted, but Mihu still wants to make the play, and it's not going to pay off for him. Automatic is ready, and Thomas has to do it all.
1 versus 3. They're all bunched up together, looking for trade fraggers elsewhere, but again, they were together. Didn't expect it. Too much for Genji, too much from Genji, rather, as they move to 16 rounds to the 8 of Envy. A strong performance on Train, an expected performance, I think it's fair to say. Maybe from us and the desk as well. Genji take the first of our series. Nuke and Dust 2 to come, but Train was a landslide for the folks at Genji. Thoughts at the desk after the break.
Gen.G will notch their third train win here at Flashpoint 2, besting Envy. And we had some questions because OG did lay out a little bit potentially of a blueprint to beat Gen.G, but Gen.G's T side continues to be strong. Do you think Envy used any of the tricks that they might have learned from OG, Alan?
I do think they did. I actually think, seeing how this game played out in the first half, I say there's a 100% chance actually they watched that OG game and they tried to implement some of the things. The thing is, you could implement kind of early things, so specifically they were playing aggressively in front of the sandwich. And Evox Smoke's trying to take main away, but you could implement those things early, but when it comes to playing late round, you can't just learn that from watching a demo. You can't just implement that in a few days. I think that's kind of how we saw this first half playing out. I think both teams actually were really great early round. Gen.G with their aggressive plays out main. We might even talk about one of those in a minute. And on the Envy side, some aggressive plays from them getting in front of the sandwich. Evox Smokes for both teams in that first half, I think they've really struggled in the late rounds. I think we saw so many retakes going right down to the wire. Envy just hung in there, but overall, it kind of fell apart in the end for Envy.
Well, we're going to hear right now from Envy's coach, Cuban, who is there with Freya.
We are indeed, Monty. Thank you very much, Cuban, for taking the time to chat with me. We have 60 seconds to be breaking down that first map of Train. And I want to start off by talking about that. We were a little bit surprised that we saw you guys leaving that in the rotation. We have seen you banning it out here at Flashpoint 2 already. And of course, Gen.G have been looking really dominant on it. So did you have a particular game plan? And if so, what went wrong for you guys there?
Actually, the Train was a map we played the least recently. I mean, it was the last map we've been preparing in the map pool. We have felt confident, of course, like coming from the prec we played. We knew that we are able to play this map good. I think we just, in the beginning of the game, we just lacked of some composure, maybe some stress situation in the guys like playing close pop and mid. They didn't stick to the plan we had, and they, of course, caught us off guard in this first round.
I, of course, want to ask about Legia as well. When I was chatting to Nifty the other day, he was saying that Legia is taking on the sort of primary caller role. Is that still the case in the team?
Yeah, he's still calling for some time. But it's not the case. Like, we've played bad as a team. It's not like caller Ford or someone. We just I think we just lacked of confidence because of the amount of the train games we had. I'm sure that coming into Nuke will be more confident with the play. We've changed. We've upgraded our terrorist side, of course, after recent games against MIBR. And yeah, I think we're gonna win the second map, of course.
Well, thank you so much, Cuban. Of course, we will be seeing it going to Nuke. But before that, we've got to head it back over to the desk.
Thank you, Freya. Well, let's take a look at how Gen.G managed to topple Envy on that map. Potter, I know you've got a very interesting Gen.G round where they did something a little bit different, changed their pace up as they were heading into another round on the T side. This is round 10.
Yeah, definitely. And I like the change of pace, right? Because Alan and I were just discussing it in the green room, how slow the defaults were. It was very successful, though, but take a look at this. Kusta, 2 pop flashes out for Exist, and I love the aggression coming out of Exist, completely catching Thomas off guard, and Kriez had so much success lurking out. This is just a simple, straightforward pounce. Exist drawing all the attention towards him, even throwing a Molotov towards that connector to just disrupt all the rotations, and Kusta taking all the space that's necessary to just make Envy's retake just as uncomfortable as possible. Automatic popping off some shots. Unfortunately, the no-scope, it missed, and Envy, they were able to make that retake happen. And that first half, it was really like that back and forth, scrappy rounds, and it came down to those post plants. And Envy, their CT side, I wanted a little bit more. Mihu, the AWP, the secondary AWP, it's the first time we've seen Envy on this train, and I gotta say, it was disappointing. I think Mihu was missing way too many shots for his role, for his position, and we talk about the impact that Mihu actually provides for this Envy side, and with the ability that he has, or what he showcased, maybe during practices, it went a lot better, but for this train, it was just not enough.
Who would you rather have on the second op instead of Mihu?
Maybe they can't even afford to have a secondary op. Fair. I mean, I'm not sure. Nifty right now, he's missing. Mihu, he's missing. It's just, it's very wonky. It's weird. And even this interview with Cuban afterwards, that's left me even more confused and puzzled. He said that Train is a map that they haven't really touched on that much. They practice it last, but then they choose to let it go through. Mihu looking all sorts of out of whack. The good news is Legia looks like a boss, the coach, towards that inner, man. You know, every time Genji was testing him, he was good for 2, and that's really all you can ask out of your inner player. So moving on to this nuke, Legia once again has a lot of pressure on his shoulders, defending that upper bomb site. We even saw him getting Molotoved out, losing 100 HP the last time around on nuke. This time,
I mean, we also saw him get a scout ace on nuke
we did.
as well.
We did.
So, which was Michael Yumi, our stats guy, said it was his first ace since 2017. So at least he's showing up on an individual level here, you have to say. All right, so Alan, I know we want to fast forward a little bit in this Train game and take a look at round 19. Why did you pick this one?
I picked this round because overall I actually thought it was a mistake from Genji on this one. So what you will see when this goes late is that actually Genji, they're going to commit 4 players A, as you can see on the mini-map just there. They've only got Kriya's solo B, and this is a really big risk. And here, Benta, he goes to the flank. He feels like he has to because they've got so many players loaded up on A. He gets a perfect timing on there. He was so lucky the player coming above him didn't catch him. Got the kills in the end. It was a bit hairy, but he got the frags, and they close out the round, and they managed to hold on to it. And finally, close out the game here on the CT side.
All right, well, let's move our sights forward now to Nuke. And this is a map that we just heard Cuban say they're very confident on. Now, they have lost it both times they have played it in Flashpoint 2, and that is the sum total, that is the entire universe of Nuke games that we know from this lineup of Envy. But you were confident, Alan, you were confident that they would, in fact, take it this time around. Why does their Nuke play in those losses fill you with confidence now?
I was confident they would pick into it. I'm not so confident they're going to win it on this occasion. Just to clarify.
Just walking it back.
Just to clarify, but they did look better between those. The first Nuke game against Forza was really bad, especially on the CT side. There were so many mistakes, so many team play mistakes. Felt like the comms are all over the place. I think we saw how that one played out. Going into the MIBR game, I think they must have practiced it a bit. They tightened it up. CT side looked much, much better. On the T side, they still look a bit default to me. I want to see some more set plays.
Cuban said they had been tightening up their T side.
So hopefully we see that. There's so many opportunities on Nuke for set plays. You can run them all day long, vent dives, you can do fast mini splits, you can go faster. There's millions of options. I just want to see some great set plays, really aggressive ones from Envy, because I feel like so far the defaults don't work for them. They can't play, they don't have the experience to play out the late round. Let's get aggressive. Let's take a leaf out of an MIBR's book, force the plays, force the pot plays, and have a really great T side here on Nuke.
Potter?
I
2-0
second
Genji?
You know what? I'm going to remain optimistic here because I'm looking straight at 2 players.
All right.
Nifty, his AWP presence, I'm hopeful that it's going to be good, but I'm not even looking at him. I'm looking at Thomas and I'm looking at Mihu. Mihu had a awful first map on Train, but ramp on Nuke, it should be better. He's got a lot of autonomy. He's got a lot of reactions that he does really well on. The multi-kills that he's able to provide on that side of the map is great for Envy. And for Thomas, he's looking a little harmless right now. In all this series that Envy have been playing, we need a little bit more oomph coming out of him. And I think if him and Legia kind of synergize a little bit more aggressively towards that upper, he should have the looks that he's looking for.
All right, well, we'll see if Mihu and Thomas can get it together here, get Envy a win, and keep them in Flashpoint 2 to bring you the action on Nuke. It will be Haka and Bardolph.
Ladies and gentlemen, talk is cheap. It is time for Envy to deliver on Nuke. So Alan thought they would pick it, but not win it. What do you think?
I think they can win this. I think we've seen enough in their Nuke losses. Like, it was a pretty close game against MIBR. I think Alan makes a great point in that they need to go for some faster plays on their T side. I remember them looking a bit scared in their first game they played on Nuke.
Yeah.
But I kind of put that down to first game jitters more than anything. So I think they can come back.
Potter said that Thomas was looking somewhat harmless.
Ooh.
Even hamsters aren't harmless. Be like the hamster. You know, you stick your finger in a cage, get bit, start bleeding afterwards. Be a hamster, and maybe you can kind of morph into like a dinosaur, like a T-Rex or something.
Sure.
But we need to see some more aggression from the words of Potter, that is for sure. Need to deliver on the server. Now's the time to do it. One map down. Genji having won their pick of Train quite handily, 16-8. It's Envy's turn on Nuke. They start on the T side.
They do, and let's see what they've got up their sleeve for this pistol. They have got a P250 for Calyx, which I'm sure you will be delighted about, James.
I love it.
They haven't given it to a player with the Kevlar, though.
I don't mind
But
that.
that's okay. Calyx will be looking for those longer range headshots. Over on the CT side, we've got a nade and a CZ for Bentet. He's playing top hut right now. That could be pretty deadly if they push this position, but the Molotov might force him away. Oh, I don't know if that's where they wanted it to land, but it's not going to matter. Bentet's down, and the CZ only gets, well, it doesn't get any. Kusta seals both those kills away.
Yeah, it does damage, though. Allows Kusta to follow up quite easily. Calyx and Legia now, Kevlarless. They'll need a lot less bullets to deal with if they don't hit the head. 3 on 3, make it 2. Calyx for that P250, spotting them upstairs. It's a reasonable duel. Can choose to close that door if he wants to. Doesn't want to engage too much. Okay, just re-peeking that headshot angle wouldn't be great for him. Legia spotted up close, but will crouch peek and deliver the kill. Calyx with a P250, and Envy are off to a roaring start on Nuke.
Yeah, just rushing into that A site. Solid trades to begin with. Calyx landing some important kills with the P250. Even though that molly missed, it forced Bentet off the angle just from hearing it, I think. So that's fine. The close range position not successful. And Envy do go for a pretty fast play early, which is a positive sign. I like that they're throwing in some faster rounds here on their T side. We are going to get to see a force up from Genji, though. We're seeing more and more of these Novas, James. We've got another one here for Kusta.
I like the Nova. I have a Nova as well.
What, in real life?
Yeah, my one's real, yeah.
All right.
One of 3 shotguns I have, but the Nova was the first one. Second one, actually.
Do you have to get like a license for that? Because I don't know.
I certainly hope so, yes. You have to get a shotgun certificate, which is basically a license. It's called a certificate. The police come and interview you in your house, and then they come and interview you in your house every 5 years. They also check your background and various other things as well. So it's not simple. You have to have a good reason to have it. So it is quite difficult to get. But how could they say no to Bardolph?
True. As soon as they saw you, they were like, this guy deserves.
What's interesting about the Nova is that if you look at the stock, it's hollow and it has a device inside to take some of the kick out. Like the first time you use a shotgun against your shoulder, you'll probably end up with bruises on your shoulder because it kicks back so much, which also depends on the weight of your shot. If you're doing clay shooting, you use a 21 gram, but for game, you'd use 28 gram or maybe even heavier. Well, some nice damage done. Nice money bonus as well. Kriya's looking to contribute more to this. Holding the high ground as automatic waits for the smoke to go, but here's another one.
That should keep Genji at bay. I do feel bad for Kusta. I think he did 99 damage to Nifty with that Nova shot. It was fairly close range. He got the dink, but not the kill. That is the story of my life whenever I buy the Nova. I dink them, I don't kill them, and unfortunately for Genji, that means they can't do much about this.
Aim for the neck, I would say, with a Nova.
Right.
Because it's a
With the way the spread
because
works.
it's shells, it's ball bearings. Go for the neck.
Nifty's got to get away from the bomb on 1 HP. He has done. And Genji will just be saving these 2 guns into the nets. No one dying to the bomb, but Envy get a 2-0 lead. It should be turned into a 3-0 lead. Good start for them here on the T side of Nuke.
I'm really waiting to see if there's a B bomb plant for decon behind the silo thing. You can use an AWP and shoot someone in the head from the A bomb site.
Oh,
There's
wow.
a lineup for it. I've seen it in a much lower level game, but I want to see it in a professional level game. It needs to happen. I forgot the lineup.
That would be fun.
But it needs to happen.
Hopefully one day your wish will be fulfilled for you. Not in this round though. No AWPs yet. Can't get ahead of ourselves. Just a scout and a dig for Genji in this round. And a P250 of Kriyaz. Can't count that out. The P250's got to be one of the best value weapons in the game. $300, it just feels so cheap every time. I know I shouldn't buy one, but it's just so cheap. It's so good. Nifty going in first with a MAC-10. I like this. Try and get some money on your AWP. Try and get the kill reward bonus. The extra $300 to make a $600 kill reward on the SMG. And Nifty is the man going in first. Solid spray with the MAC-10. A site open. Pretty standard stuff here at the start of the game. Looks like Envy should be taking the 3-0 lead. And I don't know if Genji are even going to do much damage here. This is a chance for Envy to build up some bank.
Automatic could save his Kevlar. Not sure he'll be too concerned with the scout. Calix immediately ready for it. Bentet just pushing a little too early there based on Calix's angle. Not that he would know that. Well then, Envy not looking too shabby at present. They're going to have some nice money as well. Only Kusta's got kills so far. He's got 3 kills. No one else has contributed much of anything just yet. In fairness, I think Bentet did damage for those 2 kills in the pistol round, I want to say. So again, monetary pressure will be there for Gen.G. Now, Automatic, I would love to see an upgrade of this scout. He's got 5650 in the bank. The money would be together with his team if he goes for the AWP immediately. And I really want to see the upgrade. I don't see it though. Well, let's see how it goes. I don't know why you wouldn't spend that money. Again, if your money's together with the team, I'm sure you could have like a hero AWP in the next round, but for me, I'll buy an AWP here.
Yeah, you don't want to be going 5-0 down early on Nuke, which could happen if that scout isn't able to do much in this round. Early smokes from Envy. I like this. We're seeing more aggressive moves made at the start of these rounds from Envy. There were too many rounds previously where they just hold their default on their side of the map and they wouldn't give the CTs anything to think about. But now Gen.G have to respond. They have to rotate at least one man down to B. That nade doing a good bit of damage across the board, but Envy will be able to get the ramp control they wanted.
Oh, Kriya's got to be careful here because Miyu's creeping, looking for 2. Exists holding position. You wonder if Gen.G are just confident that they're going to steal the AWP away from Nifty, but Automatic caught rotation on the rotation as Nifty's by T-Red. The way these frags have come through for Envy is quite surprising. That vent play, Kriya's caught completely off guard. Unusual ease to take that position, and Nifty's just patiently waiting outside as it's target practice for him. This really was a dismantlement of a round.
I think that drop down to B made a decent difference, and then getting ramp control for Envy as well. That's just a lot of the map that Gen.G have to start to worry about. They have to start to respond. And Envy having the one man lurking at yard, Nifty was able to get a kill with the AWP. Just puts Gen.G in hard spots on the CT side. And especially here where you're picking it against Gen.G and you assume that they haven't had too much time to work on those CT rotations. I think you can run this pretty simple game plan of get someone down in towards the B side, get someone down secret, force those rotations, and then just try and catch them off guard. And we're already seeing that come through.
What I really don't understand right now is why Automatic doesn't buy an AWP in that round, because if they lose the round, they're a maximum loss bonus. They eco, their money's together. The next buy round, he can buy an AWP regardless. So I just don't get why he's opted for a scout instead of the AWP in that first buy round.
Yeah, now they're going to force in this one where he can buy the AWP, but some of his teammates are lacking weaponry slightly. Like, they haven't had a proper full gun round yet, really.
Okay, yeah, so he's got they kind of hedged their bets there. It's almost like they were playing to lose the first round. Well, let's see how it plays out for them. The AWP is here.
Oh, that's a spam. Legia doing damage to Bentet. He has not had a fun start to this game. 0 and 5. Man disadvantage for Gen.G. A bit of damage done back to Legia, but that is not sufficient for Gen.G right now.
So much spam, he's got less than 2 magazines left. But again, it's a common position around the blue box to focus on off angle for Squeaky. Gen.G just waiting now. Kusa getting curious, but Mihu and Envy playing their time well. They're controlling the pace, giving Gen.G chances to make mistakes, if you will. See the close smokes outside now, leaving garage open. 45 seconds on the clock for Envy. They're all moving together. There's no lurkers anywhere. But I don't believe this has been detected by Gen.G.
even then, the time is going to be a real concern here. The bomb is still in garage. With 33 seconds left in the round, it has to be a clean site take, and Kriaz could make all the difference here. He's going to spot them early. Headshot angle, not successful. Legia with his second kill of the round, and now, even though the time is low, they're going to start to flank through Heaven. Automatic has had to push into Hut with the AWP. Kusta now rotating over, but all the kills going against Genji. Finally, Kusta finds one. Automatic. Oh, how has he missed that? Legia was just walking onto the site. No scope lands for Automatic. The bomb is about to be planted just in time, but Genji are still down on this retake.
Man, if Automatic was just hiding there, I don't think there was any cover to stop the bomb carrier from being deleted with so much time on the clock. That was a wild round from Envy, but it has been successful so far. Surely Automatic doesn't go for this. I think he's just hiding in plain sight. If an opportunity is served, he'll take it, be it a frag or a push. But back they go, Genji. So it's calculated to get 2 buys out. Both have been unsuccessful. They'll retain the AWP for the next round. 5-0 for Envy. You could not ask for more. And again, looking at the fact that Kriaz and Bentet have not contributed any kills to this just yet. Very big problems for Genji. There's a lot for them to solve here.
Yeah, the money's so good for Envy as well. You're going to be against a couple of gun rounds before you can even think about resetting the T-side economy. The upside is, I think we're finally going to get a good gun round for Genji where they have full rifles. They should have premium rifles on every single player. The nades should be looking pretty good for them as well. This is actually an Envy timeout right now, interestingly enough, after going 5-0 up. Maybe they realize this is going to be a round where Genji try and switch something up now that they've got the full guns out. But again, all going great so far for Envy. They haven't really had to rely on any individual plays either to win these rounds, which is probably a good sign, if anything. Because right now it feels like they're just out-positioning Genji, winning a couple of the early fights, and making it look nice and easy.
Guns are out again for Genji, but how can they try to control things better versus Envy? Very early smokes outside, a little gap, jump peek. I'm not sure if he saw exist for whatever it's worth. Up at Heaven. 3 players outside for Genji at the moment. A lot of their utility has come and gone, and Envy look to control the pace once again. So very quickly you got Mihu towards Secret, and they'll slow things down. Cut the sound cues. You can see on the radar a lot of players by the lobby just waiting for a push from Genji.
Slow around from Envy. Searching for a pick across the map. Nifty with that AWP, still having to be very aware that Automatic could be here. So far, though, Automatic has been playing pretty passively with the AWP, and this is another round where that's the case. He's playing down Secret. I mean, you can see just on the kills right now, Automatic's 1 and 2, even though they've lost 5 rounds. He's been doing a lot of saving. Maybe now it's time for that AWP to get into the round. 35 seconds left, though. Envy really haven't done a whole lot early in this round. They've got to make sure this site take is another very successful one.
25 seconds, giving Genji a taste of their own medicine. Man, this timing is kind of crazy. No. Still a molly by T-Red as well as CT Red, so they will be entertained by that for a while. It's going to be a conga line, and this surely is going to be a difficult one for them. 2 kills for Genji so far, 8 seconds on the clock now. They've barely got an entry frag. Things are changing, however, but Mihu is alone, and he's out of position. Just ran their own clock down. As we always say, if one thing goes wrong, might be the only one thing that's needed to go wrong to stop you even planting the bomb. First round on the board for Genji.
This is the Envy I really didn't want to see on Nuke. Like I was saying earlier, they had some rounds like this where it felt like they just kind of defaulted. They waited to try and get kills. They didn't get given any kills, and then they didn't really make up their minds in time as to what they wanted to do at the end of the round. They had so many rounds like this on their T side when they were previously playing this map. I hope that we see a switch up in this next one, because it never really felt like Genji were under any pressure at any point in that round.
Not really, no. And again, they did take Secret early Envy, if I'm not mistaken, and just waited for the push that we saw from Kusta previously, which I do not believe came this time. And then they waited, and then they waited some more. So Gen.G still had that Molotov to throw towards Squeaky, which had 2 or 3 players waiting. And again, when it was sub 25 seconds, that burns a lot of time. Very narrow choke points for all the players alive to deal with Gen.G. So they found a way into the scoreboard at the least. Kriaz hasn't though, still looking for his first kill. And again, if Envy don't put themselves in a potentially difficult situation, then we still need to see a convincing round from Gen.G. Again, we've got the early smokes outside. Mihu doesn't race towards Secret just yet, but he is on the way. I think he may have reported the gap in the smoke last time, as there is a third smoke in that wall on this occasion.
This looks like something faster. They've got the man down Secret, and they've got the quick play into ramp. Kriaz is still sticking around because Automatic's here to help. Kriaz is going to go down, though, and now Automatic might just have to play this safe. He knows that they're close by. The AWP isn't too happy on that angle, so ramp control given up. Mihu is down Secret as well. This B site is Envy's for the taking.
Bentet looking for lurkers. 2 of Envy downstairs, 2 of Envy still upstairs. Well, make it 1 now. Thomas creeping around in that ramp position. You can see Automatic still holding a close angle. 2 defuse kits for a potential retake. As the bomb gets planted. 3 of Gen.G are upstairs, however. So let's see what their approach is. Nifty holding down 2 jobs, looking right and left of the ramp. Calix is coming in as well. That might be the call to stop this retake attempt, though. But Exist is by the point of no return. Stuck in the corner now. Trying to create some space for himself to just escape. Calix running low on bullets maybe helps Exist run for the time being. And Envy make it to their 6th round in a row. And Gen.G don't particularly look close to winning any of these rounds, apart from the one where Envy just ran their own clock down.
Yeah, that was a very simple round as well from Envy, but I think these simple calls are going to be pretty effective if Gen.G continue to struggle with those rotations. Kriaz there just committing to ramp, hoping he can fight with Automatic, but as soon as he goes down, it's just going to cause all sorts of issues. That one player dying at ramp leaves you in a really difficult position. Normally, it's just more important to survive and try and get back to the B site, but that wasn't allowed, and just a few kills required for Envy to win that one. They're up to a 6-1 scoreline now on their T side. Very effective stuff so far from Envy. Again, not really coming down to individuals getting kills. It's more just coming down to them outmaneuvering Gen.G in these rounds. Let's see if that's about to change because Bentet almost got caught.
That was a tight one. Not much left for Gen.G in terms of grenades here with 1:30 on the clock. That was their last smoke gone. Got Kriaz downstairs. So, still difficult times for Gen.G.
Automatic has been playing so safe with this AWP, it feels like. He's finally getting aggressive in this round. He's had to save it so many times. I think it is time that something changes with that sniper. It's just never really been in the right position. This aggression might be well timed as well because Envy don't have too many players committed to lobby right now. They have a few more players focused on yard, and Automatic slowly but surely inching his way into position. Is he going to get the fight he's looking for? Calix is so close to rounding the corner. I don't know if he's going to get this, though. Finally, the gun spotted. Oh, he's missed the shot. That is a Calix peek right there.
That peek was unbelievable. Teased by the barrel of the AK, then got it full force in the face afterwards. Close wall of smokes delivered by Envy. Do they head towards the ramp? Is there a rotation from Gen.G or do they gamble elsewhere? Thomas is just straight walking through. No respect, it goes too wide. Another bomb's been lost for the time being. Kusa can see and he's had the gap. They're lining up for him. Complete disaster for Envy. Looking like another unlikely round for Gen.G. They've got 2 on the board. Again, not something you could replicate, but Envy made the mistakes and Gen.G capitalized on them.
That went from masterclass to disaster class really quickly on the Envy side in that round. Couple of switch-ups from Gen.G, even though the aggression doesn't work for them, with Calix getting that first kill. Just the fact that Bentet's able to get 1 on the site and then Kusta's able to slow them down so heavily at yard makes all the difference. So finally, Gen.G showing us some signs of life here as they get their second round win. And now Nifty's going to go for the pick. Oh, almost gets it.
I don't know if I'd even go as far as to say he's showing some signs of life, because really it's just the error from Envy there. Huddled up like penguins next to the smoke. Allowed a very simple spray down. Oh, there's a sound cue for them. That's going to cost Kusta the spray coming through. Little touch. Needs to be careful himself. Very unorthodox plays from Envy. We'll see how Gen.G can react to them. Don't see these from too many teams. Automatic Vangles on Garage. He'll take one, spot another. Good information for him, considering his options there. I think if he has more health, maybe he goes up the ladder. 12 HP though. Now Gen.G being proactive. This is the Gen.G we want to see. Looking for their third round. 3-man push of lobby, but when you see nothing, where do you go afterwards?
I assume we'll see Automatic rotating down to B. That has happened. He's making sure that that site is clear for now. And at least Gen.G have the option for potential quick rotations. The problem is you don't want to go down the vents when Envy are already down secret.
Yeah, they would love to have high grounds on A, however, and they're really concerned with that, which may keep most people upstairs for the time being.
There are smokes left for Envy here as well. If both these sides of ramp get smoked off, or even just a smoked across to the site, Automatic's going to struggle. Where is that smoke, though? Oh, no, that's not gone according to plan. Automatic's got a second kill, and now it's all on Nifty. He's finally going to cross to the site, but the bomb's been dropped. Good shot from Nifty to kick things off, but he's going to need more where that came from in the midst of the smoke. Whoa, he's got the second kill. Bentek goes swinging, but there's no time. It's okay. Envy not able to win the round. It's a 6-3 scoreline. I mean, finally Gen.G are winning rounds. They're weird rounds, but they are rounds.
Exist just nopes out of there. Only way to lose at that point is by elimination. So yeah, I'm sure it was a smoke that was thrown. Swing comes and a smoke is nowhere to be seen, so not quite sure what happened there, but that one did end in disaster. And I feel like every round Gen.G have won has been errors by Envy, one way or another. But a round win is a round win. And now Envy are running out of money, so there is a chance if Kusta can hold, looking for his third kill on the ramp. Doesn't quite get there. Sees the bomb in the hands of Calix, however, so rotation may come in a little quicker. Trying to take control of control with a Molotov. 3 versus 3, plants for the double doors. Gen.G will make their way down. Only Exist has the defuse kits at present. Might be one on the floor. Gap in the smoke for Bentet. Down goes Nifty. Problems at the ramp now.
Automatic with this AWP, swings open the door, but that obviously gives the game away. Exist looking for the fight, but there are 2 players against him. He still gets a kill. Calix now, 2 players, great headshot, and it's into the one-on-one. Automatic having to push, but Calix repositions. Really nice clutch from Calix. Great shots coming in from the AK. Envy back on track with their 7th round win. And they are just making sure they win those fights at ramp in a lot of these rounds. That first kill from Legia really helps open it up. And Kriaz has been playing ramp in every round. He is now 0-9. That could be a problem position for Gen.G right now.
Yeah. Target Kriaz may be the call. 10-3 for Calix. Some nice kills from him in this half so far. Great scoreline for Envy. 7 of 10 on the T side. And it's Gen.G, in fact, who get broken. Envy were close, may survive for the time being. Trying to overwhelm with the numbers, but that really hasn't gone to plan. And now Nifty's in an awkward spot, trying to switch out for the Mac-10 so he can be more dynamic. Just about surviving. Kusta from the back. Can he find a headshot? Nifty was close and low. Fast one is a good one, but that was surprisingly dangerous.
I nearly lost my mind there, but it's okay. I thought Envy didn't realize that that player was flanking because he'd already shot. But I think they did eventually figure that out. Envy go up to an 8-3 lead, and they upgrade all their weapons. They've got AKs, they've got the AWP. Gen.G have the same on their CT side. No kit for them, though. And we've seen Envy get that bomb down quite consistently. Thomas looking to use those early nades. Oh, nifty. Not the flash he wanted, but the second one will go over the top, and Calix is feeling it right now. He's trying to get in the back lines. Mihu's got the opening kill, and now Calix will try and flank all the way into heaven. Exist almost gets caught, but the fight's still going against him. Kusta gets 2 kills from behind.
Now that is a change of pace. Not so fruitful though for Envy. But there are still leaves on the tree, just about. Bentet trying to rotate, trying to stay alive. Down they go. Automatic finds a gap, and that leaves Legia with the bomb. Inviting rotation towards B.
Oh.
Maybe trying to escape, but where? Kusta starting to jiggle a little, starting to wonder. With the HG out, down he goes, but Bentet's here to save. Not in the nick of time, just afterwards, but they win the round. That's the main thing. 3 survive. A 4th round from Genji. A burst from Envy. A little too fast, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea. They just lose track of Kusta at Yard. That's really what cost them in this round. In fact, he can get 2 kills from the garage position. It's always going to make life difficult for Envy. And in a lot of rounds, Genji haven't really been playing anyone fully committed towards Yard like that. So I can see why Envy would think that that's a potential solution, why that's a potential round winner for them. This time, though, Genji are in the right places to deny. Whatever happens here, I think Envy are already pretty okay with getting 8 rounds on the T side.
See, Thomas is very frustrated.
He's been looking frustrated like every time we cut
I can understand it, because I feel like every round Envy have lost will feel like it was their fault they lost it. So I can see why, yes, they've got 8 of 12 rounds, but they could have 12 of 12 rounds. The way they have gone. It's only been due to their own errors, really, that Genji have been allowed into many or all of these rounds. But got to let go of the past.
And live in the present.
Yeah, of a bunch of pistols and not much else. And maybe the frustration is that they've potentially allowed Genji into this half with their failed round prior. No utility. 1 Desert Eagle. That really is a lottery ticket in this round. There's a P250 as well, but not really almost anything to shout about.
Thomas and Legia slow dancing right now. No, apparently that didn't go well for them.
Spotted line dancing.
I don't know what that means. But
It's old people dancing.
Oh, okay.
I used to go to a youth club where the ping pong table was in a hall which the old people used for line dancing. So when they were line dancing, we couldn't play ping pong.
Oh, wait, lime dancing?
Line dancing.
Okay.
Limes are for cocktails.
Yes.
So Envy, I would imagine, are trying to dry out some utility here from Genji. Calix has found 2 openings, however, and that's a big gun to collect. Little dance from Thomas, just being a little careful. There's 30 seconds to do some more damage as Mihu makes his way into the B bomb site. They've got an M4 and an AWP with which to cover the bomb plant. Calix should surely be planting the bomb here rather than the rifle. And yeah, that's I feel like that could have been coordinated better. But there's still a chance with 14 seconds on the clock. Going for the plant on double doors. Down he goes, leaving Thomas with the AWP. Maybe looking to save the AWP, but he won't do that. And I think that's something for the players who are dead to coordinate. If you've got an AWP, a Desert Eagle, and an M4 on Eco, surely the guy with the Eagle should be planting the bomb.
Yeah, small details, but important ones when you get into these positions. No one able to cover off the bomb plant. That's the round where you wish you'd have just bought maybe 1 or 2 smokes, because it could have made all the difference. But there's obviously no way of knowing that ahead of time. And now that allows a full gun round out from Envy. If they can grab 1 or 2 more rounds at the end of the half here, they will be delighted with how this T side has gone for them. Automatic already getting aggressive into Hut this time. No one really there in lobby for Envy to meet him. Thomas is playing a very passive angle as it stands. And again, we're seeing Envy really slow this down. I just think they need to maybe go back to those faster plays. It feels like when they're pressuring Genji, maybe just getting down secret even, it makes a pretty big difference.
Not sure if there were some sound cues on that little ramp push. They've fallen back. They're repositioning now. Heading towards secret is Kusta. 14 for 8. Kriaz having a complete mare, 2 for 12. CT side, let's not forget. He finds himself in CT spawn. He wants none of this. 2 meters, says Kriaz.
He can't count 2 meters very well then. He's very far away.
The ruler is not to scale.
Oh, Kusta nearly got caught there. Gets away safely, though. 35 seconds for Envy. They still have some nades. They've got to coordinate those, but they're going to come back up to A. If that happens, this is a big risk. Oh, they're going to get up. They got up the vent safely. Bentet can't get the kills, but Automatic certainly can. He wants more. He's got a second. The flank coming round through Hut, but there's a smoke down. Kriaz is going to get caught, but the time is against Envy. And oh, Nifty gets the no-scope. That could make all the difference here. He's going to go get the bomb, and Kusta is pretty far removed from the round. He won't be able to deny the bomb plant, but he might have a chance to win the clutch.
It's going to be a close one. And Nifty will make it to 9. Automatic kind of expected play to be in lobby with all that action going on, but it ended up being a fatal mistake for him and for the round. High octane drama on Nuke, and indeed it is 9 for Envy. They are back to winning ways once again. And the money absolutely sucks for Gen G moving into round number 15. Hoping for 6. Automatic back on the scout once again. Crazy action around that hut. Maybe we'll see more in this last round. Envy far better equipped. I feel like every round has been theirs to win. And this one certainly is as well. We've got some aggression from the CTs up close, but Kusta is dealt with by miHyu. Creeping around the smoke exists with a Desert Eagle by Mini, or Main, depending on your region. I imagine he'll have to be calling in the North American callouts, since it's an NA team.
Yeah, that's always something that's difficult to figure out when you've got stand-ins. Got to try and get used to that pretty quickly. Good kill from Bentet. Unfortunately, he can't get the gun that he dropped. He has to just play it safe. And Envy just deciding to group up here as a team. I think this is a fine decision in these circumstances. Make sure you don't give away any of the guns to your opponents. Force Gen G to really lock down this position, and Kriaz is going to look to do just that. Automatic landing a shot. Look at the health remaining on Envy. Pistol out for Automatic, and it could do all the damage. First kill found. Second. Oh, it's all 3 for Automatic. The USP closes out the half. Gen G get a 6th round together. A very strong start for Envy, but Gen G started to come back into that as the half progressed. We'll see how it all pans out in the second half coming up next.
People pissing on the stage, you know they just don't care. I can't take the smell, can't take the noise. Got no money to move out, I guess I got no choice. Rats in the front room, Bobas in the back. Chuck is in the alley with the baseball bat. I tried to get away, but I couldn't get far. Cause a man with a touch of repossessed my car. Don't push me, cause I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. It's like a trouble sometimes, it makes me wonder how I keep from going under. It's like a trouble sometimes, it makes me wonder how I keep from going under.
Envy lead by 3 rounds. 9-6, one of those common scores where the pistol round is crucial. It's not too close. It could be if Gen G win their T-side pistol, but if Envy manage to win both, then they may run away with this nuke. Game of nuke. You don't want to run away with an actual nuke. You get into lots of trouble with various international organizations if you did that. Makes me want to watch 24 again.
I think I've seen that movie.
It's a TV series, you dolt.
Okay, well, I haven't then. I've made myself look like a fool. Because I am. Gen G already down secret in this round. Hopefully they can overcome the issues that they've been having so far in this game. It's not been going according to plan for them, and neither has this round. They've already lost their first player. Automatic goes down. Oh, that's the bomb up close. Calyx with the dualies, making it a second kill. And this one is almost over already.
Almost, but not quite. We've got 2 P250s on deck. The duels will be equal in terms of range. Exist going fishing, trying to avoid the trade frags. What's a concern for Envy is where the other player is. It was Kriaz. He is history now. Too many man on roads. The swing is in, and Envy make it to 10. They've won both pistol rounds. They're in a very strong position to take the entire map. A force buy win would be really important for Gen G. However, I got hiccups, excuse me. They may opt for AKs in the next round. Either way, that has to be a confidence boost for Envy.
Yeah, they'll be very happy with that. Calyx has been having a great game. 17 kills, a lot of impact rounds in there. I think he has probably been the best player for Envy so far in this tournament. That looks set to continue in this game. And the Glocks from Gen G, I guess we'll try and just run distraction and try and allow the bomb to go somewhere. It's just so difficult, though. Automatic was hoping to get down the vents, but Envy will not let that happen. Calyx closing it out. Everyone survives.
Clean. Colgate smile of a round from Envy. They are 5 away from a third map of Dust 2. However, now the all of attrition really begins. Gen G with 5 AK-47s on deck. They've got mad utility as well. It has been a horror of a half for Kriaz and Exist, who right now have a combined 7 kills in the 18th round. That has to improve. Early utility into A. Oh, the HE grenade. Could it be a classic? No. Gen G far enough back, waiting for any such airstrike. Just the one Christmas bauble going their way.
This is a scout Nifty has in his hands right now. Got to get the headshot if he wants to get any of these kills. Fairly tight angle. He decides to go off it. Smoke's going down. Nifty should get some shots here. He's got the first tag. They're not really using their nades too effectively, but it will be Gen G getting the control they wanted. Envy have responded with some counter-aggression.
Oh my god. Exist is playing anti-eco, but he's focusing on Squeaky. I think the door's been blown off, so he doesn't see Legia go through hut and go around the back, although there may be a sound cue unless he goes down the ladder. Very nice stuff from Legia. Now, if Legia doesn't check, okay, well, there's a kill for him to be had. But Legia's focusing on the outside where most of the players are. Still looking for Nifty, I presume. 40 seconds. There's a lot that could potentially happen here. Automatic found a nice angle, and then there were 3. Legia's got a terrible weapon for this duel outside. The damage fall-off will be a problem, and down they go one by one. The dominoes getting smashed, swiped off the table by Gen G. Such potential, much fail.
Oh, Mihu might not even be allowed to save. He gets the kill onto Automatic, but Gen G might come running for him, gunning for him, making sure he can't save. Players pushing from both sides. Mihu trying to see if he can isolate these angles, but Exist gets that final kill. 7 rounds now for Gen G. They finally get one on their T side after a couple of early saves. A lot of promise with the early aggression, but never really materialized. Legia having the MP9 on the flank was never ideal when he's flanking yard. And now we get full guns for both teams. AKs versus M4s. It's a classic Counter-Strike round. None of those AUGs, none of those SGs.
Just even a silenced one.
Yeah.
All right then, big round for Gen G. Taking their initial positions. We can see Mihu's on the low ground. Checking the vents just in case. Nothing crazy happening just yet, but worth noting, Gen.G have got basically all of their utility. I can almost smell the A execute. But it could be a wall of smoke outside as well. Things go quiet now as Envy start to wonder. They do have 4 smoke grenades, it's worth noting. And the incendiary for Calix. Legius surely has the jump here. If Automatic makes a play. Slightly further away from the point of contention. Doesn't have an AK though. That smoke could even obscure Automatic's vision. And Thomas is here as well.
Smoke down from Legia. He goes aggressive. Oh, Automatic, this is a tight angle. Kriaz lurking at yard. It feels like this round could explode any second. There are a bunch of spots where fights could come through, and Thomas gets 2. Legia set up for success. The reload is not well timed, but his teammate Thomas gets the kill from behind him. And that crossfire between those 2 players locks Gen.G out completely. Kriaz, poor Kriaz, 3 for 16, and he's not going to get a chance to do anything in this round either. He has to try and save.
Yep, he was spotted by a secret player earlier on. They know exactly where he was. And that is no cause for concern, because the bomb is with Envy. It will not be planted in this round. They head to 12. You can see the lack of money on Envy. They have no reason to be hunting. They've got to secure their own economy at this point. Build for the future. We could see some AKs here. Most people can buy for Gen.G. But indeed, a very tight choke point. 2-man setup was fantastic from Envy. And Legia's reload essentially ended up being a bait because Thomas had the angle to trade at the very least. The very worst, if you will. So we'll see a half buy from Gen.G. The hero AK of Kriaz and a bunch of pistols with it, but plenty of utility with which just maybe they can take some position.
Yeah, they smokes. They could maybe try and get down secret, maybe try and get something going at yard. There's no AWP for Envy either. So in those long-range fights, that AK would be fine. It would have a chance. It would at least have a fair run of things. Gen.G now lining up these smokes from a more advanced position. Sometimes this can have the issue of if someone's playing close, they'll hear you pop the pins, and then you can have a quick rotation over from the CTs. But in this round, there's no one playing close, so that's not a problem. Calix using some counter utility. Does a decent bit of damage onto Kusta. But Gen.G should be able to get down secret safely. And this is where we see what the protocols look like for Envy. They've already rotated 1 man down to B. That's Nifty on the B site with the rifle. They also have players close by if required. And Gen.G are going to boost this AK up, clear out these close angles, and inch their way closer and closer to the B site.
Running that clock down. Tick-tock. Quartz oscillator. Second hand continues to move. 25 seconds to go. Only Nifty on the low ground. Oh, never mind that. Mihu is here as well. 15 seconds to plant this bomb. And it's guesswork to some degree, but now they're finding out smoke is up and the bomb is about to get planted. Everything turns around now. Question for damage for Gen.G. They have a flank with the P250 from Exist. They still have a rifle as well. The AK-47. They might double that soon. Mihu charging through, though. The trades here from Kriaz. This could be expensive for Envy. Will they continue to go 1 for 1? Oh, now it's just Exist. Still with only the P250. Now he picks up the M4, but the aim punch is there. Can't get across there in the right place. And Envy moved to 13.
Decent effort from Gen.G to get down to the B site there. I think they did a fine job at getting the bomb down in the first place. Keeping that 1 smoke for the cross as well. They had 4 smokes at the start of the round, so that's why they could use that 1 smoke, just drop it down, try and get the bomb planted. That is successful for them. And then at the end there, if Kriaz gets a better chance to have a fair fight, then maybe they can have an opportunity to win the round. But he tried to go aggressive to trade his teammates and just did not expect that last man to be pushing it down secret. Important round for Gen.G here. If they lose this one, it's hard to see them winning this map. They're 13-7 down. They've got the guns out. They've got the AWP for Automatic as well. He's currently looking to see if he can get some early aggression against him. Mihu, the man playing ramp, also has some assistance from Nifty. Oh, Automatic spotted him there, but Mihu's got the first kill. Ney going down, and good damage done onto Bentet. Gen.G might have second thoughts about this ramp play. They've got a couple of players close by, but Kriaz is on the flank at Yard. He could be the man to watch in this round.
Nifty's about to swing. Says hello, doesn't fight to the death. Smart stuff. They have the man advantage. Some tagging from Thomas. A double peek, if you will. And Kriaz has been eliminated. He's been extinguished. Starved of oxygen. Bentet Automatic and Kusta remain looking to breach a choke point. Reload is heard. Kusta creeping with the bomb. Automatic has the AWP out. Isolated though by the smoke. Down goes the bomb. Automatic trying to transfer is here from Calix. That leaves Bentet, last man to fall. 14 for Envy. Double the score of Gen.G.
And I think any questions as to this nuke pick from Envy have been answered here with a 14-7 lead. They may have lost it the first 2 times they played it in this tournament, but they were close games against teams who are pretty decent on this map. And Gen.G clearly are unable to live up to the likes of Forza and MIBR on nuke right now. Good to see Envy getting back on track as well in this game. I think nuke has got to be a map that seems to be an important one for them in their map pool. I think on their T side especially, they were playing well in most of those rounds. Like you said, a few mistakes being made that maybe cost them, but overall, I think on the Envy side of things, they will be happy with how this is going.
The winds of winter, perhaps. Gen.G on their last legs, and they're looking kind of wooden, kind of stubby. Bentet's got to be careful about that smoke. He's so close to it. You can see Gen.G have left money in the bank for the next round, for a full buy. Well, they've taken some map control. They still have 3 players alive. There's a rifle to be collected, and it will be by Kusta. A T-rifle, no less. Envy starting this with 5 AK-47s. That is never a good indicator of success for the T side. Nifty hiding in plain sight somewhat. Legia is on the way. Oh, you don't want to do that. Now, there could be some post-plant situation for them, but Legia is going to have a nice brave through the door. There'll be a hole soon. Door open, door closed. Door open. Oh my god, exists. He's just found it all, hasn't he? Suddenly, Calix is in the 1 versus 2. Absolutely doable. They both have Kevlar, though. They're lining up for him, but exists here with a trade again. And there's still life in the old dog yet. I'm not sure what he's doing to that fire extinguisher, but it looked like there was some friction.
It did exist. Finally getting some kills on the board. We were talking about how he's been quiet. Mihu did pretty well early. Exist just spamming through the floor there to begin with. Then he gets that lineup. And Exist closes out the round. Oh, Thomas is not happy with that one. Animated right now. It should be okay for Envy. They're still 14-8 up. It's obviously a round you don't want to lose, but there are still plenty of chances for Envy to close this out, as are indicated by those numbers you see on your screen. But who knows? If that's the way Gen.G get back into this game and make it a close one, Envy will be very frustrated. But the way to deny that from happening is to win this round here. And Calix has already got them off to a good start. Calix has got a second. Mihu arriving at just the right time. And any glimmer of hope that was there for Gen.G is being instantly snatched away from them.
Meat and potatoes delivered to Kriaz halfway to the Sunday roast. Molotov is out for Exist, trying to keep his team in this. A great transfer attempt down to 4 HP, 3 HP in fact. 3 HP, number 4 on the keyboard. 2 versus 4. How on earth is Exist doing this? A late resurgence, a second wind if you will. The bomb though, still in the hands of Kriaz. He must survive. In that anti-eco position, Mihu could moonwalk into him. No, he's going to face the front. Down goes the bomb. And down go the chances for a 9th round for Gen.G. Exist can do nothing but lament what has happened in this round. And surely save his AK for the next round. What else is there to do at this point?
No way he can get the bomb here. So we will look at the fire exit sign.
Stand and face the wall. I used to do that in school all the time.
Out of choice, or were you a naughty boy?
I was a joker.
Oh.
I had to sit in front of the teacher. My desk was in front of her desk. Yes.
Right, so she put you at the front of the class, because otherwise you would
So I
mess
could
about.
behave.
Right, right.
But she had Grazia magazine under the table, so I used to read that. I still found a way to be naughty. Game point for Envy, many of them. We saw a dominant train from Gen G. We're seeing a dominant nuke from Envy. Again, if you consider almost all the rounds they have lost, especially in the first half, were down to user error, if you will. Unforced error, in some respects. It's been a pretty solid performance from them, but they still need to close it out. A fast play towards Mini for Automatic, and he has served what he's looking for. Calix on the plate.
Oh, we might get a second chance here. Mihu's peeking ramp right now, very aggressively. He's committed to this position, and Automatic's got the second pick. This could be another round for Gen G. Bentek getting 2 kills onto A, out of nowhere. A flash in the pan, perhaps, but Gen G will take it. Flurry of frags for them. Oh, man, Nifty. Terrible timing. He is at 1v5. I feel like if there's any AWPer who could maybe win this round, it might be Nifty with some of the plays we've seen him make in this tournament, but not today.
Not today. Well, the entries and things that we've seen from Automatic this week have been something special. So I would give that a consideration. He's been pretty nutty. I mean, those entries in that round were pretty great as well. But there are many more entries that he needs to get if Gen G are to survive and take this to overtime. They've been trading rounds back and forth. Gen G looking for double figures. Envy have Calix with an MP7.
Yeah, their money sucks. Nifty has money. No one else does. And their losing bonus is bad as well, so I guess they're just going to go for the force buy.
I was doing free-for-all deathmatch with an MP7 yesterday. So just be like, what is required to use this in various scenarios? You've got to land that headshot.
Right.
It has better armor pen than some of the SMGs, but the fire rate is slower than some of them. I think it's at an interesting price point when you consider like the MP9 and so on. So we'll see what Calix has to offer. Especially on the CT side, I think versus the fire rate of the MP9, it's a hard argument, but I love to see it.
Nifty's got to get involved in this round, and he knows it. Exist just instantly takes him out, though. Without the helmet there, Nifty is one shot by the M4 on the T side. Thomas with a nice trade on the UMP, but he's not ready for Kusta, and Kusta is going to clean up. 10 rounds now for Gen G.
It's getting close.
Save for Envy. Yeah, this is getting there.
I'm feeling nervous.
I mean, Envy aren't going to have enough money to get a good buy after this round either, really. If they want to have the nades and the rifles, they might have to save twice. Maybe we got ahead of ourselves thinking that Envy had this one locked in. That's not the case. Thomas picking up one P250. A total of a $300 investment across the 5 players on the Envy side. Gen G seem aware of it as well. They're going over towards Yard early. Long-range fights will be very good for them in this round. Envy aren't even competing for Yard because they know they just don't have the firepower to do it.
I like the discipline from Envy. 1 round is required to win. That's it. Don't need to invest in too much junk. Thomas has picked up a P250. Oh, Exist. 4x3 right there, buddies. 4x3. Not even the blade. Okay. The Bentet cleanup operation is in-house. Mihu and Nifty remain. And I feel like with some of the frustrations we've seen on some of the Envy players, they have to start getting nervous here. Excuse me, I got hiccups again.
Oh no.
Bentet and Kriaz low, but who cares? I mean, they won the round. On to the next one. It's all about the buy rounds. The money's not perfect for Envy just yet, but maybe it's just enough.
They will be missing some nades. They will be missing the AWP. No kit for them either. They don't have a single molly as well. So if there were to be a fast play from Gen.G, they might struggle to deny that early aggression. I'm not sure if Gen.G will be fully aware of that fact, though. Orp out for automatic, and it looks like Gen.G might just try and exploit Yard again. This could work for them. There's no Orp on the CT side. If automatic gets a long-range fight, that would be favorable for him. So they're going to boost automatic up. They're going to see if he can get a long-range battle to begin with. Envy not obliging so far, though.
Envy, you've got to be real careful about this. Creeping around the smoke, Kusta reacts to it fast enough. He's sharp, he's focused. We can see Nifty and Thomas maybe looking for a double peek outside, make it a single. No doubles for Envy. Just a single G&T if they're lucky. 3 versus 5. Envy are collapsing round after round. They only need one. But half of these rounds are half buys. Sometimes that's enough. But you have to feel that people are going to be nervous. Oh, Thomas gets deleted, and Legia might be as well. He'll stay alive for now, trying to create some space while miHu tries to play off his teammate. Legia slinks into the smoke, but they know where he is. If he goes too far forward, he died.
If anyone needs a translation for that, James said he dead. For all my fellow white people out there. I don't know why I said that.
White people representative Hawker on deck.
I'm here for you. miHu is saving. You know, going back to the topic of school, James.
Right.
Do you think? What do you think I was like at school?
Absolute geek.
Yeah, yeah. I was a goody two-shoes. The one time I got a detention was in IT class, and it was because I was playing games instead of doing whatever I was meant to be doing. You know, the game I was playing was garbage as well. It was a game where you pull the toilet paper down. It was a web game where that's what you do. I don't know why I was playing it.
So you were in school playing a game with toilet paper?
No, on the computer. It was like a computer game.
I know,
like
but it's still a game of toilet paper, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
That's so boring.
I know.
And strange.
I was playing other games in that class at other times, and the teacher was fine with that. But apparently that's where they drew the line.
My era was WinNuke. Blue screening other people's computers for personal amusement.
Oh my god.
What's not amusing, though, is that for Envy, is that they've lost 4 rounds in a row. They've lost 5 of the last 6. They need to win 1. They've got 3 chances. This comeback is somewhat absurd from Gen.G. Not complete just yet. This could even be the round that Envy win. Maybe there is no round that they win. miHu has an M4. He also has a flashbang. Maybe he could use it to activate these pistoleros. But for now, he'll be in an outrageous position. A Ponty red. You can see Kriaz on the silo looking for a push. Very strange position. Quietly falls off in that last box. On a crouch off and release crouch as you fall off to try and give no sound cue away. So there is a deagle. You never know. Sometimes you get 2 kills with a deagle. Got to look out for that. Gen.G being careful, but at some point they've got to go through these choke points.
Smoke down towards main / mini. Kusta looking for the top hut angle where he's hoping someone will peek him. I would love a boost here for Gen.G to clear that top hut position, but they're not going to go for it. They're going to run into the bomb site. Kusta gets the kill up close. Calix should be able to trade. 5-7 out. Oh, the kills all come in. This could be the round for Envy. Bentek trying to trade back, trying to salvage the round, and Kriaz gets 2. That might save it. Calix has the AWP, but he has 2 players against him. The bomb still hasn't been picked up, but they should know they can get to the site, or maybe they could even think about dropping down to B, but they're not. They're going to plant on A, and Calix, I don't think he's got the angle. He's going to go for the other fight. Oh, he's panicking. Ooh. He's panicking. He wants to get the wall bang, but Envy don't have much of a chance here. Calix is maybe thinking about backing away. He's hoping for a miracle. He's not getting it.
What's their loss bonus? Surely it's max. Well, Thomas is 2250. Panic, absolute panic. Bomb was planted and just set him off. You can see the hunt is on now. My God. Well, actually, holding on to this AWP maybe gives them an extra rifle between these final rounds. So it does make sense in that sense. Stop peeking now, move away. Smart stuff. Just get out of there. So they've got a full buy in this round regardless, but if it goes 14-15, then they also have some money to maybe buy another AWP. Man, so at this point, it's like, okay, they're going to do it in a pistol round, but no, Benta and Kriaz just turn things around, turn it on its head. Envy, where have you gone? It's been back and forth this entire half, in fairness, but they have had flurries of rounds. Or more or less a flurry of round if you ignore the pistol. 2 more chances, 2 more cracks at the whip, Envy. This is your pick. And it's high time to finish off the job.
Oh, Genji might try something. Thought we might see a boost there to try and get an opening pick. Instead, Kusta's going to try and sneak up close. Calix is here on the other side. He's been so good in this game, and Calix gets the first kill. Shadow advantage gives him that fight. No one from Genji able to trade. Nifty is committed to this angle, though. If he misses, he's in trouble. He gets the kill and gets away safely. Bentet, no chance to pounce because Nifty puts down the counter utility, and those kills could be exactly what Envy ordered.
Oh, the timing, the timing. Mihu starting to creep, down goes the bomb. Is this the run for Envy? 5 versus 2. The bomb is in no man's land. The AWP is still on deck. 500 HP Envy versus Bentet. Oh my god, he's got a kill. He's got 2. Looking for a third. Mihu's giving him it. How has he turned this around? He's got 40 seconds in a 1 versus 5. And if he has an angle from the ramp though, and he will avert disaster. My god, that was a nice burst from Bentet. You can see Thomas with 1,000-yard stare, but it's done. They've taken it to the 3rd map, just about, and it will be Dust 2. Before we head into that, we are going to go to a Bentet documentary, a closer look at the man before we head into that 3rd map. We'll see you soon.
If you go and look at the case of Bentet coming from Indonesia, there's basically no reason actually as to why a player would make it from there. The fact that he basically even got to become someone that Westerners would know and want to recruit, I think it's one of the most unlikely stories probably in Counter-Strike history.
My name is Hansel, my nickname is Bentet, and I play for Genji Sports. I'm from Jakarta, Indonesia. When you play CSGO at Indonesia, there is not much team here.
First of all, he comes from a region that has absolutely no tenure, no legacy in Counter-Strike the franchise, even the old versions. There was never any team from Indonesia that accomplished anything. There was never any player that accomplished anything. And yet his route to getting the success that he's had was basically like doing it the hard way.
I started joining Indonesian team, which is pretty small back then, but it's something. Yeah, I would say I was a competitive person. I like to not give up. If I see someone is better than me, I need to practice more to become better than him.
Oh, 1 HP. No way, Bentet. How are you alive? He's now going to look for this frag. He's got this ace locked down. I don't think Bash has it. He doesn't. Bentet pulls it in with an ace.
So for Bentet to be actually originally found, he played on a team called Team NXL, which at the first Asia Minor went 0-3 immediately. They lost every map that they played. Yet, despite that, Bentet had the highest rating in the entire tournament, so he was absolutely going to turn some heads, and Tyloo acquired him within a year after that.
Tyloo is one of the best team in Asia to play CSGO, and Tyloo asked me at a very good moment. I'm not scared, I think. I just take the risk, take the challenge. Without thinking any longer, I said yes, and then I joined Tyloo.
alive by the sandbags. He's got no help. He's at the point. Newton! Benton, what the hell is this? Is he going to get the ace? He's so close. Southie's still alive. Rock's running out, but it's Benton. What are you doing?
Which means he gets it down to a one-on-one. He can still swing out on boxing. That's very well done from Bentet.
He's still going in. That's a beautiful flashbang coming out. Oh my goodness!
God.
Bentet, you can't do that. That is disgusting.
Ooh, good opening kill from Bentet. Oh, he's got a spray through as well. And 2 flash assists from Summer. Oh, and the spin as well. A 3rd kill. And Bentet is just wrecking G2 in this map. He's going to add a 4th onto it. What an absolute monster.
Bentet, he's starting to get the timing right. 1 down. Surely not again. He's done it. So close so many times, but this time he gets the cigar and Bentet doesn't even blink.
Yeah, I think back then we dominate the Asia scene with Tyloo.
I mean, the first time I heard of Bentet was probably when I wasn't even involved in Team CS. It was probably just me watching one of the majors or one of the tournaments which Tyloo would regularly qualify for, and I think it was just as a fan probably the first time I heard of it.
Bentet was a better player than the level that Tyloo was able to actually compete at internationally. The fact that coming from his region, he is essentially a diamond in the rough, isn't he? He's a guy who's just over in the scene where he's never going to make it if he's stuck over there, most likely, because just not enough other factors that can help you. But he could be a great pickup potentially for a Western team.
Tyloo knew that playing internationally is my goal, like playing in an A. And I tell them that I really want to join Gen.G to compete at North America, and they support me. Now I'm at North America with Gen.G, which is I'm very grateful for this opportunity because I really want to compete at North America to play CSGO player.
Yeah, to have a player come from Asia and be brought into a Western team is, I think, incredibly rare. I think it's maybe been tried 1 or 2 other times before, and both of them didn't go very well. So I think we've been very happy with how it's kind of come across. I think way better than what's happened before.
I like living here at America, and I'm just so happy to live and compete here.
It's the moment you've all been waiting for, the grand finals here of DreamHack Anaheim 2020.
Bentet has this crossfire with Kusta. Damage done on the dig. Bentet looking for a bit more, and there's a 3rd for him. Still alive, and the bomb at his feet. Bentet could do it all.
He's got one, the bomb tapped. They have to stick it. Dax has won the round, and surely this is done. It is 19-15. Gen.G go flawless in overtime, and they are your DreamHack Open Anaheim champions.
With Gen.G, we compete at DreamHack Anaheim. We managed to get 1st place. I think it's really great for us.
And they win it. They win it, right? Their first event. That is a strong honeymoon period. And you're supposed to be able to ride that sort of momentum moving forward for the rest of the year. So it's so unfortunate that it got stopped short, so short, before they could ride it out.
Pretty much straight after that, I think we played 1 match of Flashpoint, and then everything just got shut down.
The pandemic is not that much at Indonesia. Yeah, it's worse at the United States than Jakarta. It sucks, I think. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, my parents is kind of worried about me, but they trust me. They just said, wearing mask, please wear mask every day and don't go outside. And I tell them, yeah, don't worry about it. I didn't go anywhere and I just follow the protocols. I don't know, I just worried to get the virus and can't compete again and can't play CS again while I'm still recovering the virus, I think. I'm just not thinking about it, about the pandemic, because I think like the pandemic will be over maybe soon or later. So I just trying to having fun with my coach every day because I live with him.
It definitely could have gone poorly, being locked in the house with the wrong person. He's taken a big leap to come over here to America as of high. I mean, it's not easy to be away from home all of this time, so I think it's been really good for me to stay with him, and I'm glad he's appreciative. I know he's appreciative, so it's been really good from that point of view to have someone as nice as him to be stuck in a house with for all this time.
We cook together at apartment, and sometimes we go take a walk together to get some fresh air. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool to live with him.
We try and obviously do some stuff together, like sometimes we'll we'll make dinner together, or cute little things like that, and just try and just keep each other sane, because it's obviously a little bit lonely sometimes just being stuck in your rooms. Our cooking together is not a wide spread of things. Fried rice, pasta. He does cook an Indonesian dish. I'm unfortunately not very good at handling spice, so I did try it, and it was just a little bit too much for me. I start sweating like an idiot when I eat too much spicy foods.
Yeah, I think he's pretty good guy. I like to live with him.
And now it's just been the two of us for 6 months, and as you said, we've been basically locked in the house together. We head across to the office every now and then, but yeah, we've just been locked together. We have our own little schedules, and yeah, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, it's really good, of course. I have friends instead of being alone here. I have friends at my apartment. Yeah, I think it's good.
I couldn't ask for a better roommate and someone to live with and be stuck here in America with, so it's been good from that point of view. He is a unique talent. I think mechanically he's very, very high up there. So it was worth the risk of going to Indonesia and picking him up and giving him a go. He is that talented that it's worth the risk.
I started to join American team, which is one of my dreams. And at age 25, I don't think it's really bad to compete at United States, to start competing here as a career. And I think this team has potential moving forward.
Man like Bentet must be doing his family proud. Very long way from home. Very talented man. That's before you even get to the mouse and keyboard, like the part where he's just communicating in 3 languages for one team. Is astonishing. It's outstanding. That man, again, from a region of Counter-Strike where they have some of the least exposure, along with like Oceania, if you will, they have the least exposure to, like the least regular exposure to European Counter-Strike, let's say, because you need to have that contrast. So you learn, what you can do at home, you can't do, like, generally speaking. It's kind of like the old school arcades where you'd be the best guy in your arcade, you go to another arcade and get absolutely deleted at Street Fighter or whatever. And for him to kind of overcome that and play in an international team is outstanding. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some of his ability to just seemingly almost win rounds by himself sometimes in that game. Like, some of those plays he was making were ridiculous. He had to do that a lot on his old team, so he's always got that potential to come out with those big plays. And Dust 2's a map where that could definitely happen as well. Third map of this series. I'm really not sure where this one's going to go, because Envy, I think in the first game of this tournament, they won Dust 2 like 16-2, didn't they?
They may have.
I think they
However, Dust 2 can betray you in that respect.
Oh, yeah.
They're not going to get a 16-2 every day. I can't believe the score of Nuke, to be honest. I feel like that Nuke should have been a 16-2 from what we saw. But here we are. It was a 16-13 ultimately. So now the question is, what will we see here? We shall soon find out. Slightly out of focus camera. Or webcam, rather. That's a pretty tidy facility, though.
It's good.
It's a very tidy facility.
I always find it weird that they have that little window behind them into like the kitchen.
In Complexity's HQ, it kind of loosely reminds me of that. The Complexity HQ is in the Dallas Cowboys facility, so it's all state-of-the-art stuff, blank check stuff, right? So they have these gaming rooms where you can set the window so you can't see out, but people can see in. The point of that being that you can walk past or observe the players without disturbing them, without being a distraction in the background of their monitor and so on. So that was really cool. Not quite there with this setup, but it's nice. It's clean, consistent surface for the chairs. The chairs look comfortable. It's all good. We have some rickety chairs upstairs in the gaming room. It's giving me some backache, almost. I can't sit up with a proper posture.
Really?
Yeah. I got a Herman Miller at home.
Right.
I bought the Aeron. I went for the super size because I got a fat ass. I don't have a fat ass, actually. Smick says I have a bubble butts. I'll take that. That's fine.
Bad.
It's enough. It's a good chair, though. But you sit in it, and immediately your posture is just better than if you have like a cheaper chair, let's say.
Gotcha.
Anyway, it's pistol time. Or is it knife time? It's pistol time. The third map, the knife round has come and gone already, and Gen G will be starting on the T side. Support grenades as they breach long. They've gone long with all Glocks. A curious approach.
It looks like it's going to work for them, though. Long is open for the taking. Automatic spotting some players towards mid. Now, do Envy put a player back to the A site? I think the answer is probably yes, but just as I say that, Thomas is actually thinking it's B. They've fallen for this fake. They've rotated a couple of players over to the B site. Thomas was the first man to spot anyone towards A, but the bomb's going to go down with 0 damage done.
Mid to B smoke from Long. Absolutely baited. They've got flashes for the retake, Envy. Legia with a defuse kit as well. They've got the opening frag. And a team kill to even things up. Not the way they wanted it to go, but can they make up for it? Perhaps they can. Kusta far back on Long. Doesn't really have the tool for the job, and down he goes, leaving automatic on short. 1 versus 2. The bomb's not planted for him either, so he has to press the action. Legia, he's alone, but he has a kit. And this really hasn't worked out the way that Gen G were looking for. Kill after time as well, after the round has been won. Bonus kill for Legia. First round for Envy.
It's looking so good for Gen G. They get the bomb down on A in a 5v5, but then the post plants go against them. Oh man, the flashbang from Legia made a big difference there for Envy on the retake. Allowed Mihu to eventually line up that kill. And then Automatic just not in the right position on short. Even though he got some kills from here, he couldn't win the round. With the bomb plant though, oh, an instant buy and an instant kill. Oh, Nifty wants more as well with this scout. Okay, he's having second thoughts now. He's giving his team the advantage. Let's just calm it down because Gen G's buy is monstrous in this second round. They've got Galils, they've got an AK. You've got to be very careful that you don't give away those fights too easily. And the flash is great. It's fantastic. Nifty gets caught in the open. And now a fast mid to B could be on the cards. Bentet's just fighting, though. A second kill from the main map.
Minute 13 on the clock. Gen G with plenty of time to consider their options. Calyx down to 30 now. Envy have a lot of problems. And who's even in position to make a forward play? Dust2, one of the harder ones to maybe do that. Especially at this stage. Thomas having a look through the doors with his UMP. Behind the barrel is Thomas. 48 seconds. Exist is creeping into B at the same time, spotted by the doors, but that's a great snap from him. And Thomas gets caught out. The dream is collapsing for Envy. Legia now, 1 versus 3. If he finds the right player, this could quickly escalate, but not sure if he'll go for it just yet. Presume he's trying to hide. Bentet's hunting on Long. If he got a sound cube, maybe he would consider something, but indeed he's just trying to hold on to his rifle as Gen G will tie the score early.
The power of the second round Force Spy shining through again, especially on maps like Dust2, where you can pretty easily take fights. It's much harder for the CTs to use their nades to maybe back away and sort of keep at a favorable position. Uh-oh, Legia's been spotted. 1 bullet to the dome from Bentet. And we are back to an even scoreline, not to an even economy, though. MV have basically no money. They have to force into this round, but they're not going to like the look of it.
So satisfying to land those. Sadly, I never do. Double scouts from Envy in response. They are forcing straight back here on Dust2. Automatic watching the cross. So we've got 3 scouts on deck. Should be in for a good time. A double peek from Legia and Nifty. Almost said Snifty. Mihu with a deagle. He's taken some presence in mid. Kriya's got to be careful. Deploying some grenades. Will he expect Mihu to be so close? The gun is out after all. Oh my god, that's straight in the face though. Big problems now for Gen G as Envy turn things around once more. And it continues. Mihu looking for an ace at this point with the Desert Eagle. 3 clean one-shots. No follow-up shot required. His rifles all over the floor.
Gen G trying to group back up to give themselves a chance in this one. As you said, James, those rifles on the floor, but not recovered by MV. which maybe gives Gen G a way into this round. The issue is these scouts at range can still be very solid. And at this point, you can probably get away with just aiming for tags to the chest, because you know the pistol players are behind you. You know you've got a good advantage in this round. And Mihu has pushed top mid, so he knows that they need to be ready towards B. Legia missing the first chance, but that will allow the rotate to begin. Nade lands, takes him down to below half health, but there's a second man just arriving on the site. It's Calix who can try and help, and they are looking to work together. Mihu's even on the flank. This round is over. Legia lands the final shot, and it is a back and forth affair at the start of Dust 2.
That is some individual sunshine from Mihu. Not much you can do when you get deeged like that. Just got to hold your hands up and say, sometimes you get one deeged. And many of them did. Okay, so there's 2 shots in the third one, but still. Sometimes it be like that. But hey, from the Gen G point of view, it's round number 3. So the perfect time for that to happen, if it is going to happen. And the forces will continue as both teams trade rounds. Always makes for interesting Counter-Strike in this situation. Is there a flash for Kusta? No. Creeps in anyway. Nobody in the mid position for NV. Playing range, Mihu covering it from here. But there's a potential for a smoke to be put down and a focus to be made on the B-bomb site. Maybe concerns in that respect. He gets closer to spawn. Oh, he's been chopped in half by Mihu. Automatic now, very close with the scout. That flashbang's perfect though from Nifty. Support utility allows a take of mid from Envy.
Kriaz sitting at long. Thomas playing another close range angle with the MP9, and that fight should pretty much secure this round. Should lock it in for them. Gen G just getting picked apart in some of these rounds here. Across the entire map, they're losing a couple of fights. And then they get put in a position where they need some hero performances. Heroic performances is how you actually say that in English. Push in, flash counter. Bentet's trying to go in first with the CZ. Legia waiting in the wings with the AK-47 though. He actually takes a lot of damage there. Bentet with the CZ, tapping away. He's only going to get 1 kill though, and Exist can't follow up. Mihu having a good start to this game, gets himself a quad kill in that one.
And with that, I imagine things will calm down. Consecutive round finally won by a team means eco for the opposition. That being Gen G. $2,000 per person. Again, simple support flashbang can take you a very long way. Seeing a lot more 5.7s and Tech 9s and CZs of late, but notable that Bentet has a CZ75 out. A focus on long from Gen G. There's 1 flash on Kusta. An incendiary will slow things down. Thomas playing the corner, has a HE in his hands. Ooh, Kriaz will collect. He's alone. And if you look at the radar, you'll see that there is no support for Thomas in this position whatsoever. Normally, if you've got a push coming in on long, the flashbang is too shallow. They're focusing on the corner. So Thomas has a great position to deal with everything. But again, normally if you're playing around the pit, a player on the A site will throw flashes behind for you to swing and peek.
This is so sad. Where's the AK? Where is it? Poor Kusta. Oh, he's got it! That's pretty cool.
Impressive.
Oh, Nifty jiggling. He's just taking a shot. Kusta trying to tap away. He's got to be aware of the flank, and I'm not sure he is. Look, he is going to swing. MP5. Oh my god, that spray has not gone anywhere close. Legia is able to close it out. I assume if you were DMing with the MP7, you haven't spent much time with the MP5 then, James. They are in the same slot.
The only thing that the MP5 serves a purpose for is spraying through smoke without having traces. Outside of that, it is worse than the MP7 in every stat that's relevant that I can remember. So while I have it equipped on the CT side, I don't use it.
That's fair. Ooh, back to long from Kriaz, and Thomas is locking down this position at the start of this round as well. Gets an early kill for his team, but look at the response from Gen G. Quick play through mid. This could be a good position to get control of, but Calix gets a spam through the tunnels, and now Gen G are just going to commit to this quickly. Nifty's aware, though. He's got the scout shot, and the two players on the B site, well, they both fall. That means Gen G now have a chance. They can get this bomb down, and they can maybe win this 2v5.
Mihu up close, free kill for him. That makes things worse for Bentet, but it's Bentet, and that's a problem for the CTs as well. Playing tight angles, but he falls off as Mihu peaks, and that's going to leave him exposed. Round number 5 coming the way of Envy. This being the last map of the series, let's not forget. Loser jettisoned into the sun, never to be seen again. Not too shabby a kill from Calix. We saw a quick switch from Calix and Nifty on the B bomb site as to who was watching what. And they both got taken out. But here we are, 5-1. A timeout from Gen G as they consider their options, maybe for the future, as they're all very close to AK armor and no grenades right now, in terms of their money.
Who's doing the talking? I can't see anyone talking right now, to be honest. There's only 4 other players here, though, right?
The other one, you can see his head in the bottom left.
Oh, you can. I never noticed that.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it looks like Gen G is still figuring out what they want to do in this round. They have not bought anything yet. As soon as I say that, though, Exist buys a scout. So that suggests a half buy into this round. Still with the potential to do something. Oh, boost over the top for Nifty, and Automatic was watching for it. That shot landed, but it didn't do that much damage. Nifty still alive and healthy on 78 HP. Gen G will continue to wait for picks. Bentet has bought the AK, by the way. I missed that. That must have been a last-second buy from him. So he's going for the one hero rifle in this round.
I love a hero rifle. 5 for 5 is Bentet. Got an aggressive setup from Envy as Gen G quietly move forward. Legia has the fall away angle, run boost, avoids the AWP, and his position has been compromised. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Legia, however. A fadeaway HG grenade and a great burst from Mihu. Thins the numbers, flashbang support as well. Exist and Automatic remain, 2 versus 4. USP versus Scout. Legia being a nuisance and just slowing the push. He needs this bomb plant, he needs the money, worst case scenario. Here comes the jumping shot from Legia. The Scout, the tagging from Thomas. No more damage will be done. 4 survive for Envy, 6-1.
This is looking good for Envy. Getting rounds together on the CT side of Dust 2. Oftentimes the more challenging side of this map, but with a strong start, Envy won't have to worry as much about that. Really nice shot from Legia mid-air, and then Mihu just going in and out towards that ramp position, making sure his teammates could rotate over, which they do. Bomb plant for Gen G, though, means they are very much in with a buy in this round, including an AWP for Automatic. And Bentet still has money for the AK as well, so everything fine for Gen G into this upcoming round. We have got the 2 AWPs, so Nifty just spotted that player towards mid. Automatic will be able to tuck into the corner, though. And it looks like a slow start to the round with a default setup from Gen G.
No one in B just yet. Big focus on mid here. Flashbang's gone the wrong way. Now Kusta, I was going to say he's in position for a pop flash through mid doors, but he has no flash. Legia is towards the A bomb site, waiting for a short push. This has been left open by Envy. They're inviting Gen G to this position. But will 3 players be enough? Mihu makes his way towards long. Now, he can throw a flashbang behind Legia should he require one. If they post up smokes on short, Legia can throw the incendiary. Let's see what happens.
Legia being committed to the bomb site might not be the best shout, so he decides to reposition to Car. Was it Envy who had that cool one-way smoke on Car previously? I don't think it was them. But I remember someone dropped a smoke. It might have been Fnatic who dropped a smoke here at Car and just managed to snipe above it. Legia won't be doing that, though. He'll just be holding the more standard angles. Tight angle to work with. Someone ducking under his shot there, and Legia instantly gives up on it. So the bomb is going to be planted. Envy won't be able to deny this. It will have to be the full-on retake.
Kriaz is top mid looking for rotation towards short. Envy were two-man pushing long, but they've gone back to that long position. Calix looking vulnerable. The flashbangs are here, though. The burst takeout exists. That might help Calix survive. Mihu with 2, racking up the kills once again. But look at the trades here. Bentet and Automatic defending the A bomb site. Goes too wide, though, Bentet, and now it's a 2-on-2. Calix, he spots Automatic, but he can't finish off the job. Legia trying to jiggle, trying to bait, but there will be no bite from Automatic. 4 kills as Genji moved to 2.
I was a bit worried that Genji might not get the best post-plant positions there, considering they were all committed to the site. They had 3 players trapped behind those site boxes, but they worked those positions pretty effectively. Even though Mihu gets this first kill and the follow-up, Automatic is always able to sort of trade out his teammates. He even peeks into the ramp there, and I think Bentet's position was also a very important one, just playing behind that box and making sure they couldn't push up to the site to run it down. Kriaz already getting fully blinded, looking at the floor. Thomas is going to get the kill, and Mihu's also up close. This A-long explosion is not effective for Genji in this round, and Mihu is going crazy aggressive. Exist is going to catch that out, but it's still a massive advantage in this round for MV.
Yeah, I think Exist maybe made a step to bait the push from Mihu, realizing that he was close, unless I'm mistaken, but still, to what avail? I don't know what happened with one of those flashes from Genji during the execute, but the player who was out first definitely ate a teammate's flashbang, trying to avoid the rest of them. Thomas's angle will be all too much. Automatic left now. Oh, Thomas pulling the grenade out. He's trying to do too much there. Don't need to pull the grenade out and leave yourself exposed. And maybe that gives Automatic a chance. He's got 1 minute on the clock. 1 versus 4 now made 3. A smoke to create space. Got to walk though. Once you go through those doors, some of your footsteps can be heard from a short player. 39 seconds. Is he looking to make a play towards B here? Looks like he wants to go for something. Nifty in the lower tunnel starting to wonder about T-spawn. He should hear something here, though. Misses the shot, however. Now Automatic has a smoke. He realizes where the hole is. Oh, my God. Okay. Trying to outplay them, but too many man on road, and Envy make it to 7.
Yeah, Genji just getting too far behind at the start of that round. Take a look at these A-long fights again, where Thomas was just about able to spot the player out. He was kind of blind, but there was a bit of a gap between the flashes, which allowed him to see. Yeah, it didn't look like the coordination was fully there for Genji on that one, with Kriaz kind of getting caught in the open. As you said, I think it was a team flash that blinded him, and Automatic blinded by the flash at mid. Nifty going for the fight, not successful in doing so, though. Slower start to the round again from Genji.
I can't believe Nifty got tagged in that engagement.
I know, right?
And Automatic's got 91 HP. That classic 2-man push. Flashbang comes at the right time, but the duel is a little too early for him. Not quite ready to exist. Instant response, though, from Genji. What do they make of this? 2-man push in B tunnels. What of the remaining 3? Legia on the second AWP. Once again in the same position. I thought those grenades might come a bit later once the smokes get posted up, should they. There's a mid to B smoke. No smoke on Cat just yet. Calix will drop a flashbang to take an angle. 49 seconds for Genji. No stranger to a slow round. You can see Mihu holding a flash again from that position. You can do a fadeaway flash that goes off behind a palm tree, and the T's never see it coming. Forward incendiary from Legia. Mihu maybe just playing bait. There's a palm tree flash. You just saw it being deployed there. Not in position really to move forward now, especially with the smoke up. It becomes very awkward indeed. Not sure whether he should focus on the left or the right. Has he got the flicks here, Legia? Got the attempt here. Now we've got Mihu in the smoke. Surely some master stroke they're lining up for him. Finishes off the second one. 18 seconds. And it all collapses. 8 rounds for Envy.
Genji ran out of nades pretty quickly there. They only had 1 smoke to move into the A site. Normally you want at least 2 to be able to cover off some of those angles. And then obviously just getting caught out by Mihu playing on that goose position alongside his teammate. Nice early shot from Magia. And then as soon as they commit to the bomb plant, they are screwed. Automatic had to land that shot with the AWP, and he wasn't able to do so. 8-2 now for Envy. They are really starting to run away with this one.
So that palm tree in the goose position is not solid. So if you're a CT in goose, if you hold left and right click, and you're pointing mostly up, if you, let's say, step backwards as you release the flashbang essentially goes directly up and pops behind the palm tree. So if you're pushing short, you can't see it, but it will flash you. And then you can make a play. But all the other grenades made it a little awkward to peek with that. But that's a rare one. I learned that one from Alex, actually, who was briefly in this tournament.
Yeah.
But it's a good flashbang to know. Very simple to do once you do know. 8-2 in favor of Envy. Indeed, Genji on pistols. Really struggling on his T side. They've got intentions towards A-Long. Plenty of utility. Thomas is going to get caught with a grenade in his hand. Random emergence through the smoke. Playing the numbers game, Genji. They have position. They have a rifle as well. They also have Legia with an AWP looking to hold things down here. That's a clean shot onto Kusta, looking for more as well. Got support from Mihu to clean up. Not too much damage done. Envy move to 9.
A little scary when Thomas dies at long without getting a single kill, but the rest of the team make up for it. Oh wow, we've got an SG out from Exist. Again, a few players have been picking up the SG. We haven't seen too much from it. I think Brolan was one of the players who was getting a bit of success with that gun.
It's become a situational gun now, as opposed to, I think with the old fire rate, the spray was so easy, the spray pattern, you could just run around and do whatever you wanted with that gun, because it had massive tagging, 100% armor penetration. But now the fire rate kind of sucks, so it's like has certain implementations, like if you're on a silo with Nuke, we've seen it become a staple for certain players in that respect. We'll see how Exist chooses to use it. It's a very tight angle indeed. Pop flash through the middle doors, and it will invite some utility from Mihu. Thomas with an aggressive off angle once more. You can see he's got a clear shadow advantage if somebody wanted to walk through. Short being taken now from Genji. Basically 3 players on the B bomb site for Envy, maybe feeling vulnerable. I wonder if they'll go for a push.
Mid control for Genji in through the mid doors. More of a standard round from Genji, just taking some control to begin with. I think this is the sort of approach we need to see from them, but Thomas has pushed A long. Kriaz is ready for it. That's an important kill to find. What's the response from Genji, though? Are they going to commit to this B site? Because if they do, there are 3 CTs there, but with a second kill on A, that's going to make all the difference. They can come back to this A site, and it is going to be easy pickings.
Again, Genji plays so many slow rounds. It's always a risk to make that play, trying to catch him off guard. Doesn't work for Thomas, and that's the opening that Genji will capitalize on in this round. For only their 3rd round on Dust 2. Been so rare to get T rounds in this game, of Dust 2 that is. Kusta 2 for 10, Kriaz 3 for 10. Exist not much better. Still time to turn things around. 6 rounds are possible in this half. As unlikely as it has seemed the way these rounds have gone. You can see there's plenty of money for some of the players. Nifty and Calix are looking pretty flush at present. Thomas certainly not. He's been doing a lot of dying recently, but the rest of the team can buy, so they don't have too many big issues for now.
Definitely nice for Genji to save with all 5 alive as well. Make sure that they build up at least some money on the T side of things. Pretty surprising, you could say, seeing Nifty 5 for 4 right now. He's had the AWP a lot with how the money's been going on this CT side, but can't really complain with the way the rest of the team have been playing. If anything, we've seen more AWP impact from Legia so far in this game. And Nifty crosses mid safely. The fact they jumped there was scary with where the smoke was.
Yeah. 152 is a good time to shoot through the doors if you see a smoke. 152 or 151. So if you're guessing, go for one of those times. I'll wait for the tweeter, thanks. Early push from Envy through B doors, it seems. B halls, rather.
They've been doing that a lot.
And it might just pay off this time. Again, Gen.G, the Penguins are moving up short. Close together, share the body heat. So they can trade frag. Oh man, the patience from Gen.G. The Krieg pays off. They simply wait.
That's something the SG is still very good for. Just holding angles like that, you can pretty easily control that spray. Nifty with a nice shot on the AWP. He's got to be careful. There are more players close by, but he's going to rotate away from B. They're leaving B wide open, and Mihu pulls a nade out at the wrong time. Bentet still making a play onto A, getting up close, flashing behind himself. Where's the bomb going to go, though? Is it going to try and follow him through? Maybe not now. They spotted Thomas. They realize that B is probably the weaker site, and little do they know, it's wide open right now. They're going to get into position. Kriaz doesn't have a smoke, and that could be an issue. Legia's got the angle. Oh, not the shot, though. Bomb will be planted.
Oh my god, Kusa just absorbing bullets, taking licks through mid doors. Down to 1 HP. Look at the swing. They know that there's only one player on the site. Oh my god, he's dead. He's dead. He can do absolutely nothing.
Get on the bomb. They're faking it. Okay, it's fine. Thomas through the smoke.
Some might wonder why Kusa just died like that. But if he manages to kill the other guy, they don't know he's 1 HP. They know he got shot in the head through a door, but they don't know he's 1 HP. If he kills the other guy, then the threat of him pushing may stop the other guy from defusing the bomb. So that's the play he's trying to make. Unsuccessful, but noble. The man died on his sword.
It was a very confusing round across the board. I mean, Bentet somehow getting into that sort of CT position. A very confusing one. Kubin is a happy man right now, though, as it's looking more and more likely Envy may be our last team through to the playoffs. They've got a 10-3 lead right now. Thomas into pit, Mihu up close. This long hold has been pretty solid for these two players. When it's the early aggression from Gen.G, Envy's counter utility seems to be on point. They've got the first 2 kills again, and Gen.G are clutching at straws to come back into this round.
The dying rounds of the first half. Envy still with a chance to have a monstrous score. Thomas with a very new position. On Old Dust 2 boosted up here. I think you could see through both doors. Oh, and still dies. He's doing a lot of dying. I think his frustrations will increase. A run boost from short, and just in case there's an AWP. And Envy now have a decision to make. Do you hold short? Do you hold long? They can't abandon both. They can't be kind of halfway in between. So Mihi will have long for the time being, but Kusa is here for the wide swing. They've left him alone, and now Legia's got problems. Down goes Kusa, though, the only man spotted towards long, and he falls back to hold for the retake.
One player is still on the B site right now. It's a double AWP retake as well. These long-range fights could be crucial. Legia is still waiting patiently. The rest of his teammates getting into position, but Automatic goes at just the wrong time, and Bentet has to do it all. 1v3, he's already got the first man. Trapped on the site itself, though. 12 HP, they're going to start to close the distance. Bentet hears the steps, he knows they're here. He's going to go for the spray, somehow surviving, but finally, Nifty finishes the job. Another round for Envy. Again, these rounds are getting surprisingly close, but Envy always seem to have the edge.
Mihu is 24/7. And it's great. Again, Thomas is just taking licks on long, but Envy are coming out on top. It's about the team play and the team result. They've made his job tough, Gen.G, but Envy are still overwhelming. Looking at the kill board, looks like Gen.G have run out of steam. They've gassed like a fighter in an early UFC. Tank habit, maybe. All the HE come after the smoke. There it is. They're not deep enough just yet, though, but they have intentions. Calyx will preempt them as Gen.G slow things down. Slowly moves towards lower tunnel. A 4 versus 5 for Gen.G with plenty of utility, but not plenty of frags.
Ooh, good shot from Kusta, but good timing for Envy on the peak. Both players peak at the same time. Kusta with the AWP can only aim at one of them. At least Kusta did choose to specifically fire at the one man, but now Calyx is giving it a go with the AWP. Second kill on the round for him. and Genji have a 2v4 to try and come back from. I feel bad for Bentet. He's been in a few of these positions now that are very difficult. Exist trades, second headshot for Exist. Maybe away onto this A site. Mihu's gone into the open.
Oh
Mihu goes down. Great shot from Exist, and it's into a 1v1. Calix was the man holding the B site to begin with. Now he's got to come back to A.
Exist doesn't really know what's safe. Shields himself from short. Focuses on the slopes. Calix has a HE grenade, but he can't pull a grenade out now. He's completely exposed. There's a shadow advantage for Exist. He'll have just the jump, but Calix knows he's crouch peaks. Look at him going the crab walk there. Exist not ready for that one. Taken by surprise, and it's 12 rounds for Envy at half-time. Despite Genji having some success with their pace, when it comes down to the end of the round, not the case really. No consecutive rounds there. 12 for Envy as they move to the last half in the last map. Do Genji have anything left? Find out after the break.
Look to be running away with the last spot in the playoffs if this is set to continue. It's a 12-3 lead for them at the half. The pistol round could be decisive if they were to win it. We've got the buys coming through right now. Nifty gets a P250 drop for him. Couple of nades for Envy on top. On the Genji side, they've got two players picking up the utility, and it looks like a slow start to this all-important pistol.
Everybody being very careful. Some CTs like to play top mid on a pistol round. Some presence shown by Calix. Molly doesn't quite go where he wanted it to. I think just buying big box was ideal. And then V make a pilgrimage up towards short. Nobody on the A-bomb site. Smoke and a flashbang for Genji. And now they start to get curious. Bentet edging forward, somehow survives. Spots Mihu lurking. Hello. It's your turn to be patient, Genji. Here comes the swing, though. Bentet deleted on the ramp. Kusa popping out from blue, and he holds long.
You won't be able to hold the site, though, that's for damn sure. Envy are already in position. They decide to plant for short, and Gen.G don't have any players coming into that position. There is a smoke on Kusta, though. That could be really valuable to try and get that defuse. If you smoke short or even smoke the bomb, it's going to be difficult for Envy to close on those fights. And Envy already losing the first man. Kriaz popping up with the kill. Trades on towards the bomb site. Kusta going in first, but Legia lines them up, and Calyx closes it out. 13-3 Envy. They are so far ahead now.
They really are. This may force the hand of Gen.G, and it may be a quick one as far as Envy are concerned. They've won both pistol rounds now. They were reset in the first half. We'll see if they are in the second. Here comes the force by double scouts for Kusta and Automatic. Nifty with one of his own. Double peek from high and low. Manages to tag and avoid getting hit. And Automatic now maybe in a little spot of trouble. Ooh, there we go. Taste of your own medicine.
Those scout fights down mid are so scary at the pro level. If you want to get a feel for what that is like, you can play open qualifiers and get wrecked by some semi-pros that you've never really heard of. I've done that before on Face It. I lost horribly, and you get a really good idea as to how quick these kills truly are. Automatic looking to do the same with the scout, but Thomas takes him down. The flank is coming. Mihu is watching for it. He's not anymore, though. The fights on the site could be crucial, though. 3v3, Bentet not going to get the flank. Mihu with the all-important turnaround, and that might just settle this round.
Exist waiting by the boost position. Kusta showing some presence. Exist trying to peel around the corner. Nice flick from Kusta. There's no one long because Mew's made his way towards top mid. He's left Thomas alone, and there's a trade from Exist. Perhaps he can collect a rifle now, but he doesn't know what is safe. Starting to move, and maybe Envy will regret this rotation from Mihu. Oh boy, has he seen Exist there? Maybe he has. Oh, surely he has. Exist with the AK and the burst and the taps, but not this time. Got some important kills for his team, but misses on the maybe most important occasion.
Oh, I was so scared when Mihu leaves his teammates to go back to mid here. Kusta landed some great kills with the scout, but it's not enough in the long run. Even with that gap in the smoke being exploited by Kriaz, it's close, but not close enough. Envy up to a 14-3 lead, just 2 rounds away from the win. Got to give some props to Legia as well. If you'd have told me I was going to cast Legia versus Exist in 2020, I'd have been very confused, but we are seeing it. And right now, it is Legia who's getting the better of that battle. 15 for 7. He's having a solid game for himself. I think for Envy as well, it will be nice to get this win and to get some more practice time in. Now that they've played some official games, if they can get this victory, they get a good amount of time off to get some more practice hours on the server to make sure that everything is exactly in order for them ahead of those playoffs. They aren't confirmed yet, though. They still need 2 more rounds, and Gen.G will be forcing to try and keep themselves in this game and in this tournament.
Envy out long. I'll keep things relatively quiet. Keep the guns out, boys. Legia runs past late, and maybe Kusta think that's the lurker. But Thomas is also here. He could spot one down mid. Automatic with one of 2 scouts. Up they go. They have not been challenged just yet. There we go. Holding down the flank. A retake of A with 2 scouts, a FAMAS, an MP9, 1 flashbang. No defuse kit. Bentet making his way to spawn. Now, do Gen.G have this? I mean, I feel like maybe a save is in order here. Yes, they've got to win 12 rounds pretty much in a row, but they're not going to win this round. I think that much is clear. No kit on these players. There are upgrades to be had, though. Kriaz is moving forward, but what have you got to gain at this point? Lose the FAMAS, and then what more is there for you in the next round? Well, we shall see. He just threw away his rifle there, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Wow, it looks like Gen.G might be going out, not with a roar, but with a whimper here on Dust 2. 15-3 down. It has been, I think, a pretty impressive performance for Gen.G in some of these games, considering the situation of the 2 stand-ins. but apparently this is a step too far for them on Dust 2. They need 12 in a row just to keep themselves in the tournament. At least they've got some guns together for round 19. We'll see what they can do with them.
Legia is the expendable man. Will there be a flash for him? Bentetta waits, tight angle. Just walks straight into it. The Mac 10's for swinging, surely. Well, he's done what he could, Bentet. Maybe his best work is over for this tournament. Still, there is a man advantage for Gen G. All the players with rifles of some description, automatic somehow still alive. Some tagging would be fantastic, but now his cover has gone. He's exposed, and he can do no more. 3 versus 2 all of a sudden. Mihu in control of long. 2 plays on the site to focus on short and CT. Smokes up, and it goes from bad to worse for Gen G.
It's the Swedish stand-ins to try and keep Gen G in the tournament. Kriaz is going to creep up close to the bomb site, but Calix is in a pretty good position. The flash is even set up for him. They're taking a lot of time here, and Mihu is flanking this entire time. The bomb's in the open. Calix with the first kill, and that is it. Envy, your last team through to the playoffs with a 16-3 win here on Dust 2. Not the final map we were hoping for, James, but I'm sure Envy will be very happy with the win. You can see the smiles on their faces. It's nice to see a smile on Thomas's face for once.
It is a completely one-sided affair on Dust 2. That was a somewhat underwhelming finish after the back and forth we saw, and almost comeback in the second map by Gen G, but there we go. Maybe that comeback was more important than we realized. Completely ran out of steam on Dust 2, and Envy stormed them from start to finish. Again, Thomas with a tough job on long was the only highlight really for Gen G, and it didn't really yield many rounds either.
Nice celebration from Kuben, the coach for Envy. Yeah, I think over on the CT side for Envy there, even though they lost long in a couple of rounds, the rounds where they actually saw Gen G go for the early aggression, they still seemed to get the kills, because it just looked like Gen G didn't quite have the flashes and everything in place to take that position, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was, well, they just got deleted. I'm not sure what else to add to that, really. A very difficult game of Counter-Strike towards the end there from Gen G, but again, considering they've got 2 stand-ins, I think the effort they put in and the pacing they were able to do on the T side, I think it's really scary and difficult to play against for CT teams who you saw repeated punishes for trying to flank, trying to be proactive, trying to get information and punish them for their slow play. Still, Envy managed to turn things back around and win most of those rounds, but it is hard to play against, as we can see from Train, which is probably their best example at the moment.
Yeah, and I think they probably got one of the biggest upsets we're going to see at the tournament with that win earlier against OG. Like that's already a great result. I think they did way more than anyone expected.
Yeah.
For Envy, I think it's the same situation I was saying previously, where I think it's nice for them to get some time in the actual server so that they can maybe now practice in this next week. They know what they need to work on, but we won't get to see Envy for a while because we're going over to the blind spot.
Thank you very much, Walker. Yes, indeed, we are here at the blind spot, raising a glass for Envy, making it through to the playoffs. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing any more of Gen G, of course, joined by the wonderful Potter, Alan, and Anders for the first time here at Flashpoint 2. How are you feeling to be in the blind spot?
Good. I forgot this is even here. I just skipped out on it, doing other things, I guess. So it's great. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to be here, and I think we'll be joined by James Bardolph a bit later on in some sort of form, because of course he's definitely lost our pinnacle points predictions. I know, Potter, you were kind of glad about that.
Yes. It got close. It got really close there for a little bit.
Yeah. I believe we can actually take a look at the updated ones. Anders, you're in first place. How did you pull that off after last week? It wasn't looking too great for you.
I don't know. I didn't even realize that, honestly. I did vote for Envy, but I think I lost the first one, so I guess everyone just...
Yeah.
I don't know. I went huge yesterday on OG, right? I went 750 on OG, so I guess that's it. That's what did it. So
I can't believe how close I was to James right at the end. I actually can't believe that. I didn't think I did that badly, but
gonna need
this last series, Envy Genji.
Yeah,
You bet on Genji as well.
I did bet on Genji, so that nearly, really nearly cost me, Alan, me, and
I was
Potter.
winning, and then I got the last 3 wrong in a row. So it's just been an absolute disaster the last few days.
How much did Monty have? Because he was 6 for 6 yesterday. He must have got to both
Monty
of
was
today's
first
wrong.
at the end of yesterday.
Yeah.
So I think he probably got both today wrong.
Yeah, well, he did. Confirmed by production, he did get both of them wrong yesterday, yeah.
Dang, Haka's really close up there with you though, Anders.
Right?
It's right there, yeah. I think, I don't know. Listen, I just, half the time when I'm doing these, I just, you know, doing like last minute, I'm almost falling asleep and I see like the email from Susie and she's saying like, please, Anders, can I have you? And I'm like, yeah, here we go. So I wish it was like some great science behind it, but it's not really, so.
Well,
calculated.
Yeah. I love how James actually came in this week with the approach of like, I'm just going to bet on the underdogs because surely one of them will win. And earlier on, we got Dig going through, obviously, but not enough.
No,
for
it
James
almost
to
paid
pull
off for him though. It
Yeah.
almost paid off for him. I respect the commitment no matter what, because it was looking pretty grim for him even just 2 days ago. So sticking to his guns. That's James Bardoff.
I do respect that. I think I got both of today's wrong, which just isn't cute. But we need to talk about that. Obviously, we're seeing Envy going through to the playoffs. They're the last team to be confirmed, going through to the Flashpoint 2 playoffs. Any surprises? Just looking at that last map, they were looking pretty dominant on that Dust 2.
Well, Legia an opper. That's brand new news for us. Legia is an opper, and he looks like the best opper on that Envy lineup. So
Best
that's
opper in the tournament. He's definitely better than Exy Power.
definitely.
It's so stupid, isn't it?
Are these any surprises just in terms of the results of the last chance qualifiers as well? I think it's kind of safe to
I
say
think they're both
Dignitas,
upsets actually
yeah.
coming into this one. Definitely the Dignitas one. I don't think many people outside of just going for like YOLO bets for the points actually thought that Dignitas were going to take that one. I was devastated with the second result because this morning I almost changed to Envy.
Oh.
I was thinking, Genji, they are a team of 2 standards. They're not actually any good. I should take Envy. I didn't change it, and now I've paid the price, and I'm down the bottom of it. And she changed it, just tilted me even more.
I actually felt so confident in Envy winning this game. I don't know why. I felt like everything I've seen out of Genji was like, it was like one good game against OG, and then everything else has just been like a long, like, trail off from that point. So from my point of view, I was thinking like, yeah, probably.
I think that's a fair point. We were kind of talking to Duncan about it. I believe we were up on the desk with him, and he was saying that, coming in with 2 stand-ins, he felt like maybe it was a little bit overhyped, that first matchup. And now we look at OG, they've managed to top their group. So maybe it was just an upset to be starting off the tournament.
I think the thing about Genji here is their map pool was super top heavy. Like, it was basically train, and then the drop off from train to the other maps was just ridiculous. And like, when they get to the bottom of their map pool, the Dust 2s, like we saw here, just goes off a cliff. They just completely imploded on that T side on Dust 2. So for them, we couldn't have expected so much more. Clearly, train, they must have practiced loads in the scrims they did have. But in terms of 2 standings, they still got a series win off OG, which that's a result in itself. So for them, I don't think we could have expected much more in the end.
Listen, we need Genji to fail anyway because we need to get Tim out of that team somehow.
Yes, exactly.
or just to get better teammates out of something, just anything. So I'm really excited that Genji didn't do better at this tournament. I think it's great news.
Always looking at the bright side of things.
Yeah, right,
Andrew.
exactly. The positive angle. We're going to keep that positivity up, as I believe we have Mihu on the line for an interview after that win on the side of Envy. Mihu, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations, first of all.
Hello. It's nice to see you guys. Yeah, we won, and we are very happy about that. Like, it was so hard to start in this tournament, and we lost 2 games in a row after some fights and some good maps. But now we won this match, and we are in the playoffs, so very good.
Yeah, a very impressive result from you guys from the side of Envy. I want to talk about that last map because it seemed like you guys just seemed to find your momentum from somewhere. I'm wondering what it was like, in the server with you guys, in the team comms. How did you find that momentum to carry it through and look incredibly convincing in that third and final map?
To be honest, I'm not sure. Like, it comes, maybe it was a little bit lucky. And after the first map, to be honest, it doesn't look so good. We weren't so good on train, and we just make our mental reset in our minds, and we came back for the nuke for our map and for third map with fresh mind, and we just did it. So on Dust 2, we feel very confident, and we can play with every team on the world and then try to make some good results versus them.
Speaking of trade, Mihu, I have to ask, are you an opper or was today a bad day? Do you have more success opping in scrims? What made you bust out the AWP today? Because it's not something I normally see you wielding.
Yeah, sometimes I have to build my confidence from starting with M4 on Ivy as CT, but in this time I didn't feel so comfortable, so that's why I just pick up and I'm trying to do some plays with it. But to be honest, I really didn't feel this map for now, and I just tried to play in the different ways than before. But I will work on it for sure in the future. I will not give up on this position. I felt very confident there in the past, so I'll be back.
Shall I go for it? Yeah. So
Yeah,
Mihu,
go for it.
in the first Forza game you had, I think you had a lot of issues on both sides of the map. And then going into the MIBR series, I think you looked a little bit better. Things were cleaned up a bit. Maybe the comms were better. And then today, you looked even better than in that MIBR series. So what actually changed within the team between those matches? Was it just a case of, you hadn't actually played officials with this lineup before, so you had a bit of, a bit of rust going into those first series? What actually changed throughout these 3 series that you've played?
I think we changed our mind a little bit because we started to play as this team in this tournament without even any experience in the smallest cup, and it was something huge for us. It's a big tournament, it's a Flashpoint, it's not like cup for $100, and there is very good there is a lot of very good teams in the Flashpoint, and we just need to take some experience from the first match, from the second, and then we were better in the third map, in the third match, and we felt more confidence than before, and maybe that's the reason. I think so.
Yeah, I want to ask about Legear as well. I know when I was chatting to Nifty just before you guys came into Flashpoint 2, you were saying you're taking on that role of sort of being the primary caller, even though Nifty's still giving his input somewhat. So how is that actually working within the server? What's he like as an in-game leader?
In the game leader is Nico Legia. And we tried give him a lot of space and a lot of ideas from our side, what happened on the map around, and we are just sharing our point of view, how we can beat our opponents in the next round and what we did wrong in the previous. So we are trying to find the solution as a pack, all the team members, and that's why we paused the game a couple times today. And yeah, this is how it works for now.
And for you guys going forward in Flashpoint 2, obviously we now know all of the teams are going to be qualifying for the playoffs. So how are you viewing yourselves stacking up against the other competition? And what sort of chance do you feel like you have of progressing further here at Flashpoint?
Yeah, like everyone saw, we didn't start so good in this tournament, but now we are confident enough to try to beat every team in this tournament. Of course, it will be very hard because the rest of the teams are so good and they played very well. And yeah, it will be hard. It will be nice to see who is our opponent for the next game. And in this time before, we will try to do our best on our pracs, on trainings. And yeah, we will be ready, of course.
Is there a particular team that you're looking at that, potentially the favorites or somebody that you would really, really like to be facing and taking down?
No, I don't have.
No, nobody like OG, Fnatic, Big, any of those big names?
No, I hope we will be ready for every opponent. It doesn't matter who will be. It will be, of course, very good team we have to face on the next match. So we just need to be ready with our game, and then we can think about our opponents. Just maybe watch some demos, be ready, prepare everything, and yeah, that's all. For me, it doesn't matter who will be.
Well, that's fair enough, Mihu. We love seeing you guys coming in fully prepared. Unless we have any other questions, I think we can bid farewell to you, Mihu. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. And massive congratulations on that win once again.
Thank you very much. See you in the next match.
Always lovely to get to hear a few words from him. I do want to talk about the teams that we're going to be going through to the Flashpoint playoffs. It's interesting when we're looking at some of the teams that are in these groups. We're looking at all the teams that we said were the favourites actually topping the groups as well. Fnatic coming first, Big coming first, and OG also weirdly coming first after a really, really slow start.
Yeah, I think for most of those, if you just look at the group results, you think, this went as expected, all the results were fine. If you actually were here watching it, the Fnatic, they had to beat Mad Lions in a rematch to take that one. OG lost the first game against Genji with 2 stand-ins and 5 days practice, then came back from the lower bracket in their group to win it in the end. So even though the groups may have played out in the end, as more so as we would have expected, I think the groups are crazy. We had some really great games. That MIBR big game to close out was absolutely insane towards the end. So even though the groups went in the end maybe as we would have expected, you know, those second place teams, they're really punching here and they could do damage in the playoffs.
Yeah, and speaking of the playoffs, we actually do have the bracket ready. Mihu will know now who he's facing. It's actually going to be big, even though he said he doesn't really give a damn who he's facing. That is a nasty matchup. Yeah.
That's so perfect that it's big. Lagia's old team, a lot of history and rivalry. That it actually couldn't have ended up better.
Yeah, and then Fnatic versus Dignitas Vi as well. Definitely some rivalry going on in that one. Mad Lions versus Virtus Pro. That's definitely going to be interesting. And OG versus MIBR. Talk to me about these matchup, guys. Any that you're looking forward to in particular?
I'm going to take the OG MIBR game because even though you might think this is going to be heavily OG with how the groups played out, I bet that match is super close between those two teams as well. I think MIBR, they play so aggressive on both sides, they might put a lot of pressure on OG, and they've still got comms mistakes, and mid-rounding still a problem for Alexi. They could exploit it. The other one would definitely be VP Mad Lions. That could be a super close series, and that would be one I'll be waiting to see.
Yeah, have there been any teams that have impressed you so far, Anders? Or maybe any upsets that you didn't really expect to be happening?
I don't know. I actually wasn't nearly. I know everyone's been sort of on the big train going into this for a long time, but I just kept thinking, but like, how long is it going to last? But I think they've been playing up to that level. So I don't know. Maybe it's unfair to say I've been impressed by them, but I just think they've been living up to everyone else's expectations, and I just wasn't really catching the train the same way. I don't know. I think you know. I was really worried that Mad Lions would have just a massive drop-off, because if you look at what happened to them, they should have had like they should just have crashed. You know, you lose someone like Bubsky, like that's not going to be a good time. So I actually think it's pretty cool that they've made it this far, and I think they still look like a dangerous team. I think they could beat VP as well. So I think there's still something left up there. OG, I am probably the most angry and like nervous about the way that they played against Gen.G, and they've shown signs of it since like their last game that they played here to qualify wasn't just smooth sailing, and there's some weird like lack of focus in that game that's really annoying. So I hope that they fix that, because when they play well it's really fun to watch, but when they don't it's so frustrating. So.
Yeah, I think that was a worry for us, right? Actually looking at their first game here at Flashpoint 2 against Gen.G, and we thought that was going to be such an easy matchup for them, and that kind of I feel like maybe that's tainted our expectations of them a little bit coming into it, just seeing how bad they performed initially.
It did, but maybe that's a good thing for OG, you know, just kind of coast by under the radar, because for sure having that number 6 rank right beside their name certainly had all these teams eyeing them. So yeah, but it's good, right? That 180 that we talked about, the fact that we're seeing so many different sides of OG, hopefully they're able to remain consistent though.
I think they needed the kick up the arse of that first game, to be honest. I think it isn't only here they've had some issues, but if you watch the death segments going into the rematch of OG Gen.G, me and Duncan made a really big point of, you know, we shouldn't be coming into this thinking Gen.G have a chance here. OG had to win that game, otherwise that roster could have actually been dead. It was really getting that bad in terms of recent results. So for them, it was really good to see them show up. I think for the playoffs, the most exciting thing is Fnatic, because for a lot of us, watching the group stages play out, it really did feel like this is Big's tournament to lose. How could they lose it? Map pool's insane. They're just destroying everyone apart from the one Vertigo game against MIBR. But now that Fnatic are here and they've really had a really strong game against Mad Lions in that rematch again, hopefully we get some really good matches in the playoffs and maybe even a big Fnatic final when it goes all the way 3 maps super close. That'd be awesome.
Maybe it's worth mentioning now, just because they're going to be playing up against Dignitas, right? This Heap character is suddenly looking really exciting and promising. I didn't know him at all going into it. So, I mean, that's kind of cool. We don't get to see that nearly enough, I feel like, when we get, like, you know, new talent coming up. And, I mean, this last game that they were in, the last map, was incredible. So, I mean, I think that's something to look forward to on an individual basis. I don't think it'll be enough to take down Fnatic, but I mean, as a story going forward for an otherwise, you know, lineup that has some old characters in, and you don't really know if they're going to keep performing and all the rest of it, I think it's kind of cool. So
yeah. Well, speaking of talent, of course, we've got to make it all about us here to round off the show at The Blind Spot. I believe we've got a bit of a fashion review. Everybody's been submitting their photos of themselves looking their best and in their fancy dress as well. I'm not sure who we're going to be bringing up first. Let me get my glasses on so I can see.
Nice.
Alan, it's you.
This could take some explaining. I'm definitely.
Give us the context.
I'm definitely not sober during this.
You would have guessed.
This is. I'm trying to remember what year this is, but this is like free drinks, and then I had the banana costume and the inflatable banana in my closet. I was like, guys,
actually do.
Let's get it. I've got it here. Actually, I've got the banana costume here. Yeah, I've got it here.
He's drank so hard, he's forgot what year it was. When it was happening. That's incredible.
But yeah, you just kind of had. It's just iconic, really, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, look at this one as well. What is this?
Oh, so those are all my trophies. You know, just casually. I have them in the back part of the webcam, like Flusher does and stuff.
Beside them.
Yeah, there's the banana on the left.
Oh,
You see
yeah,
it?
it is. What kind of trophies are we talking about here, Alan?
Yeah.
Are those participation trophies, or are they
No,
like
they're
first
all first.
place?
They're all first.
Nice.
So this is from Collegiate CS, where we won 6 tournaments in a row.
Ooh.
Never will be repeated. So that was easy. So those are all my trophies, and then the one I'm holding is actually a medal for winning as well. So good times. I've fallen down since then, really. I'm now just on the desk. I can't even, coach the games anymore. So
We'll get you back to these collegiate
Exactly.
ways at one point. Oh, look at this, suited and booted.
Oh, so
Very
this
nice.
is my sister's wedding. That's her husband now on the left. It's me on the right, if you hadn't guessed. So, yeah.
Very dapper.
They asked for like a dapper picture, and I needed one where I wasn't drunk, so I gave them this.
No banana anywhere in this one either.
Yeah, man, you used to get a banana in there for context somewhere. Banana for scale, Anders, I think we've got you up next.
Oh dear.
What have you
It's gonna be not anywhere near as fast. Well, I don't
Classic.
know. Listen, I was just the whole point, right? Is I obviously have no sense of fashion whatsoever. I don't care about it. I think it's a stupid thing. So listen, I just wear whatever I want at any given point in time, unless someone tells me specifically otherwise. We do have an ancient picture of me, or maybe not that ancient, but this obviously at a tournament where someone did tell me put on something that looks like you're at a tournament. So this is it. I think that was in Krakow or something.
How much weight have you lost, Anders?
Like 50 kilos or something like that, which is like 100 pounds ish.
Yes.
Thereabouts.
Ish.
No one knows what stone is either, so I can't do that calculation. So it's too difficult math for me. I actually always thought that when I did, I would try and wear stuff like this more, but then I remembered I don't care. So I don't know. I wish I knew how. I wish I had some sort of talent for it or something. It's especially offensive because obviously I've been spending so much time with Semler, and he obviously knows everything about this.
Yeah.
I've just learned nothing from it.
I want to do a segment where Semler styles us all, but like old Semler where he used to have like the suits and shit.
Yeah.
I would
Not
absolutely love
2020
that.
Semler.
He could get us all suited a bit in gym gear though. That would be great. I would like that. I believe I'm up next. I can't remember. Oh, okay. This was for Midsummer for the group. I've got the Midsummer crown. If anybody has watched,
nice.
yeah. This is for my best friend's wedding in Australia this year, which is nuts because we haven't travelled anywhere since then. Craziness. Yeah, lovely place in Australia. I think the next one.
Why you stood up against a wall?
I am still up
Just
against
like
the
a
wall.
wooden wall.
Yeah, it was very rustic.
Ego?
Fun,
Let
kind of
go my
wedding.
ego? What's with the waffles, Freya?
It's Elle from 11 from Stranger Things.
Oh.
This is my Halloween costume. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
This is when I was a poor student. I owned everything other than the wig, which was £3, and then I made the box of Egos myself because you can't get them here.
Nice.
I looked. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, you can't get
no,
those here?
You can't. Right?
Interesting. I mean, you're not missing much, but you kind of are. You kind of are. It's like a staple, unhealthy
I've never heard of
American breakfast. Really?
them. No, I've never heard of them, and I've been to the States I think 4 times now, and I've never heard of them.
Oh my god, I need to try them next time I come over. Oh, honestly, I only know
Lower
of them
your
'cause of-
expectations, and then you'll like it a lot.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
I think it's just iconic Stranger Things
envy.
food, right?
Yeah, it's trash food, but it's great.
That's it.
I believe Hawker is up next. Let's see what he's submitted. Where even? Oh, this must be at like
Who's he
Replay
calling?
or something.
What is going on here?
I think I have a feeling this was at WePlay when they were doing the train outfits, right? And the event was themed off of a train map, and they gave them all conductor outfits. I hope he's brought that with him. That's a look and a half.
Stefan, I can appreciate everything about this.
What event is this? What's going on here?
I think it was
Clutch
WePlay, right? No, I think they did one before. Yeah.
Okay,
Production saying.
I think I know what you're.
They do theme all of them, don't they, in some strange way? So
pretty nuts. I think we have. Is it James Bard? Oh, of course it is.
This is
we
an
got
E-League
Santa.
classic. This is an E-League classic.
We
about
got the
for
context for it
James.
last night as well. He was saying that it just fit him like a glove, so we had to buy it.
and who can disagree? Look at him. This is amazing. And it's almost time. I mean, he's a little bit early on the Christmas thing, but it works out.
What's the context of this?
Yeah, why?
How did this happen?
James, if you can hear us, why?
There's so much going on. Like, listen, I think James is amazing. Like, he's got so many interests, like scuba diving, boating, drone flying,
watches,
honey, cheese, watches. Like, you can just keep going. He's like an actual Renaissance man. It's amazing. But what's really amazing about this picture, in my opinion, is that like this is actually what it takes to make it look like Dan is the sane one. Like it had to go to that extreme to get there. So that should tell you something.
I think we've got a very special treat in the form of Maui Snake, the classic photo that we always see of him. But I think we've got another one.
That's an incredibly...
The more important one. Here we are.
Look at this. Not photoshopped at all. Sexy Maui being completely embodied here. He's been hiding this from us, guys. I didn't know he was so ripped underneath those shirts.
Yeah. Yesterday, he let me squeeze his arm. It was pretty hard.
Oh.
I know he's lifting a lot. Wait, is that weird? I like squeezing arms to see how hard they are.
I think in the context it was fine, but now it just sounds so weird.
Can
you confirm that his arms were tattooed when you squeezed them?
They were not.
That might be a little bit fake then. Oh, we've got Monty here. I wish we had him to tell us the context of these.
Because this is some sort of Korean dress
maybe the
thing
wedding.
here.
Maybe wedding with Susie.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, it could be actually.
It's probably it.
Oh god. A full white suit as well. I rate that.
A diva stance?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's Overwatch. This is Apex. So
yeah,
probably is. Yeah.
It is like oddly sensual, isn't it? Like there's some weird connection going on there.
Ah, wedding day, very nice. That's cute. Very
Live on
cute.
Twitch.
Even there, he couldn't leave the microphone alone. Still
I respect that he went for actually him and James the other day went for a full white outfit, and he was sitting eating his bowl of like pasta with like red tomato sauce. He's being so careful with it. Lifts the bowl up, and somebody had put tomato sauce all on the underside of the bowl. So he just had a massive ring on his trousers. Poor guy.
And they posted the picture and they lied.
Yes,
they lied blatantly. We know though, Freya.
We know. Potter, I think you're up next, so you can give us some context for whatever pictures you've submitted.
Okay.
Oh, that's
So the girl on my right, that's Alice Liu. She was the founder of the very first Counter-Strike team that I joined. And I was a bridesmaid at her wedding, which was in 2018.
What was the team called?
GX3.
Okay.
GX3, which turned into SK
something really
Ladies.
embarrassing. Right.
No, it was just GX3. Girls Got Game. That's what we were called. Yeah, and at this wedding, actually, there was 3 generations of my squad.
Oh, wow.
Which is insane. So it was her, me, and then the young little munchkins that are running CLG Red now.
Oh, that's nice. We got any more? Classic DreamHack.
Classic DreamHack photo. That's me pretending I'm writing in my notepad. Somebody asked me to pose. This is not me in my natural state. I am absolutely posing right there.
I think we've got Semler up next. I was saying, hoping that he can style us a few times. So let's see some of his greatest looks. Lovely little suit there. Very classic Semler. I wonder what year this was in.
I feel like it would have been a while ago, surely.
Yeah.
14, 15 maybe?
Something like that.
About that.
Yeah.
Semler, if you're listening, let us know. We've got one more for him as well. What is this?
That is definitely also, like, you can also tell this is like the good studio days, like out in the Swedish forest. Everything's gone mad. Like, it's one of those times for sure.
I'm interested to see what Thorin is as well, what he submitted for this. Of course, classic esports award. Thorin looking suited and booted there. Very dapper. Hopefully he's brought that for the finals or something. I'd like to see him all suited.
Or another Chinese outfit.
yeah, true. I thought there was more context for that. And he was like, no, I just want Benta to feel at home. I was like...
Thorin, always looking out for the players, you know?
Yeah. He has got one of the most punchable faces, which I think I just think it's amazing. Like I really just appreciate it. Him and Monty both. Like I think it's fantastic. Like look at this, just like he's not. It's so subtle, but you can tell he's just very smug at the moment. It's one of his best qualities, really.
Well, someone who hasn't got a punchable face is Yumi, who you will have been seeing doing some of the stats helix stuff as well. Again, looking very dapper here in his suit. Hopefully, after the broadcast, he can give us some context of where this one was as well. It's actually been really great to get to work with Yumi as well, because we did DreamHack Open with him, right? Yeah. He was casting
What is
it
going
as well.
on here?
What is this?
What's going on?
It's got to be University identity, like some sort of initiation for a society or
Hazing.
something. Yeah.
Yumi is also
University Halloween party, the producer has confirmed.
half Malaysian, half Scottish, which is an insanely rare combo. As far as I know, I've never met
Must
a half
be.
Malaysian, half Scottish person in my life. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, thank you, Yumi, for submitting those. That rounds up Fancy Point, but we're not going to leave everybody looking their best. Because, of course, we've got James Bardoff doing the forfeit here. He went completely BDP in the fact that he was betting on some of the underdogs here. Paid off for him today in terms of Dignitas, which was definitely a bold play, but now he's going to be doing his forfeit. I'm not totally sure what he's doing. I'm not going to lie. So this is going to be a bit of a surprise. I know vaguely what he's doing. I'm looking forward to this. Hopefully we can get him up in... he has a pain look on his face. I'm hearing from production, and they're just setting him up at the moment. So we'll be getting into it very, very shortly. But, of course, it means that we'll be resetting the pinnacle points coming into the playoffs as well. And I hear that there might be more than one person in line for the forfeit as well. I'm not going to give too much away.
So we're not adding winners, we're just adding more losers to
Yep. That's it. There's no winners in our pinnacle points at all.
Interesting. Huh.
So I think we've got to confer as well, because interestingly, Hawker did a bold play today, and the fact that he knew what James Bardoff was going to bet, right? So he made sure that he just couldn't lose by betting the exact same as James.
It's genius.
That is really genius.
Why did James give up what he was
How did
doing?
he know?
Yeah, James should not have given up that intel.
I think stuff happens in the gaming room, right? You know, people start conferring about their predictions. We've got to get in there if you don't want to be coming last. That's where we've got to go.
You need to get like a penalty or something if you tell people your predictions. It has to be totally unbiased coming into them.
Yeah.
The penalty is you're going to lose if they copy you. I mean, that James fucked up, right?
What if we just make it so that the person that loses can pick someone else who also, like, just from anywhere in the... Like, that's the power you have.
That
for
is
finishing.
dangerous, Andy.
Like, you have to do something horrible, but you get to pick someone else.
Yeah. Well, production has confirmed to me that we can introduce James and his triplets. I'm not exactly sure what that... Oh, my God.
Oh, what?
Look at this. How
Oh
is
my
this
God, there's three of
happened?
me. Fuck.
As if we didn't need more than one James Bardoff, we've now got three.
I'm feeling like a star, it says in the
Wow.
background.
So I think this is what
What if I
Monty
move here,
wanted,
like this?
and it's a Star Wars song. So James, I believe you've got a... yeah, look at this dress up and everything. I believe you've got a little dance to show us. Are you ready?
It's...
Well, James, go on, take it away. Show us your stuff.
Wait, are our mics live right now?
I probably, honestly. That's very funny, James. Yeah, they are.
Is it a
I
writing
hope
thing
James
now?
can hear us. Look at this. Look
James,
at
put
these
some
moves.
ass into it.
Yes.
There it is.
Is it a dab thing now? Which one's next?
Wait. I think I can hear. I can
Fuck
hear
you,
Amira,
Freya.
who is the creator of our TikTok account. She's giving him hints on the moves as well. So I feel like they've practiced this together. Which, like, big respect for James. He was cast in the last match. So he literally finished.
What's next?
And is now dancing. This is amazing.
Oh, James is adding moves to it.
Oh, wow.
Fuck you, Monty.
Thank you, James, for being a good sport.
There are so many questions, I mean, like, about how does Monty even know that this exists to begin with?
Right?
And had he just been saving it for, like, this one moment?
That's how Monty does cardio.
He literally came up to us in the green room, right, and was like, hey, you guys, have you seen the Star Wars Just Dance moves? And I'm like, no. Why the fuck would
Who
I have
has?
seen that? Well, thank you, Monty, for suggesting that as one of the forfeits. And thank you so much, James Bardoff, for being an amazing sport, as always. And big shout out to all you guys for coming and joining me here at the Blind Spot. Of course, we do have our week off, but we'll be back with our playoffs matches on the 30th of November. So make sure to be sticking around for those matches. Let's have a look at the schedule for those upcoming days as well. Of course, it's going to be Mad Lions VP coming up first. Then it's going to be Big versus Envy on that 30th of November matchup. I can't wait for that second match of the day, man. As you were saying, Potter, there's a lot of history, a lot of rivalry with Legia. Obviously, former member of Big Clan. It's going to be.
Will Legia be opping again, Alan? Will Legia be the primary opper in that series? Stay tuned. Follow us November 30th. Be there or be square.
Potter asking the big questions, and maybe we might get some answers for them one day. But I think with that, we can begin rounding up our time here at the Blind Spot. Thank you, everybody, so much for joining. Thank you to all our wonderful production crew as well. You guys have been absolute stars for the duration of this. We'll be back with our playoffs matches on the 30th of November, so make sure you're joining us then.
Nice! Come on! Sick boys!